There we are. Welcome. Welcome to the 7th day of 7 days, 7 games, and the 7th one-shot in a row. And with this ultimate one-shot, we are playing maybe my personal favorite role-playing game of all time, Warhammer Fantasy 2nd Edition. If you have stuck around for this long, thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the ride. And here's to a good start into the year 2017, role-playing wise. So cheers to everyone. Yes, that warms. Excellent. So, as I said, welcome to the dark turn of the road, our Warhammer 2nd Edition one-shot. Now, we have 4 players so far. Sadly, one of the players is struggling with technical difficulties. So we're not quite sure if you can make it. So we might have to run this with just myself and 3 players. And you might see Marcus bopping in up and down in the game for the first couple of minutes as he tries to work out why his audio isn't working. But if he makes it work, we'll have 4 players. If not, we'll have 3. Either way, I'm sure it will be a fun game. So Warhammer, for those of you who don't know it, is a dark fantasy, very gritty. It's not at all like D&D. You're not playing heroes in this world. Even if you're at high level, you're still playing people trying to survive, basically. The Warhammer world is dark, it's evil, it's racist, it's full of war and corruption as the dark forces of the Chaos Gods streaming down from the north are ascending their minions and cultists to tear down civilization. Even in this realm, the Empire, the most powerful realm in the known world, the most powerful realm of humans anyway, this beacon of civilization, there are still many dark paths, many dark turns of the road, especially in the wilderness. But the cities hold their fair degree of corruption as well, as thugs lurk in dark alleyways and hidden cultists worship their dark masters in secret cellars. In the forests, even here, so close to the heart of the empire, to the great city of Altdorf, the capital of this very empire, the forests are still dangerous. Orcs, goblins, beastmen, twisted creatures, corrupted by the touch of chaos, outlaws, and much worse things lurk underground or hidden by the canopy of the trees. And yes, this is where our adventure is set. Now, the role-playing, the 2nd edition of Warhammer uses a fairly simple to understand rule system. You have stats which range from 1 to 100, and you roll a d100, so 2d10. One of them is the tenor, and one of them is the 1, basically. And you have to roll equal or lower to your stat, basically. So if your stat is like at the beginning, your stats are like your average stats are like around 30, which is the average stat for a human is like 30 in whatever characteristic. If you're good at something, you have like 40 at the start. If you have above 40, you're already very good at, like for a starting character, you're already very good at something, which makes you maybe realize that the chances for you failing something are nearly always higher in Warhammer, unless it's an easy action, than you succeeding in something, because 40% is a 40% chance, which is also one of the reasons why I like Warhammer. It's very easy to figure out what your chances are of some success or other. I, as the Game Master, can give you up to plus 30 or minus 30 to a roll to signify the outside influence. And yeah, Marcus seems to be able to hear us, so he might be able to join into the adventure after all. So that's awesome. Anyway, how the combat system works in Warhammer, we'll explain that when it comes to combat. For now, all you need to know is basically your stats and your skills are all percentage rolls, stats. So between 1, which is super crappy, 30, as I said, is about average for a human. 40 is like trained for a human. 50 is already like a professional, like a really decent professional. Everything above 60 is already extremely good and doesn't happen that often. Like a veteran knight might have like a weapon skill of 60 or something like that. That's already very high. Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know. That's already covering the basics. Warhammer is a fairly deadly combat system. It's dark and gritty and grim. It likes to describe itself as a grim world of perilous adventure, and that definitely is. It also has a touch of that kind of unique sort of dark British humor in some places that you might experience, because it is a fairly old British role-playing game that was made up in the, I think, in the 80s. That was first edition, and this is only second edition, so we haven't gone that far, really. There's a third edition as well, but that one's very different. That's more like Fantasy Flight Game Star Wars, rule-wise, than second edition. Second edition is still quite similar to first in many ways. Anyway, as this adventure starts, our 4 characters, who will be introducing themselves sooner rather than later, have just arrived in the so-called Four Horses Inn. That's an inn very close to a small village called the village of Bechelm. They are all traveling to the great city of Altdorf, the capital of the proud empire of men. They're still a few days away, and they have their own reasons for traveling to the city. Some of them are looking for business opportunities, so to speak. Others are visiting family members and such. None of them has probably ever been to Altdorf, so they're all kind of a little nervous. But they also know that the roads, especially at this time of the year, with winter just ending and the spring slowly pushing its way through the snow, are quite dangerous. Thus, they have chosen to spend quite a bit of their savings on tickets, so to speak, for a coach service that goes all the way to Altdorf, from this great city of Nuln, the city of industrialism, the city of the great Technicus Academy, where all the cannons and muskets and pistols of the empire are built. That is a good 10-day trip or so. And some of our characters might be coming from the region around Nuln. Others have joined from different sides, from different side roads. And yes, they are waiting to catch a coach on the next morning from this very inn, the Four Horses Inn, which is one of the many road stations for the coach services in between the large cities of the empire. They have just arrived in the Four Coaches Inn, and they have all found themselves sitting together on one of the very few remaining empty tables. The rest of the tables, about 7 or 8 other tables, are filled with local farmers from the village of Bechelm. Simple people, really, that eye everyone who is not part of their village community with a bit of mistrust. For as I said, the world of Warhammer is very racist and has quite some prejudice against strangers in a lot of communities, even those that are sort of close to a major road, as the village of Bechelm is, because you never know where the taint of chaos and corruption might be hiding, and especially where the next witch hunter might be roaming who is looking for that taint. And some overzealous witch hunter has been known to burn down a whole village if one single mutant or one single cultist is discovered within. And because of that, it is kind of understandable that a lot of people are wary of strangers. How much or how little you choose to unveil about your own characters is up to you guys for now. For now, I would just like to have a quick introduction into your character. Just give me basically mostly a physical description and what your character is doing at the moment. And we will be starting on my very left with the character Johannes Telgen. Oh, by the way, the Empire is very much inspired by the Holy Roman Empire, which is a medieval sort of Renaissance German empire, of course. So a lot of the names you will come across are very German, very Germanic, which is interesting. It's a bit of a spin around to the fantasy tropes that a lot of people might be familiar with. Okay, so let's start with the very left. Go ahead.
Good. I am playing Johannes Telgen. I'm a fairly average height, very thin, academic probably, as far as you can tell. I have a long staff, and I seem to be very new to here, and I'm not used to travel. At least that's what I look like. I'm a bit intimidated by all this new stuff I've never seen before. And yeah, I'm normal, human, pretty light skin. And yeah, that's basically it for now.
Okay, and he's just sitting there with his first mug of ale or whatever you have gotten for the day, for the evening. Yes. And the innkeeper, whom you have met very briefly, a chubby, bald man called Klaus, is running to and fro to satisfy the desires of the regulars, the well, his regular customers, the villagers, and just handing out cheap beer and a few dinners here and there, just chopped up sausages and a little bit of cheese and maybe some not that fresh bread, really. You haven't really managed to get a hold of him quite yet, other than him ushering you to the table and telling you that here, there's your first beer, and I'll be right along, basically. And that was like 20 minutes ago. So you probably have to wait for a bit before you can. Oh. Excuse me for a moment.
Suddenly, magical music starts in the background.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
I was muted. Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry about that. I am back, and let us put on some background music for the tavern. So, that was our good friend. Well, not yet our good friend, but I'm sure he will learn about him and get to like him. Johannes Telgen. So we're moving over to Ian, who is playing a farmer. That's something you don't get to see in D&D. Yes, his class is called a farmer, and that farmer's name is Hans. And please go ahead, Ian. Tell us about Hans.
Okay, Hans is a stocky but average height, stubble on his chin, a couple of days' growth worth. His hair's tousled. He wears serviceable woolen clothes. He's got a almost perpetual grin on his face. He's really looking forward to going to the big city and achieving his plans.
Excellent.
In actual fact, he will tell you, yes, I'm going to the city to join the Musketeers. Haha.
All right. Yes, he's definitely looking forward to making his way into one of the many of the Empire's most renowned regiments, serving the Emperor Karl Franz of Altdorf, if he gets chosen. But he has no doubt that he will be chosen. He's such a good fighter, the best fighter by far in his village. There's no way the Imperial regiments will say no to a man of his caliber, so to speak. Okay, that is Hans. And moving over to Marcus, who is playing Kurt. Go ahead, Marcus, describe Kurt to us.
Kurt is a muscular, very tall human. He wears a white shirt and dark trousers. Yes. The only thing you can see, he's eyeing with a golden ring on his middle finger on the right hand. And yep, that was it. Nice to meet you. He raises his mug and tastes it.
Excellent. And that is Kurt, who is playing the class is called a servant, but he's really an inspiring innkeeper. Basically, servant is basically a hodgepodge of all the classes that have to do with well, let's call it tourism in the largest sense of the word. And then we have, last but not least, Peter the Hunter, our wilderness expert, played by Martin. Go ahead, Martin.
Hey, usually before you, fairly long-haired guy, pretty much like me, and a rough beard, and in your 30s, relaxing with his beer and not talking much, but he looks like he's been out in the wild for some time, out traveling and on his way to somewhere.
Yes, and Peter is definitely someone familiar with the many dangers of the road. So he's quite happy that he doesn't have to go to Altdorf by foot, even though he has heard that this part of the Reikwald, the large forest surrounding the capital city, isn't that dangerous. He knows that danger can come from pretty much any corner of the wilds, and also from the not so wilds, by the way, for this is the world of Warhammer. And as I said, corruption and danger are everywhere. There's no heroes really in Warhammer. There's just villains, lesser villains, and people struggling to live amongst those. Okay, so and it's that our four characters are sitting at the table. Finally, Klaus, the innkeeper, makes his way over and he says, "So, Forgive me. And he takes out an apron and starts wiping his sweaty, bald head as he's talking to you and says, sorry, I couldn't make it over sooner. The people are, they want what they want. Am I right? So, what will it be? What can I do for you?
Another beer for me.
Of course.
Yeah, refill, thank you.
In a clean mug.
You're looking for some dinner as well, or a room, or anything like that?
How
I
late
brought my own.
would we require a room? Just like out of game right now.
Yes, the coach that you are awaiting is not leaving until tomorrow morning.
Okay, yeah, good.
Late, it's early evening, basically.
Yeah. I would be looking for some dinner and a room, preferably. If that is possible.
Me
Of course.
Me
Well,
too. Me three.
I'm afraid we only have one room left. The other one, we only have 3 rooms. It's not a big inn. The room's 30 silver. There's 2 beds in there, but you can pack as many people as you'd like in it if you want. That's obviously not 30 silver per head. That's just for the room in total. If one of you pays it, or 3 of you, or all 4, honestly, it's all the same to me. I could put 2 straw mattresses on the floor if you want to. Meals are about 1 to 3 silver, depending on how much you want. Shillings, by the way, of course. The silver in the empire is called silver shillings, and that is 20 shillings to a gold crown, which is the golden coin, and that it's 20 pfennigs, which are small copper coins, to a silver. This is the old British measurement system, of course, 20 to 12.
Good old.
Yeah.
Because
rubbish.
why?
Using.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Yeah. So, he says, or if you can't afford, and looking especially at Hans and Peter with these words, he says, I can let you sleep in the common room just next to the fireplace for 5 pfennigs. But you have to get your own sleeping bag or mattress or blanket or whatever you need.
That would be fine for me, thank you.
Personally, I would like to sleep in a bed. I'm fine with sharing the room, but I would like to sleep in one of the beds if that is possible with my compatriots here.
Well, let me tell you, I'll let you figure it out, and I'll come back in a few minutes. I'll bring you some food from the kitchen. We have some sausage, we have some cheese. We have a couple of boiled eggs if you want them. And then you give me your answer later, all right?
Thank
Does
you.
that sound good?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
enjoy. Let me know if you want some more drinks. And he hurries back to the kitchen.
I assume we had already exchanged names.
Yeah, you were sitting for at least 10-15 minutes together, so I assume you had at least
Yes.
given each other like a nod and exchanged like, yeah, how do you do, like, sort of my name's, that sort of, like a basic greeting, basically.
Yeah. So, who would want to share the room? As I said, I would want to have my own.
I'd like to save my money, but if you insist on...
We can share the price for the room, obviously. That is.
Nah, that's fine. I sleep by the fire in the common room.
Yeah, same with me. And I won't need a dinner. I got some leftovers from yesterday.
As he says that as he takes out like some half-burned, like what
Rabbit.
looks to be like a quarter of a rabbit or something.
Yeah.
And starts putting it in the common room.
Hans will check his money belt and see if he can reasonably afford.
Well, you have on your, I think the 3rd or 4th page of your character sheet, there's an equipment, and on top of that equipment, it tells you how much money you have.
You said 30 shillings, right?
30 shillings is the whole room.
Okay.
That is basically 1.5 crowns.
Yes. All right. Yeah. That's...
And it was 20 to
Yes,
20
shillings is 1 crown, and 12 pennigs is 1 shilling.
Okay.
You have that on your character sheet.
Yeah,
If you look at your character sheet,
Yeah.
on-
I was just trying
on
to figure out how many Finnish
no,
dollars we have.
it's actually written down as the exchange rate. If you look at the inventory part of your character sheet, the very last page, you will see that it says coin carried at the very top, and then on the very right of that, it says 240 brass pennies, which are the pfennigs, is 20 silver shillings, is 1 gold crown.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's also where it says how much money you have. Like Hans, for instance, has not that much money, but because he's but still, that's like a couple months savings for you, Hans, by the way, what you have in your pocket. So for you, it feels like a lot of money, but you've never really been far beyond your own village. So
Yeah.
prices in like a small village and obviously in road stations like this one or the big city are very different from each other.
That's great. Scrape my money back onto my hand and say, well, it looks like the common room for me too.
Well, I guess I'll take the room for myself. You know what? I'm gonna. One of you can come with me. You just have to decide which of one of you would want to. I'm willing to pay for the room, and I don't need 2 beds. So, if any of you want to, we can share the room. I'm fine with that.
Silence as everyone's looking at
Well,
Looking at each other.
well, I'm.
Too fancy for me.
That's all right for me. Just wanted to be generous. If that's not your thing, I will take the room for myself.
I'll take you up on it then.
All right.
Okay, yeah,
That's
you're
just
actually both a similar age. You're sort of old. I think both Hans and Johannes are sort of in their early 20s or like late teens, early 20s, something like that. Whereas,
I'm 19.
Kids.
yeah, whereas
Yeah.
Peter and Kurt are both sort of in their 30s, I believe. So mid 30s or so. So a bit older.
I probably look a bit older because I've spent so much time outside.
That too, yes. Okay, yeah, Klaus the innkeeper comes back and puts some food on your table and says, all right, so what about that room? What did you decide on? Who's taking it?
I'm gonna share the room with Hans. Was it? Yes.
And,
Yeah,
that's
and-
in
yes.
the common room.
And I'm gonna give him 1 gold crown and 10 silver shillings.
All right, he scoops it up and says, so you're paying for the whole room, yeah?
Yes, I am.
It's fine with me. Here you go. Here's the key, mister. And he
Thank you.
hands you over a large brass key, one of those old like brass iron, like that are this long, basically.
Yeah.
Key to the room. It's the second room when you go up the stairs. There's only 3 rooms up there. You'll find it. It's the one in the center.
All right. Thank you.
Anyway, so the 3 of you, the 2 of you, he points at
Yes.
Peter and at Johannes, at Kurt. They say, so you're staying in the common room, right, tonight?
Yes.
I'll just put 5 brass pennies on the table.
Okay, scoops
Yes,
it up.
me too.
Okay, that's fine. Well, enjoy your food. If you want any more drink, if you want any more food, you'll let me know at the bar.
Thank you for your hospitality.
I'm good, thank you.
And he actually stops for a moment as he sees Peter chewing on something that's clearly not a product of his kitchen, but then just crumbles something on it.
Oh,
and without being too angry. Probably this is in close to a village, so it's probably not the first time that someone's bringing in food from outside because they are too stingy to spend a couple copper. Okay. So you start slowly eating and drinking. The atmosphere isn't too bad. For some of you, except probably most likely Johannes, it's a little too rural for your taste, so to speak. The crowd is a very simple crowd. They're farmers, hardworking people, like honest people, but hardworking and not very educated as such. In fact, you'd be surprised if there was more than 3 or 4 people in this whole room that can read, except for you.
Yeah.
And yes, by the way, if you don't have the read-write skill in Warhammer, you are not able to read or write, which I believe that only 2 of you have. So which is already quite a lot for the average Warhammer adventuring party. Yes, this is the Dark Ages, and welcome to the Dark Ages, so to speak. Yeah, so the innkeeper leaves, you start eating and drinking, and then after a few minutes, the door opens with a boom, the door to the outer side, and everything goes quiet for a moment as people are sort of looking up and looking to the door, and you can see a very large man, black beard, black hair slicked back, a black beard, stepping inside. He's wearing a long sword at his side, and he's dressed in a shimmering chainmail with a reddish sort of coat of arms on top of it, showing what looks to be a pot, some sort of like a cauldron, a black cauldron with two swords crossing behind it as his symbol on his chest. He steps inside, oversees the room, and then looks over his shoulder, gives a nod, and says, "Your lordship, everything's fine. Enter, please." And all the peasants sort of looking, and you can see a young man, really just like a teenager, 16 maybe at the most, a blonde, a little bit of powder in his face to hide some of the freckles that are peeking through, dressed very finely like a reddish white clothing with a high collar, some silver stitch marks on the sides and embroideries and such, with a fancy looking rapier in his hip, and high cavalry-like boots, shining black leather, with a little bit of mud on top. He steps inside and slowly takes off his gloves that he's wearing, white leather gloves, and puts them at his belt as he surveys the room and sniffs and says, "Yeah, I believe that will do for the night. My good Heinrich?" "Of course, your lordship." "Check with the proprietor of this fine establishment to see if we have our reservation." "Of course, your lordship." And the big guy, followed by the noble, he's obviously a noble son. There is no such thing in the Empire second to a noble son. You all immediately recognize the type that has never worked a single honest day in their lives, if not even a single honest hour, that thinks that their fathers or mothers own the world, and they are obviously heirs to that ownage. Every fiber of his being says that he is privileged and he has the right to do whatever he wants. Every movement that he does and every little piece of his equipment, which probably, by the way, costs about as much as most of you would make in like 2 or 3 years of work. And he moves through. The farmers are now slowly starting to talk amongst each other again, but in hushed voices. And there's no more music. The guy with the flute has put his flute away and doesn't look likely to take it out anytime soon. As the large, must be a bodyguard or something similar, a man-at-arms, crosses the common room, puts one hand on the bar, says, "Innkeep, we made a room reservation for myself and his lordship, and the coach for tomorrow." "Yes, of course, your lordship. You must be Philip von Kassel, yes?" "Yes, that would be me." "Of course, your lordship is more than welcome. We have the best room reserved for you. Just up the stairs." He slides over a key. The bodyguard picks it up and makes it disappear somewhere in his armor, in a pocket or something, and says, "All right, now bring myself and his lordship some food and the best wine you can find here, if you have something like good wine." "Of course, only the best for his lordship and his chosen man." He looks around, sees that no space is empty, and then points at a table where a couple of farmers are sitting, and the farmers instantly stand up, sort of bow, and retreat backwards and sort of just shuffle. Two of them shuffle out the front door, and the third one that was sitting there just sits down with some friends or relatives or whatnot at another table as they make space for him. The little noble gives a small smile, just a curve of the lips really, and moves over and looks down on the table and on the chair, takes out his gloves and sort of does a swiping motion on the chair with the gloves before he sits down, and just crosses one leg and crosses his fingers and looks around, looks silent and says, "Well, got your tongue. Continue. And the farmers just hesitate for a moment and then slowly go back hesitantly to their conversations. Even the guy with the flute takes out his flute again, and slowly the pub bubble of conversation starts filling the room again.
Okay, I'm gonna say a bit hushed, but I'm gonna say, apparently we are traveling with royalty tomorrow. That is interesting.
I hope not. I'm
Well,
behind my rabbit foot, rabbit leg.
He seems to be traveling with our coach as well, so
I hope he
Yes.
let us travel us with him.
I'm sure there's enough room for everyone. We just have to be careful around his lordship, not to anger him.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
you know that angering a noble in the empire is not a good move. He can have you fought like this. At least most of you. One of you might think he has some chances if he reveals what he really is to maybe get away, but that has its own dangers. So, yeah, his lordship is sitting there just staring, sort of looking extremely bored at this inn, and his chosen man just comes over with a bottle of wine and some decent food. What looks to be half a chicken and some vegetables on the side, and puts it in front of his lordship. And his lordship takes out a very fine knife with a silver handle and starts cutting off small pieces and putting them, like piercing them with his knife and putting them in his mouth and chewing very elegantly, all the while looking supremely bored. The chosen man, this Heinrich, as you have heard his name briefly mentioned, is just crossing his arms. He's a pretty massive guy, big arms underneath the chainmail, and he's just looking around the room half threateningly. Sort of, he glances your way for a moment because you do stick out a little bit, as at least 3 of you don't look like locals. But he then looks away as you do not seem to provide any specific interest to him.
Good.
I doubt there's enough space for his high nose.
We
I
will
wouldn't
see.
say that too loud.
Yeah. Let's not
Quite.
get ourselves in a peculiar situation because we have a loose mouth.
Right.
Okay, so you're sitting there. You're mostly enjoying your food. It's decent food, not decent enough, nothing special, but decent enough. And then the innkeeper comes over to you one more time, about 20 minutes later or so, and says, "Sorry, you're looking to travel on by coach tomorrow by any chance? You came in by coach, right? A couple hours ago."
Yes, that was our
Yes.
plan.
Right. Well, you might want to bring that up with the 2 coachmen over there before they drink themselves completely into oblivion. And he points to a corner, and you can see 2 men, bearded. One of them black hair, the other one blonde, but both like with a full beard. Both dressed in a little shoddy-looking leather. And they are sitting on one of the smaller corner tables, and they have several bottles in front of them. And they seem to be doing some quite hard drinking.
So, well, thank you for the tip. I will go over immediately.
Wouldn't be the first time they missed out on some passengers.
Yes.
What kind of bottles?
You think it's a mixture of wine and schnapps. Some schnapps bottles.
I'll join him. I'll go over there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get immediately up and walk over to them.
Johannes and Peter stand up and walk over to the table. The 2 men look up at you, and you can see their eyes are all a little bloodshot. They're not super drunk quite yet, but they're definitely getting there. And one of them says, "Well, look at that, Gustav. Someone's come to join us now drinking, hey?" And he holds out like a heavily, very strongly smelling bottle of schnapps towards you. He says, "You want to have a sip?"
Oh god.
I'll take it and take a long.
"Oh, that's a man who knows his booze. I like it. Sit
no.
down.
Yeah.
You
Well,
look like a woodsman."
I am a hunter. Yeah. But either the case is tomorrow you'll be bringing me and a few others, and probably that royal-looking guy over there, your coach, right?
Well, whoever has the tickets going with us. Simple as that. The other guy
I
said,
would suggest that you shut him up, because I have to spend time with that guy over
The other
there.
guy just sort of claps you at the shoulder, like on the shoulder, and says, "You don't need to tell us our job. We've been coaching on this road for years. Don't worry. No problem. The horses are doing most of the work."
Meanwhile, I go to the innkeeper
Yeah.
and ask if he can fill an empty wine bottle with water.
Yes, he will do that. He looks over at the two coachmen and gives you a look and says, not a bad idea. And yeah, he goes back and comes back with comes back with a water skin and throws you a big filled water skin, like at least 5 or 6 liters of water in there.
I'll take another big swap at the
Hey,
snaps.
just one sip. He grabs the bottle away from you. Expensive stuff. That bottle was like, what is it, Gunnar? Don't quite remember, but 3 shillings, something like that.
Okay.
That sounds you've been cheated.
What do you mean? Good schnapps. Old Klaus would never cheat us. We're favorite customers. Isn't that right, Klaus? It's just sort of from his bar.
Probably also probably sitting next to them also, and be like, yes, he seems to be very concerned with your business and wanted us to make sure that we are traveling with you.
Of course, you have tickets. Show us your tickets. Actually, never mind. Show us your tickets in the morning. That's good enough.
We do have the tickets, right?
You all have tickets for this. It's a company called the Red Wheel that has this stagecoach. Well, there's like 3 or 4 competing companies, but the one you're traveling with, and you bought a ticket a few days ago. Basically, you paid a handsome price for it. A ticket is worth a handful of crowns, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So traveling by coach is not that cheap, which is why some of you are very already quite poor, all in all. Yes, and that coach just basically has your name on it, for those of you who can read anyway. A symbol of a coach and 4 horses in front of it, a red wheel, and it says "Unknown to Altdorf," basically. And there's it's like a stamp, like an official stamp from the company on it.
Okay, Hans has been left at the table, so he's gathering up any dregs that any scraps that the rest of the guys have left.
No, I brought mine.
Yeah. Well, there's a little, especially I believe, as Johannes has not quite finished his meal yet, as he has stood up and walked over. So there's a bit of cheese and a bit of meat, pieces of sausage and such, and a bit of onion on his plate left, which is immediately gone. Klaus needs to preserve his strength. I mean, if he wants to go into the military, it's to keep up his strength.
Yeah, we're looking over.
I joined the drinking party.
Okay, so you sit down with the 2 coachmen as well.
Can I have a sip?
He looks at you, looks at the bowl. Give me a charm check. So this is now the first chance to roll a die, and for such a significant reason it is as well. Yes. So basically, you have a what the hell happened with your character sheet? Something.
Oh no.
The skills are all over the place. What? That's weird.
Huh?
Oh, that's because I think I know why. I think what the hell?
There. I found it.
Yes. It's out of shape for some reason all of a sudden. What the hell?
Do I get the modifier or not?
I had the box of the character sheet box too small on my screen. That's why it mumbled up and jumped up. I was like, what the hell? Where are the skills? So yes, you have charm. You are not trained in charm, which means it is half your fellowship, which means you have a 16% chance.
Yes.
I will, however, give you a +10 because these guys are slightly drunk, and that makes them slightly friendlier to everyone.
And the other ones are keeping them busy.
I guess so. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So you roll. Oh, that is a success. No, wait. No,
It's
it's
a
not.
failure. Oh, almost.
But
2
it is only
points.
a failure by 2%, and the amount you fail by is significant in Warhammer. If you fail by 10 or less, it's a small failure. If you fail by 20 or to 10, that's a bit bigger, and so on. The same with success, by the way. These are called degrees of success. So every jump of 10% is 1 degree of success or degree of failure. So he fails, but with 0 degrees of failure, which means the guy looks at you, Gustav, looks at you and says, small sip, very small sip, and hands it over to you. And like you grab it, and he doesn't want to let go for a moment, and you sort of wrestle about, and then he finally lets go, and you hold it in your hand, and he's just looking at you like, sort of.
Hey, look over there.
He's not looking away. His eyes staring
Verdammt.
at the bottle.
Yes.
So what do you want to do with the bottle?
I go for a long sip, but I guess he interfere.
Okay, yes, however, so as he tries to grab the bottle, and you're trying basically gulp down as much as you can, while before you can grab it away, this will be a competing check. So how competing checks work? Very simple. You both roll the same stat or different stats, and whoever has a higher degrees of success wins wins, or less degrees of failure, or wins the contested check. So you are rolling a agility check, which is a base that's one of your basic attributes. That is not a skill. That's on the left side of your character sheet, and your agility is 32. Hans, that's actually slightly above average, basically. And
it almost sounded like you were expecting us to succeed or something like that.
Yeah, no, not really. That's Warhammer. You don't succeed in Warhammer.
Is
Just
there
fail.
modifier?
Sorry.
Modifier?
Yeah, I'll give you +10 because, as I said, he's a little drunk, so that makes his reflexes a little slower than usual, which makes it 10 easier for you. So your stat is basically target number 47. Nice, you make it. But he rolls a natural 1, which is the best possible outcome on a D100. With lightning speed, you have barely wet your lips. His hand shoots out and grabs the bottle back. And he said, small sip, I said, small. And then he starts chugging it.
Do I had a chance to get a wine bottle?
The bottles that are on the table, except for 2, are
An empty one.
Yes. You can get an empty wine bottle if you want to, yeah. They're cheap, like glass bottle. Not even glass. They're like made of. Let me think. What would they be made of?
Clay.
Wood or
yes, clay, probably. Yes, most likely. Clay, like clay. Yeah, clay glass.
Jug.
Yeah. Glass bottles are only for expensive wine, and this is not expensive wine. What they're drinking.
Had put the water in the jug
You have
from the wine from the bottle skins.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys wanna try this fine wine instead?
He said, wine, give me a sniff. Takes it, sniffs, and like, that doesn't smell like wine. You're trying to
Smells like it is a wine bottle. I guess there's a little trace left of wine.
Okay, yes, yeah, you're probably right. There is a little bit of a smell. He gives you a suspicious look, though, as you have already tried to cheat him out of his booze once. Give me.
I tried to get rid of some of it, though.
Give me. I think. Let me see. I don't think there's a deception as such. It's just a charm check. Charm is handles deception as well in Warhammer. That's right. And again,
+10.
Yes.
No.
No way. No, he
way.
looks at you and just like spills some of it on the floor. Looks down and it says, That's water. You tried to cheat me? Fuck off.
Look,
The other one,
look,
Gunnar, in the
Piles.
meantime, just like drinking and watching and drinking and watching and drinking some more.
look, pals. I don't wanna end up in the fields tomorrow.
What?
I tried to reason with him.
What are you saying? That's not up to me if you end up in the fields or not, is it? I mean, why, you babysitter or something?
I mean your coach,
What?
of course.
Do you get this guy? Gunnar, you understand what he's saying? I think he's saying that he thinks we can't handle our booze. That's what he's saying. How you look? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm a innkeeper myself, and I can tell if someone can hold the alcohol.
You're trying to insult me or something?
No,
He,
no,
sort
no.
of stands up slowly
I'm-
and puts one hand onto a cudgel that he has at his side, like a little mean-looking sort of half metal, half wood, like a short baseball bat, basically.
Please, mister, I'm sure he doesn't mean it insulting. He's just nude.
Concerned about your safety.
Well, I can handle my own safety. So as I told you once, fuck off. And he actually pulls out the cudgel and sort of starts shaking it in front of your face. Not necessarily threateningly, more like agitated.
Can I sign the innkeeper just for some drinks?
Yeah, sure. You're like, sort of.
Yeah.
Klaus comes over and says, now, friends, there's no reason for any. You sit down. Gustav, you sit down this moment, otherwise there's no more drinks for you. Oh, Klaus, don't be like that. This guy here has been insulting me. That guy,
No, no, no. Not at all.
that guy is your customer, and they paid a lot of money for that ticket. So, leave it. And he looks to you and says, Sir, you should go back to your seat.
I'm sure
I
this was
go
all
back.
I'm just gonna say to the innkeeper when he goes back. I'm sure this was all just a misunderstanding. I'm gonna pay for a round of beer for these gentlemen, just to make it up for our rude companion here.
All right. Did you hear that, Gustav? This nice young gentleman here, he's paying for your beer for a round of it. It was all just a misunderstanding. Oh, a round of beer, is it? He walks up to you and gives you like a hug with one hand, sort of around your shoulder, and pats you on the back and says, well, that's a nice fella. You bring it right up, Klaus. The best one you have.
It's fine. Yes.
Don't worry. The beer's not the same.
Thank you.
And he says, all right, well, how many beers would that be? Just for the two of them, or is anyone else joining them? As he looks at you and he looks at, I believe Peter's still sitting there, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Who's sitting here with us? Only Peter? Oh,
Yeah, I think so. I think Hans has remained at his table and is just finishing off your dinner.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then for the four of us, please.
All right, that's 2 pfennigs a beer, which makes 8 pfennigs in total.
All right. Don't you worry. I'm gonna give him 8 pennies.
Yep, that's right. Thank you very much. And asks back over, and starts pouring beer and brings 4 mugs down, puts them on the table. There you go. Enjoy.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna raise my beer to the others on the table. To a good journey tomorrow,
Yeah, good journey tomorrow and all days to come.
of course.
Or raise their mugs and sort of start beer like running into their beards.
I'm probably just like slightly drinking because I'm not the heaviest of drinkers, but I didn't want to not order a beer for myself.
It's fair enough.
Yeah, and I'm probably not used to drinking that much, so because when I'm in town, it's mostly business. So
Yeah,
I'm taking
fair enough.
I'm taking my fair deal today, but it's probably, you can probably see it on me already.
Hey, 3 cheers to our friend here. hip, hip. And a couple of the farmers are looking over and like as the two are, hooray, hooray, hooray! All three of the two coachmen basically. And they stop and start drinking again, you can see the large figure of Heinrich, the bodyguard, looming over towards you.
Oh no.
And he stops next to the table and says, "Listen up, peasants. His lordship is feeling a little irritated by your noise. Keep it down, or I'll make sure you keep it down." Two coachmen look up at him, look over to the table where the noble sitting, and sort of shrink down a little and say, of course, we'll keep it down. Sorry." He turns and lumbers over to the table. The two coachmen with glaring daggers at his back, and fucking nobles, they think they own the fucking world just because they...
That's. I can understand your feelings. We should keep it down though. You know how they can react.
Yeah. Cousin of mine once lost 2 fingers because he stumbled into one of them nobles, and the little brat said, in fact, might have been the same man, brat. He described him kind of like that. Well, they all look the same to me, says Gunnar from the other side of the table. That's fair enough, Gunnar. Anyway, he lost 2 fingers because the little brat said that he was trying to pickpocket something. I don't know, something like that. My cousin, can you believe that? Oh, Franz, he's such a nice guy, never pickpocket anything.
And he was lucky just only using 2 fingers then.
I'm just gonna say, like, it's a shame. Let's raise a flag into Franz, you said? And, like, just raise it and, like, take a sip. Just,
yeah. They go back to drinking, but now more quietly, more sullenly, and more like just casting quick glances out the corner of their eyes towards the noble and just talking about how shitty nobles are in general.
You can probably see that I'm very uncomfortable right now, but I also just don't want to just get up and leave. But yeah, I'm probably visibly uncomfortable sitting here next to these people complaining about
them. The 2 coachmen are also getting drunker and drunker with every minute that passes as they are continuing to drink from their schnapps and some wine and a little bit of beer every now and then. And they don't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm probably, after I finished my beer, I'm going to be like, I'm very much looking forward to traveling with you tomorrow. When are you leaving?
Well, first light, of course.
Of course.
Which would be like next 7 o'clock or so.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my leave then and check out my room.
I'll see you tomorrow, friend. He just pats you on the shoulder as you up.
Give him like a forced smile and say, yeah, see you tomorrow. And probably go over to Hans and say, I'm going up to my room. Do you want to join me? Since you wanted to sleep in the room.
Sure, yeah. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready to call it tonight.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so you both head up.
Yeah.
The room is actually quite nice. There's 2 beds on the opposite side of the room. There's a small rug. There's 2 wardrobes and a small table with 2 chairs. It's clean enough. A bit cold. No fireplace, but that's okay. You'll live. The blankets are nice and thick, and I believe you have like some blankets for yourselves as well in your backpacks when you're traveling gear, so you can add a second layer if you need to. So you should be comfortable.
Yeah. So
I just stand by the door until Johannes chooses his bed, and then I'll go to the other one.
I'm probably gonna close the door and just like to make safe, and say like I'm gonna put the key on the table if you have to leave. And if there are any blinders or something like that, I'm probably gonna pull them open just to make sure we wake up tomorrow at early light.
Okay, excellent. Yes, there are window shutters that you can fling wide open.
Yes.
Good idea.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to oversleep this.
That's true. Well, it's still early. It's only like 10 o'clock, so you have a good 8-9 hours of sleep before you leave.
Yes. Are there any candles there?
There are a few candles, yes.
I would probably take one of the candles and start like writing down some like how the day went and like just for myself a bit of a journal.
Sure. You sit on the table and Hans is looking fascinated as you make these little magical symbols with a weird piece of looks to be a raven feather and some black inky stuff.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Yes, I learned reading and writing at an early age. I try to keep a journal. It's nothing super special. It's just for myself.
Oh, my father said perhaps I should learn too if I'm going to be an officer. But wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I would recommend it. It can definitely be helpful, especially if I'm sure you're gonna be at a high place in the military. It should be beneficial to you.
Indeed.
Okay. Jumping back into the common room. What are Kurt and Peter doing?
Let's see if Peter has left over some of the leftovers.
Oh, you mean Hans? I believe Hans has finished off everything. There's probably not even a breadcrumb left.
Oh, that was Hans.
Yeah, Peter was. You're not quite sure what happened to your food, but you must have eaten it, I guess, before you left.
Yes. I order another beer and a slice of bread.
Okay.
And later I lay to rest in the common rooms.
Yeah, okay. You take it's slowly getting a little quieter, and his lordship and his bodyguard have also gone up the stairs and disappeared. And because most of the locals are farmers and they have to rise up early to work in the fields, especially in spring, they can't stay for that long. And at around 11 or so, the inn is mostly empty, except for maybe a handful of older farmers that are just sitting in a corner and drinking and talking quietly and ignoring the two of you. And you can like stretch out next to the fireplace, put your backpack and like your sleeping roll next to the fireplace and just settle down and slowly start drifting off. And Peter, what are you doing?
Pretty much the same. I'm laying down close to the fireplace.
And Gunnar and Gustav are still sitting in a corner, drinking and muttering about nobles, as they have been doing for like 2 hours now. They seem to be, it's really like they're caught in like a of drinking and muttering and complaining, and it's just like a loop. They just keep doing the same thing and just drifting back to the same stories as they exchange stories of how nobles are mistreating everyone else, basically, especially their family members and friends, and just thinking more. And they're still at it as you all drift to sleep. And you awake. You wake the next morning. So yes, Johannes and Hans wakes up first because he's used to waking up with the sun. So he's instantly up, and a new day dawns. It looks like a bit of a rainy day. There's clouds slowly gathering on the horizon.
Yep. Lean out to the window and get a really good lungful of clean, fresh.
Nice. You lean out. Yeah, it is very clean, very fresh, and you can see downstairs in the inner courtyard, so to speak, of the inn, because most inns, those who are not within cities anyway, have like a little wall surrounding them, like a little protective wall that's usually about like 2 yards or so high. And you see the gates now stands open or is opened by some of the stable hands, and you can see they're pulling out a coach, a large wooden enclosed coach, and slowly getting what looks to be 4 horses out of the stables and sort of tying them to the coach, getting everything ready.
Okay. Yeah, if they say me, I'll wave good morning. And, I'll be down soon.
That wakes up Johannes as you shout out through the window down to the stable hands. They look up and morning.
Probably wake up me too.
Well, you're inside the common room.
Yeah, but he's yelling still. So
true enough. And you are used to like waking up on short notice, so to speak.
Yeah.
Especially if you sleep in the woods, where it can be quite dangerous.
I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah. So you're like, look around. Common room. I see. Okay, no danger.
I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, that's good morning. Hans, and just be
Morning.
like generally a bit
Johannes.
foggy. Thank you. And just, a bit distant right now.
Yeah, as you're struggling to collect your thoughts.
Yeah, just get up like automatically and just like get a few more things, gather them around.
Fair enough.
First thing I'll check is if the coaches are still there.
The coachmen, no, they're at the table except for a bunch of bottles that's on it.
Okay.
Otherwise, the table's empty. They're not to be seen. They're not still drinking now.
Is the barkeep up or the innkeeper or anything?
Yes, the innkeeper is up. You see he looks a little sleepy-eyed as he must have woken up recently himself, but he's standing behind the bar and just cleans some bottles, and every now and then he disappears into the kitchen and you can hear like sizzling sounds, and he lights the fire in the fireplace. An old dog comes in, rubs against you, and then moves off. And yeah, you can slowly smell the first smells of breakfast being cooked in the kitchen as the innkeeper is just
I'll give the dog a nice scratch, and when I see the innkeeper again, I'll point over to the table. At which time did they leave? How late did they get? The table where all the bottles.
They about 3.
Great. Okay.
That's not comforting.
No.
They'll be up eventually. I hope you're not in too much of a hurry.
It's fine. It smells good. What you're cooking?
Oh, just some scrambled eggs, a few leftover sausages from yesterday.
Sounds good.
Some butter.
How much?
That's about a 1 pfennig if you want a small. one shilling if you just want like halfway decent. If you want a proper platter, that's 2 shillings then.
Yeah, give me a small platter.
Right. Coming right up, he takes the 2 shillings that each of you gives him 1 shilling, puts them away, and says, "I'll take another 10-15 minutes. Make yourselves comfortable. There's water in the well outside if you wish to wash yourselves and church."
I'll do that.
So you step outside. As you do step outside, you see the coach there as well. The stable hands are just tying the 3rd horse down. 2 of them are holding the 4th, stroking it, giving it some food, and some servants are also just pulling up the bucket, the water bucket from the well. As you approach, he looks up and sort of takes a ladle and takes a big scoop of water and just hands the ladle over to you.
Thanks.
Okay, so you clean your face a little.
Yes.
Have a nice cold drink. The water is very cold. As I said, it's early spring. The winter has just passed a couple of weeks ago, really. And you've all basically waited for the passing of winter to get started on your journeys, so to speak. You want to return back to the common room?
I'll probably strip and wash all over and put the clothes back on and go in again.
You're unusually clean for a hunter.
Well, might as well when there's clean water.
That's true. It's true enough. And you're used to cold water, so it doesn't bother you much. Okay. And so as you are coming back from your little shower and cleaning, all the 2 of you, the other 2 slowly are coming down. Hans a bit more energetically, and Johannes still a little asleep, like blinking into the light.
Yeah. Excellent night's sleep. Morning.
There's some fine breakfast soon.
You're the only ones in the common room at the moment, by the way, except for that lean grey hound that's just lying next to the fireplace now, eyeing you so sleepily.
Yeah. Eggs and sausage.
I'll give him a bit of rabbit.
Yeah, a few with the bones that you always keep the bones for a day or 2. You never know.
Yeah.
Starts crunching them down, breaking them in between his teeth. And Klaus comes out of the kitchen and says, "Oh, you're up. Good morning.
Morning.
Looks like we're having some rain today. If I was the judge of that, would you like some breakfast?
Please.
Very much so, yes. Please.
Big platter or small platter?"
I think I'm actually gonna go with the big platter
Excellent choice.
for a long day of.
What about you, sir?
That's a good idea. We don't know when our next meal will be, so yeah, big one.
Excellent. That's 2 shillings each, please, and I'll be right back. As he goes over to the kitchen, and about five minutes later, you're all sitting at the bar now. Puts down 2 large and 2 small platters in front of you, with scrambled eggs, a little bit of like half molten cheese on top, and some of yesterday's bread, a couple of yesterday's sausages. It's decent enough as far as breakfast go. Filling for sure, especially the large platter, because it is quite large. This is a meal that can last you probably for most of the day, really.
And I'm probably not gonna be able to finish it, but I'm like trying to because I know it's gonna be a long journey.
Yeah.
So probably just see it like a piece of bread and be like, and just put it down. And it's like it's the last piece of bread.
As soon as I finish, I'm eyeing with his big portion.
Yeah, you can see Johannes as you're like putting down. It's still a little bit left over. You can see this large guy, Kurt, with his white shirt, sitting like to your left, and you can see him glancing down on your food.
I'm just gonna like not even say anything. I'm just gonna like shove it over to him and.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Of course, I'm finished anyway.
Okay. Yeah, you slowly finish your food, and you can see while you're eating, Heinrich, the bodyguard, comes down and stomps over to the kitchen. You can hear him exchanging a few words with the innkeeper, and then he's carrying a large platter and a goblet of wine as well up the stairs. Seems his lordship prefers to stay in his room to have breakfast.
I was gonna say, well, guess we can be lucky that he's not coming down yet. Like a bit hushed, but
You probably have to wait for him. You won't give up early, I'm sure of it.
I'd rather wait for him than for the coaches, because
True.
if they are late, I don't want to see him early.
It looked like they are working outside, getting the coach ready.
No, that was stable hands. That was not them.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Just servants from the inn that are basically getting the horses ready. They are now coming back in and starting to clean up everything and such as they have finished preparing the coach from the looks of it. And one of them just walks over to you and says, "You're taking the coach, yeah?
Yes.
Do you have any baggage that you wish to put up? We can put them on the rooftop, tie them down so it doesn't fall off."
I'll give my sleeping gear.
Sure. Yeah, he grabs it.
Yes.
And yeah, he takes whatever you guys want to offer him, like blanket.
Thank you.
I'm probably like, except for like my letter, I'm gonna give him like just my backpack with most of my stuff in it.
Sure. Yeah, takes everything and carries it out, and through the window you can see them like throwing them up, and then throwing ropes over it and just tying them down to the coach so it doesn't fall off. The roads in the Empire, except for the very, very main ones, are rather bumpy. So a coach journey is not like a car journey nowadays. It's more like a all the times.
Yeah. I would like to go to the innkeeper and ask him if it's possible to check if our coaches are ready, just so we can know that they're ready before.
Gunnar and Gustav, I haven't seen them around. Their room is the first one up, right next to the stairs. You could check on them if you want to. Bit too busy at the moment.
Yeah, of course.
Breakfast ready and everything. We do have a blue blood guest.
Yeah, that is why I'm not personally in a hurry, but I think it might not be the worst idea to make sure they are ready when our important special guest wants to leave.
That's fair enough. Well, I think they want to leave at first light, which was like an hour ago. So
yeah, I'm gonna thank you for telling me where they are. I'm just gonna probably go up and knock with my staff against it. I'm guessing it's a bit like a traveling staff.
Yeah, it's a traveling staff. It's not like a wizard staff or anything. It's just like a long, thin piece of wood, basically,
Good.
like a quarter staff, basically.
Yeah, and they're not using it like to knock against the door and like Morning. Are you awake?
No response. However, you do smell drafting through the cracks of the door. There's a strong odor of liquor and sweat.
Oh. I'm not entirely sure how spells work, but I have the spell sounds.
Yes.
Could I make a sound inside their room?
You certainly can, yes. So the way spells work is you have one magic die, which is a D10.
Yes.
And every spell has a casting number. You have to beat that casting number, or you reach it, not really beat it as such. So for instance, I think sounds must be like a 4+ or something.
Oh yeah, it's a 4+.
Yes, so you have to roll a 4 or higher on a D10 to successfully create the magic. If you want to channel before you cast any spell, channeling is basically drawing your forces together and just concentrating. You can roll me a channeling check. That is a skill that you have. If you succeed on that, you get +1 to the next spell that you're casting. And if you have the ingredient of the spell at hand, it also tells you how much bonus you get. I think all your ingredients for petty magic are just +1s. I believe sound has the ingredient of a small silver bell. I am guessing you have something like that stashed away in a pocket or something. So you get, if you channel, you get +1, and if you have the ingredient, you also get +1. So you can get up to +2 before the casting, so to speak.
Okay.
However, if you roll a 1, you might get an insanity point, because meddling with the arts of magic, which are all ultimately coming from the chaos wastes far to the north, where the gates to the chaos realms, this massive tear in reality, yawns open, and where all the 8 winds of magic are coming out, because all magic is ultimately rooted in chaos, and chaos is not a healthy thing for a human mind, or a mortal mind, that is. Yeah, there's always a little bit of danger, even with petty magic.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a look around if the nobleman or his bodyguard is around in this.
No, you hear their voices muffled coming from a room down the hallway.
Okay, then I'm gonna take out the little bell and start channeling. I'm gonna try channeling it.
Okay, roll me a channeling check.
Yes, I'm just gonna do this with no modifier, I guess.
Sadly, you are you're still half asleep, and your channeling isn't the greatest. You whisper a few arcane words, and but it doesn't seem to help much. You can still try the spell, obviously.
I'm gonna try the spell to make it basically just a loud noise in their room to wake them up. Maybe.
What kind of noise?
That's what I'm considering right now. Of a glass bottle just falling down and shattering, if that's possible.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. You can do any noise you wish, except for voices.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, like a loud glass bottle shattering on the floor.
Okay.
And that is sounds +1 because of the tiny bell.
Exactly.
I didn't do anything. Oh, okay, great. Oh my god.
There we go. There's the first one on the first spell.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
You're still half asleep, mumbling a few arcane words, and you feel a searing pain going through your head all of a sudden. And now you have to roll me a willpower check. If you fail that one, you gain 1 point of insanity.
Oh.
Well, if it goes as well as it's been so far, you should be fine.
I'm guessing no modifier?
No modifier.
Okay.
Just straight up.
Oh my god.
It's a failure. You take 1 point of insanity right off the bat. And that, kids, is why you do not meddle with magic and use it for everyday purposes in Warhammer.
So
We are doomed.
where did I write down insanity?
It is on your character sheet. I think on where the main stats are. In the second row, where it says secondary profile.
Oh yeah.
You see that? There is the second to last one says IP. That means insanity points.
Oh, there you go.
There's at the bottom of that is current. That's where you put it in.
I can't write in current, so I'm guessing you should put it in advance.
Oh yeah, possibly. Yeah, you're right. Current is probably the sum of the parts. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm at 1 insanity point because yeah.
If you
And
get 6, you have to roll to see if you can fend off insanity. Otherwise, you will get some sort of insanity. So yeah, 1 point is not much, but anyway, you feel, as I said, you feel the searing pain and a little bit of food. Well, a lot of food actually that you have eaten just before starts coming up, and you're just like forcing it back down as you feel this bile back in the back of your throat, and this nagging headache now just pulsing through your head, and you realize, oh, this is what my teacher warned me about.
and
Using
probably
it
also
for frivolous purposes.
I was also probably like making sure that if I puked, I was just puking in front of the room because it would have looked like they would have puked there.
No, you didn't quite puke. You managed to hold it down. As your willpower check was only not even a full degree of failure. So
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna then I'm just gonna go back down again, like
yeah,
trying to conceal my headache a bit and just be like, I know it's early, but can I have a beer?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with a beer in the morning. Sure, there you go. He looks at you. Are you all right, son?
Yeah, I just slipped. It's fine. I just need something to.
Sure. Take it. I'll tell you what. It's on the house.
Thank you very much. It's very generous. I'm gonna take it and sit back to the rest of the guys with the breakfast and
Okay.
start drinking.
I look at him and say, maybe you should hold back a bit. You don't look well.
I
Starting
slipped,
early.
but they're apparently still not awake. So if I'm maybe not the best person to go and wake them up.
I'll go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hans heads up. You have heard where the room was. I mean, there's only 3 rooms, so, and you know that the middle one is yours, or was yours, so it can only be the first or the last one, and you have heard the innkeeper saying something about the one right next to the stairs, so you know where they are.
Yeah. So whistling as I go up the stairs and step outside their room.
Yep.
And give a rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Just with your knuckles, sort of.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello,
No reaction from inside.
Gustav.
You shout for a few times, and you hear a voice goes inside going, "Go away."
It's daybreak. It's time to drive the wagon. The coach, sorry.
Go away and be quiet.
But we've got tickets.
Give me a charm check. Probably like 15 or something. You will get a plus 20, however, because you did mention the tickets. And that is reminding them of their duties.
Right, mod. Okay, let's see how we go on then. Oops. Sorry, I'm on the wrong sheet here. 20% modifier. Cool.
With a plus 20, so 40. What's your charm? Is it
15.
Oh, okay,
So-
right. Definitely 1 degree of failure. So they just say, "Fuck off."
That's not very professional. I'll start getting angry now.
Yeah, keep it
Up until
down.
this point.
My head hurts.
That's your own fault. Boom, boom on the door.
The door opens up like with a violent jerk, and you're staring into Gustav's like completely pale face, bloodshot, red rimmed eyes, and you like his breath smells appalling. Staring in your face. Keep it the fuck down. My head hurts. It's killing me. I just need a couple hours. I'll be down in a moment. And he starts slowly closing the door into your face.
I put my foot in the doorway and push my way in.
Okay, you push in, and he stumbles back and says, "What are you doing?" You can see Gunnar is still sleeping on the bed, like.
March past them and throw open the window.
Okay. He looks out at us, and there's a little bit. It's a gray day, but there's a little bit of sunlight streaking in through. He's like,
Come on, wake up! It's a lovely day. Look, the fresh air will do you even better than an hour, 2 hours sleep. Come on.
He looks out the window.
It's breakfast.
Takes a sniff. Breakfast. He thankfully holds it down just barely. You can see it just coming up like. I'm good. I'll tell Klaus that we won't need any breakfasts. But I suppose I could do with a beer or something. All right. Gunnar, come on. It's time. Get up. He grabs his foot and starts shaking. And Gunnar's what's going on? What time is it? It's after sunrise. They're supposedly telling us to get ready. You're too old for this shit. Good stuff. I think.
I'll see you downstairs.
Beats hunting walks in the mountains, doesn't it? That's for sure. All right. And they slowly, like every little movement is like taking extremely carefully as they don't want to jar their heads too much as they slowly start sort of getting up and slowly getting dressed. You figure it'll probably take them like 20 minutes to half an hour to get dressed and get their stuff and get downstairs in the speed they're moving.
I'll have 2 beers ready for you if you can get up and down in 15 minutes.
They look at each other. All right, we'll see what we can do. And they speed up a little bit, but hardly noticeably, really.
Right. Okay, I'll go back downstairs. Just glance over at the other room.
Doors closed.
Just listen. Yeah, the noble's room, and just have a quick listen.
Okay. You hear a voice saying, "You can't believe it. Look at these horses. They're not even purebred. What are those? Mongrels? Can't believe father would expect me to." And you just walk away.
Yeah. They're awake. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll go back downstairs. I'll order a couple of beers, like I said. I'll say they'll pay you when they get down.
That's fair enough.
15 minutes.
I think they gave me plenty last night. They left some money on the table. They still have a couple of beers good. He pours a few beers just in the bar, and you all wait until Gustav and Gunnar come down, all ever so gingerly coming down the stairs, both sort of holding their heads. Gunnar looks a little better than Gustav, but Gustav looks like he's about to die, basically. He's like pale and like his eyes are half closed, and he's just like, he looks like his own ghost, basically. And he sits down and just starts drinking the beer. And Gunnar also sits down as well. Looks a little better, but also quite pale. And they both, and as they start drinking their beer and sit there for a couple of minutes, they start to be waking up a little bit. The beer seems to help. And Klaus comes out and puts a small bottle in front of each of them. And you can see there's like a greenish herbal mixture. It smells awful. They look at him. They look at each other. They take that like unisono, the same, and just like chug them down. Put him down. And they both like go green in the face a little. Shake their heads. And Klaus says, good, eh? And they both just like nod. I'll get you back up. I'll teach you. Then he thinks for a moment and says, you know what? Never mind. And heads back to the kitchen.
I'll need that remedy.
They another 15, 20 minutes pass, and the Klaus disappears upstairs and comes back down and says, well, his lordship said that he'll be ready in about half an hour. So Gunnar and Gustav, I believe you're already like 2 hours over schedule. So if you want to get to the next way coach before nightfall, and you don't want to spend the night in the forest, then I suggest you get a move on. They both look at each other and say, yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. They both look a little better. So whatever was in that evil herbal concoction that the innkeeper has given them seems to have helped. Or maybe it's the beer or the fresh air windows.
It's surely a heretical magic.
Yeah, definitely.
Really.
Do I know what it was?
It smelled like different herbs. You're not quite sure, but you have heard of similar, maybe even used themselves in the past, similar concoctions. Usually they're mostly just really bad taste. And then a little bit of herbs that are actually medicinal to sort of jerk people awake, so to speak. There's actually, I mean, you've heard that there's actual herbal concoctions that might help, but you have no, like, you're not a herbalist. You don't know if they work and how they work. Anyway, after about 20 minutes or so, the two coachmen, Gunnar and Gustav, stand up and they slowly move out the door, and you can hear them as they step into the sunlight. It's like vampires just going, and then they make their way over to the coach, and you can see them sort of moving around and putting some bags up top, and you can see Gunnar takes the reins at the top at the front of the coach, just behind the horses. There's two horses and then two more horses, not like next to each other. It's not like a quadriga. And then and so Gunnar is sitting at the front, and Gustav just climbs up to the top, and actually takes out from a leather satchel that he has, takes out a blunderbuss of all things. You're sort of vaguely familiar with black powder weapons. They are extremely expensive and quite rare, but somehow Gustav must have gotten a hold of one of them, and he just sits there on the coach, looking half asleep, still like shaking his head every now and then, and they quietly talk amongst each other. And while you're watching this, you can hear heavy footsteps on the stairs, and Heinrich is coming down, looking around, looking mostly to you because Klaus, the innkeeper, isn't in the room at the moment. Says, "Is that coach finally ready?"
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, it is. I think so.
It's about time. Your Lordship, they're ready, finally. And he stands there next to the stairs, and then a satchel, like a fancy backpack, basically comes flying down the stairs. He looks over, grabs it, puts it over his shoulder, and then the nobleman, dressed in similar garbs, but not the same ones. He has clothing to change, obviously, into. Comes down, wearing his white gloves again, or maybe similar gloves. They might not be the same ones. You're not quite sure. And looks around. Well, it's about time we get going. I have important business in Altdorf. They are awaiting me in the Imperial Palace. And he just sort of moves through the room, ignoring you completely. With head held high.
Took my forelock anyway as he goes past.
All right.
Cool.
I'm just like visibly resisting sighing right now. So I'm like,
yeah, Heinrich lumbers after him, gives you a stern look as he walks past, just daring you to sort of snicker or say something, and then walks past.
When they like leave the room, I'm like, God, that's gonna be an interesting journey. I think we should probably get going before they leave. We leave without us.
You do know that you don't have to hold your breath the whole time he's there.
I'm afraid I'll say things that I might regret. So.
At least breathe so we don't have to save you.
All right. So you get out, and your stuff mostly is already on the coach, on the top of the coach. And you see the door to the interior is open. There's very simple leather what's the word, window curtains, simple leather curtains that are just closing off the interior. And but you can hear Heinrich's voice from inside. It's, I'm sure it will be fine, your lordship. We'll make it in time. Don't you worry. I'll have a word with these coachmen tomorrow evening just to make sure it doesn't repeat. We can't have that rolled away to Altdorf, can we? No, indeed, we cannot. I will have them flogged if they repeat that. Of course, your lordship.
I'm gonna like turn over to Hans and be like, seems like it was a good idea waking them up. We might have lost our, otherwise we might have lost our ride.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a tough, a tough task. Wants to get drinking. That's it.
Thank you for doing it. I'm just not used to this kind of establishment, mostly.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
You're getting in. Who's getting in first?
I think I would like to get in first.
Okay. As you get in first, you see there's two benches basically. One facing the back of the coach, one facing the front of the coach, and nothing in between. On the bench that's facing the back of the coach sits the young noble and his bodyguard, and the large satchel that they're carrying is next to them. And that fills up the whole bench, basically, because the bench is intended for 3 people. And then there's the empty bench opposite them, also intended for 3 people.
Well, I'm quickly gonna grab a seat and be like, "Good morning," and like take a small bow, and
just gives you a look and just like a small nod, and then starts sort of opens the curtains a little on the other side and demonstratively looks out the window and starts breathing in the fresh air.
I'm obviously not gonna say anything to him. I'm just gonna like sit down and maybe just take out my notes from my bag. Oh no, I don't have them with me.
Yeah, they're up top.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I should have taken my notes with me. No.
if I see you patting around your body, feeling for your notes, I'll point up.
You're getting in as well, Hans?
Yeah, I was going to do. Would you like me to retrieve your writing equipment?
Oh, it's fine, thank you. It's
okay.
I'm sure I could write it down when we take a rest.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
Hans and Johannes are already sitting there, and they've taken about 2/3 of the bench. So who's the third one going on board?
I inspect the coach and the 2 drivers closely.
Okay. Give me a perception check. That is a skill. Should be on your right side on your basic skills.
Yes.
Success. Excellent. Wow, 57 on perception. Wow.
We got a success.
That's really good. Wow. So you are. Oh yeah, that's right. You have a keen vision or something like that, right? Keen senses,
Yes.
The talent that gives you +20 on perception. That's right. So you're looking around, and they're okay. I mean, they probably aren't on 100% by any means, but as long as there's no incidents along the way, they should get you there safely. They're not. It doesn't look like they're about to fall off.
Is there any space between them or at the?
Well, there's space next to Gunnar, who's sitting on the front. So there's a spot for one more person right next to him, as he's holding the reins and just quietly talking to the horses right now.
Yes, going to them and ask. There's obviously not enough space for all of us because the whisper, the nose takes most of the space. Can I sit up here?
Gives you a look. Give me a charm test.
Not
I'll
again.
I'll give you. Well, that's just how it works. I'm afraid. I'll give you +20 for the little snide remark. They do not like that noble. He looks at you and says,
Oh.
"Sorry, sir. Passengers can't sit here. This is just for me and my companion. That's against the rules. You know, company rules. We could get fired."
I understand, but there isn't enough space in the carriage. And
That's
I
fine.
have a ticket.
You'll find some space. There's always enough space. Might be a bit uncomfortable, but you'll be fine.
Then I squeeze in the carriage.
Okay, so you're all squeezing into the back. It's very tight. You're like sitting shoulder to shoulder like this. It fits 4 people, but as I said, it's very tight.
I'm gonna say, I guess I couldn't have written down anything anyway. Just like, yeah, okay, yeah.
True.
I
When
wasn't really concerned about the space. I want to keep an eye on them. Yes, let's go.
The noble looks over and says, "Heinrich, please." "Of course, your lordship." He sticks out his head, opens the door once, and says, "Hey, you! Let's get going." Close the door again. You can just hear Gustav's get, "Oh!" and the shout batters his ears, and then Gunnar says, "All right, we'll get going now." And you can just hear Klaus's voice from outside. "All right, boys, I'll see you around. Safe journey."
before we get started, I can't stand this. I'm not used to close quarters. I'll try to get out and go on top where the baggage is
Okay.
and try to sit up there. I'm not asking. I'm just going up there because.
Okay. So that would be in this case. Yeah, give me a charm check as Gustav, who's at the top sitting as well, is looking as you start climbing up, is looking over to you and like opening his mouth to say something.
Charm? Any plus anything?
Plus 10. You have been drinking with them yesterday, so they have a slightly favorable position towards you.
No.
He looks at you and says, "I'm sorry, you can't be sitting up here. There's hardly enough space for all the equipment and me, and it's against the rules, you know."
Well, I don't see anyone who should enforce the rules.
Well,
I'll stay.
Gives you a still angry look, but then shakes his head, and he's too hungover really to get into a quarrel. Just holding his blunderbuss with one hand, holding the sort of the edge of the carriage with the other hand, and just sitting there amongst all the package, the backpacks and all that stuff. You find your longbow in the whole thing and check it. It looks fine. It hasn't been damaged. And with that, the coach, yeah, let's get going, boys. And the horses start running, trotting really, and the coach, with a slight shudder, passes through the gate and turns onto the road for Altdorf.
Can we take a super quick break? I just gotta.
It's fine. We'll have, as the coach goes, we'll have a 2-minute break, and we'll see you in a moment, guys.
Cool.
Just let me know when you guys are ready.
I'm back, definitely. Thank you. That
Ready?
was a much needed break.
That's okay, no worries. Sometimes you need to go.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. Okay, so continuing on, everyone's here. Oh no, Martin's. Oh yeah, there is Martin. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, the coach is on the road, and you are traveling northwest towards Altdorf. You estimate there should be another 3 to 4 days by coach to reach the capital. Right now, you're on one of the many side roads of the Empire, but probably somewhere along the day tomorrow or so, you should reach the main road to get finally to Altdorf. And once you get to the main road, it should get a little safer because the main road is patrolled by road wardens, which are a pretty elite corps of soldiers equipped with guns and everything, and very, very, very well equipped generally. And they are hunting down all the bandits and other nasties and unwelcome things that might get too close to the main road. Here in this part of the forest, the Reikwald forest, despite having villages here and there in the forest and large clearings every now and then, going can still be a little dangerous. So as the road leaves the village of Becheln behind, and you are now in the center of the Reikwald, just tall trees to both sides and very little sign of civilization other than that shoddy little road that you are on, really. You do feel a little flutter of nervousness, at least most of you, except for Peter maybe, who, even though he is aware that what horrors might be lurking out there, he's also well aware that he has been surviving them for a good 2 decades now or so. So he has faith in himself. And you can see Philip von Kassel, the young noble, is getting a little nervous as well as he keeps glancing out the window. He's not looking at you at all, just every now and then exchanging snide remarks about the clean air outside and the not so clean in here with his bodyguard, Heinrich. And he does seem to be looking a little nervous. You see him fingering the hilt of his rapier every now and then, and just generally, wiping a little bit of a few drips of sweat as he's staring out into the forest. Heinrich himself doesn't seem particularly impressed. However, you do notice that his hand never strays too far from the grip of his long sword. His eyes are mostly on you, though, and not out on the outside.
Okay, so I'm not going to whisper anything to anyone.
He doesn't seem to be very trustful, very trusting in your presence here. Although none of you is really heavily armed, right? Most of the have like a short sword or a dagger or a cudgel or something, but no big weapons. Yeah,
I only have my quarterstaff, and that's basically it. And
that's probably on top of the carriage. I'm pretty sure it would be very awkward holding it inside.
True, yes, probably then, yeah.
It's a very long quarterstaff. Yes. Okay. Hours pass, and slowly the sky goes darker around you and above you. And then first rain starts to fall, hitting the ground all over the coach. And von Kassel now pulls close, and you hear thunder in the distance. Thankfully, the center of the storm doesn't seem too close to you. The thunder is quite far away. Heinrich von Kassel, however, pulls the curtains closed and leans back, and he closes his eyes and tries to doze a little, although he's jerked up every now and then and looks around for a few seconds and goes back in. Heinrich is still just leaning back with his arms crossed and just keeping his eye on the four of you. And there's an awkward silence.
Mm-hmm.
in the coach, as it has been for hours, as you just exchanged like a word or two, pretty much. The three of you, anyway. And Peter, you're now pulling your cloak closer, pulling your hood up, and you're like, well, that's not great. As now there's rain just hitting you up from the top. The horses don't seem to mind.
Wonderful.
Continue running through the rain. You can hear Gustav on your side saying, shit, that stupid rain will ruin my black powder. And he starts sort of trying to protect his blunderbuss and a little barrel that he has as well that you think must contain black powder. So just trying to protect them from the rain, gazing up from his hood and not looking too happy about this. But it is spring, and springtime is very rainy in the Empire, so none of you is really that surprised by the change of weather. You have had a luck really for the last 2 or 3 days that there was no rain. It had to happen eventually. And the road, luckily enough, seems sturdy. It doesn't seem like it would be washed away or damaged by the rain itself. It seems sturdy enough, even though there's a few holes here and there which make the coach jerk quite violently. And yeah, you're slowly taking a left turn, taking a right turn, get to a few bigger roads, then onto a few smaller roads. And as the morning slowly moves over into the afternoon, and then from the afternoon slowly starts moving towards the evening. It's about 4 o'clock or so as the coach is riding down along the road, and then you can hear, well, mostly you, Peter, you can hear Gustav shouting through the rain to Gunnar, Gunnar, you sure you're on the right road? Doesn't look familiar. That doesn't seem to me like it's the road to Warkwald. Gunnar looks over his shoulder and says, I'm pretty sure we're right here. Remember that tree? Actually, might have taken a wrong turn a few miles back. What do you want to do? Gustav shouts over, I think Grossbaden is somewhere to our west. That's where we could spend the night. If you can find the left turn somewhere, just take that. Yeah, we'll just continue going, right? And then we can go from Grossbaden to Warkwald over the river. That's right. We'll just do it like that. And just no need to worry. Don't even mention it to the others.
Would we hear that? Just like
give me a perception check. You might. They are shouting back and forth, but the rain is quite heavy on the rooftop. However, you will certainly hear it because you're not.
I just I sigh heavily, like.
Perception. Any modifier?
No, just straight
Okay.
up.
Oh wow!
Natural 1. That is something you would love to see in Warhammer, as opposed to D&D. Wow, and even Hans succeeds, although he has a perception of 15. Okay, so both Hans and Johannes hear the gist of the conversation. Johannes pretty much hears the whole conversation. Hans gets the gist of it. And Johannes is sitting next to the window, I'm guessing, because he sat down first. So your ear sort of perks up a little.
You can definitely see my face getting a lot more worried. I was a bit worried already, but now I'm like, oh no. And I'm not. I'm actually gonna say like no.
I'll take a quick glance over at the noble and his guard.
They don't seem to have noticed anything. If they have, von Kessel is napping, and Heinrich is glancing out the window every now and then, glancing back to you guys. But he doesn't have to have heard what the coachman said.
Okay. If like when his bodyguard is like taking a look outside, I'm just like slowly gonna whisper to Hans if notice that he noticed what has been talked about. Like,
Yeah.
we should probably keep this to ourselves. I don't think we want him to know. Might be difficult.
Yeah. Well, we've got to trust the two guys, Gustav and Gunnar. They've obviously travelled this area, so yeah,
So
just a detour.
let's hope we still get there on time and without any irregularities.
Yeah, I think everything will be fine.
Yes.
I'll make sure to be on the guard because traveling off the road that we planned might be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm probably also now keeping an eye outside, like a lot.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like,
just push the curtains to the side and sort of are looking out. Or you get a few sputters of rain every now and then in the face.
Yeah.
You'll have to live with that.
I will live with that because now I'm definitely nervous.
Okay, you can both give me, so both Peter and Johannes, you can give me a perception check with a -10 because of the rain. It's blocking your vision a little bit.
I don't like you.
That's what everyone says.
Oh, I don't see a thing.
Perception. Sorry, 2 seconds.
It's pretty dark, even though the sun hasn't gone down yet. You probably have still a good 2 hours of daylight left.
Nope.
Okay, so a few minutes pass, maybe 10, 15 minutes after this conversation. And then the first sign of trouble is as you hear the horses screaming, extremely loud. And Peter, you look up and you see one of the horses slumping and falling as 2 arrows have hit it in the side. And one of the other horses has also been hit and it's like rushing up, and the other 2 horses unhit are continuing to run. And Gustav and Gunnar are looking up. Gunnar is like pulling the reins, but the road is slippery and one of the horses is fallen, and the horse behind that first one stumbles over it, and all 4 horses swerve to the side and hit the road. The wood and the reins connecting them are stretched, and then the wood snaps, and the 2 horses that are still sort of up, one of them with an arrow in its side, leaps forward, break free of the coach, and run off. Gunnar, who's still holding the reins and has them in fact tied around his hands, glances up, gives you a quick glance. Peter, you just see him glancing back, and then he's pulled, hits the ground, and is pulled away by the 2 horses that are just running and running. The coach swerves and starts slowly tipping, and then hits the side of the road. You can all give me a agility check.
Oh,
Laughters.
no.
No modifier.
No modifier, just straight up.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That
There's
is
1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures, and Peter, you in fact also give me an agility check. However, you get -10 on that because you're on top of the coach.
I rolled
Oh, you already
50
rolled.
out of 48, but
Okay.
80,
So
84,
all of
sorry.
you fail, which means Peter, you're flung off the coach.
48.
Let's see what happens to Gustav. He actually somehow holds on. Remains on top. You're flung off, hit the road, and just like roll over the road, and you're just lying in a puddle of the rain hitting your face. You take a hit with the strength of 9 as you hit the road. So how the way damage works in Warhammer is every time you take damage, you reduce it by your toughness and your armor. However, not your full toughness. Instead, just the first number of your toughness. So the first digit of your toughness. I believe, Peter, you have an armor of 1 because you're wearing leather armor.
Yeah.
And I don't know what your toughness is. That you have to check for yourself.
It's just T.
Yes, T's toughness.
That's 31.
Okay, so you have 3 toughness, so to speak, for that, and 1 armor, which means you reduce the hit by 4. However, you still take 5 points of damage. now would probably be a good spot to mention that every character has what's called fortune points. You have two, I think every one of your characters has 2 fortune points. That's the very last number in the secondary column of the main profile on your character sheet, except for Hans, who has the lucky feat, which gives him 1 more fortune point every day. So he has 3. What you can use fortune points for is one of 2 things. Either you can spend it to re-roll a single D100 roll at any time, or you can use it to buy yourself an additional half action in combat. Now, half actions, how that works, we'll explain in a moment, because we are now in combat indeed. You're all just jarred around and hitting the sides of the coach, and you take, let's see, Kurt and Johannes, you take a strength 4 hit. Hans, you take a strength 6 hit.
So if I'm seeing this correctly, I don't have any armor, but I have a toughness of 3, so I...
Yes, you lose 1 health.
I lose no health.
And your health, by the way, is the W, your wounds on your character sheet. So
Okay.
you all like between 10 and 15 health, I believe.
W.
It's in the
Oh,
secondary.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see it now.
Yes.
So I would be able to reroll my agility test or
yeah,
something.
if you wish to reroll it, however, keep in mind that you get a -10. I don't know how you succeeded. You can give it a try if you want to.
Just to say, there are no fortune point for me in this sheet.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're on 0. If I don't
No,
see it.
it's because it's
Let me roll real quick for your fortune points. You have 2.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're right. I must have forgotten that.
Just wanted to make sure, you know.
Yeah, no.
If was it the where next to wounds where it said fortune?
Fortune is the very last one.
Yeah,
F
but there is one called fortune that is 0. So just
What?
imagine we counting up. But there's FP, that's fortune points, right?
FP is fortune points.
Yes.
Okay, that's 2 for me. Yeah,
Yes. Where does it say?
it's just underneath the combat.
I don't see combat. Where is that?
Oh,
Underneath
in fortune, there's
secondary profile.
there's wounds in fortune. Beneath the legs to the
Move,
initiative.
initiative, wounds, fortune, move, charge, run.
Oh, it is.
leap.
You're right. Yes, it is. For some reason, it didn't add it there. I don't know. Okay. Whatever.
I'm just counting up because then I can see when I hit my fortune points.
Yes. So yeah, you take a pretty massive blow as you land on the road, just lying there for a moment. And yeah, you're also, so to speak, prone at the moment. So we are now in initiative. Initiative works in Warhammer. Usually there is an initiative roll, which is your agility plus 1d10. But I don't use that. I just use agility. Forget the 1d10 roll. That's a little house rule. I generally don't like initiative rolls, so I tend to remove them from as many role-playing systems as I can. Which means that we're just basically starting with the one with the highest agility, which is by a long shot, Peter, who has a 48 agility. So you're on the ground in the rain. Your longbow, however, is still clutched in your hand. You manage to somehow, and there might be a couple arrows like on the ground around you that just been strewn out and just deposited everywhere as you were flying off. You can do. The way combat in Warhammer works is there is no different types of actions as such. You just have things that cost points. Every combat round, you have 1 full action. So there's things in combat that cost you a full action, there's things that cost you half an action, and there's things that are a free action. For instance, standing up from the ground, drawing a weapon, aiming at someone, and so on is half an action. Attacking is also half an action. Parrying an attack is half an action. Speaking or something like that is a free action. Some spells are a full action. It says so with the spell, depending on what they are. Using a skill in combat is also a full action. So I won't go through all the different things that you can do in combat in Warhammer, because there are a lot of them. There's like 15 or 20 different things, basically, that you can do. So you just tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you what you need to roll, basically.
Okay. I'm thinking about, since I have my things that I want to roll to the side and preferably somewhere I can lay low and try to hide a bit.
Oh, definitely.
The music is a bit high.
So you're rolling over the road and trying to roll sort of into the forest, basically, into the edge of the forest. which means that you will need me to roll me. You can either roll me a concealment or a. Yes, you can turn the music down yourself if it's too loud, guys.
Okay.
It's a master volume level on the top side of the in Roll20 on the furthest right, the icon that's the furthest to the right. There is a master music. Anyway, so you give me, Peter. You can either give me a concealment check or a. I think the other one is move silently, because they could both apply in this case. However, because you have the rover ability, and you're trying to hide in a forest, which is a non-urban area, you gain +10 to both of those skills.
Yes.
It just symbolizes you're familiar with the outskirt, the wild, so to speak, and it's hiding in the wild.
Concealment or silent movement?
They should
Silent
both be
movement
the same
is.
for you, I'm guessing.
Yeah, let's go for concealment.
Okay.
And I get +10.
Yes, you get.
Or is it already treated as +10, or
no? Just
to add that.
No, I don't think it's treated as +10. You have to roll and add it. Just check if it's the same as your agility. Yes, excellent. You roll away and you duck down into the mud, drawing an arrow, notching it. And, usually, notching an arrow onto a bow is half an action, but because you have a rapid reload, for you, notching an arrow is a free action, which is really cool because that means you can aim and shoot, aim and shoot, aim and shoot.
Yeah.
You don't have to reload, shoot, reload, shoot. So that makes you much more dangerous in ranged attacks than most people.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you are hidden out of view. You can now see, you can hear Gunnar shouting somewhere in the distance as he's dragged along the road. He's already disappeared in the rain. And you can see Gustav getting up and looking around, clutching his blunderbuss tightly to his chest, but he doesn't seem to see where the arrows were coming from. Kurt, your turn.
So, did I understand correctly? The carriage is on the side?
Yes, the carriage is lying on the side. You can hear two horses still screaming. They must have broken their legs or been injured anyway by the fall. And you're like all lying on top of each other, basically, in the coach now.
I try to get up and shout out the window, "What's going on?"
Arrows! Someone shooting at our horses! You can just hear Gustav's voice coming from the outside. It will take you half an action to untangle yourself from this pile of bodies.
Okay.
It will take you another half an action if you want to step outside, basically. Or you can draw your weapon with the other half action, or whatever you want to do.
I probably want to peek out the window if I can see anything.
Okay, that is a perception check. However, that will be a full action. So
Can I do that?
You can do it, but only if you spend a fortune point to buy yourself another half action, because standing up is half an action, and perception checks, as I said, skill checks are a full action.
Okay. Now I try to get outside between the carriage and the forest.
You push the door open, you leap out and sort of land next to the carriage, press yourself against the carriage. The wheels are still spinning slightly. Okay, that was Kurt's turn. The bandits now. So Peter, you see two men dressed in green, sort of dark green cloaks appearing from the forest, not that far away from you, only about maybe 10 meters down the road, both clutching bows, arrows notched, and they will both shoot at poor Gustav, as he's the best target for them at the moment. And one of their arrows will strike into Gustav, the other strikes into the coach behind him. Damage works, the way damage works is it's a 1d10 plus however much damage your weapon deals, or however much damage your strength is, depending on if it's a melee or ranged weapon. An ordinary bow deals it deals 3 damage, so the bandits are rolling 1d10 plus 3, and the bandit rolls a 9, which is 12. And poor Gustav is only wearing leather armor and has a toughness of 4, which means he soaks 5, which means he still takes 7 points of damage, which means the arrow strikes him in the leg, and he just shouts out as the arrow is stuck in his leg muscle. quite severely injuring him. And you, Kurt, you can see from the other side of the forest come 3 bandits, 3 men, humans, dressed in green cloaks, soggy and wet. And you can see as they are stepping out of the forest, they're dropping their bows and they're drawing short swords. And they're also getting shields ready. And as they go, and they definitely see you because you're on their side. And they just give you a stern look. And one of them shouts out, "Put down your weapons and you'll be spared," shouting through the rain towards you. That was the bandit's turn. Johannes, your turn.
Oh God. So I'm guessing getting up is already a half an action if I'm
Yes,
like in this.
Untangling yourself and pushing out amongst all the bodies is half an action, yes.
Okay, and so my quarterstaff is probably outside, right?
Somewhere on the road probably now, yes.
God damn it. Okay.
What do you want to do?
I'm probably just gonna draw my dagger now, for now.
Okay.
And
another half action. That is your turn.
okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, drawing a weapon, unless you have the quick draw feat, which makes it a free action, which I don't think you have, would be half, so it's a half an action. You stand up and just draw your dagger. And you can also peek out the window as a free action, seeing 3 bandits coming towards the coach, or what you assume are bandits, basically. Shields out, short swords drawn.
I'm gonna like, not scream, but I'm also just gonna say like to the rest, bandits.
Okay. And Hans, your turn.
Hans will follow after Kurt.
Okay.
So stand up, climb out.
Sneaking, squeezing past Heinrich, who's lying sort of on top of you with his chainmail armor and his bulk, and then grabbing up the coach's lying down, so the door's on top of it, basically. So you grab the door, you pull yourself up, and you swing yourself out and land next to Kurt. And you see now the 3 bandits coming towards you. And one of them sort of threateningly pointing at you, the one that shouted that. Because everything's happening at the same time, you can hear him shouting to basically surrender and pointing his short sword at you. And you see a quick glimpse of a wet, bearded face underneath the scar running down its cheek. And Heinrich's turn. He's just, you can hear the noble von Kessel just say, "Oh, what's happening? What's going on?" He was asleep when the carriage fell over, and he's just completely disoriented. Heinrich, he said, "There's bandits, my lord, but I'll take care of them. Don't you worry." And he gets up and grabs the top of the carriage and draws a sword, and starts getting out. That was Heinrich's turn. We are up again at the top of the combat. Peter, you're up.
So do you see how many bandits are there?
You see 2 on your side, and you see 1 on the other, but you're pretty sure there must be more than 1 because you heard a voice that you could not, and you couldn't see who was talking. However, the other 2 bandits on the other side are obscured by the coach. So you
I want to keep on my side and then move a bit around them, seeing if there is more hiding in the wood.
From what you can say, you don't think so.
Okay, then I'll just move behind them to get a bit of an advantage if we start attacking.
So sneak behind him, behind the 2 of the archers, basically.
Yeah, still staying on my side of the road.
Roll me a stealth check. However, you get plus 30 now because of the rain, because of your feet, and because this is combat and they're not keeping an eye on your backs.
So move silently?
Yes, move silently with plus 30.
Yep. Should be. I don't want to jinx it. Oh, okay. I'm good.
You sneak through the forest, pushing yourself through the wet leaves, and you appear like maybe 10 feet behind one of the bandits. Gustav will reach out with his blunderbuss, aim at one of the bandits, and just or try to shoot. Let's see if it works. Black powder weapons are not always the best, especially when the powder is wet. But the shot goes off, actually, and the bandit is hit. with a blunderbuss. Ooh, and it's Ulrich's Fury. So Ulrich is the god of war. If you roll a 10 on the damage die, that is Ulrich's Fury, which means you have to roll another hit check, basically I think like D&D 3.0 had a similar rule just to make sure that you're actually critical. And if you do that, you roll another D10. Let's see. It is not Ulrich's Fury, but it is still a 10 plus the 4 damage from the blunderbuss. That's a 14 to the bandit. And the bandit only soaks 4, so he will take 10 points of damage. And is looking quite rough as the tiny little splinters coming from the blunderbuss just tear his flesh apart. Ah! He's stumbling backwards. And Peter, you can really the only one who can see that. The rest just hear a small explosion going off outside, and you can see the bandit stumbling backwards, already quite heavily injured from all the splinters and the little like pieces of nails and whatnot was in this blunderbuss. And that was Gustav's turn. Kurt.
I'm trying to play it cool and smile a little, raise my arms. You are making a big mistake, and pointing at Heinrich.
Okay. The bandits are like, we'll see. We'll outnumber you. You want to do anything else?
How far are they away?
You could get to them within half an action. They are approaching you. They're only a couple meters away, like 5-6 meters.
Yes, draw my cudgel and go for one.
Okay, well, you can't draw, move, and attack unless you pay a fortune point, but you can draw and move in to one of them if you wish to.
Is there some kind of defensive positioning?
Yes, there is. Good question. You can do the defense. It's called full defense.
Yes.
It's an action that gives the opponent, if he wants to attack you, -20 on his attacks.
Then I will do that.
That is a full action, however. So you cannot draw your weapon at the same time. So you're basically just going down and like getting ready to jump to the side.
Yes.
If one of the bandits is coming for you. Excellent. And the bandit's turn now. Well, the 2 archers will. One of them is quite heavily injured, just shaking and drawing an arrow. They will both take a shot at Gustav with his blunderbuss. However, they both miss him as 2 arrows strike the coach, and he just snarls at them. And yeah, he'd already dropped the blunderbuss because reloading that thing takes like forever. The other 3 bandits are looking at you, and they see you resisting, and they are running forward and taking stabs at you. One of them is attacking Kurt, one of them is tackling Hans, and the third one is running up and attacking Heinrich. We'll start with Kurt. That is a -20. Oh, and the bandit just barely misses, actually. Yeah, he swings with his short sword, but you, being full on the defensive, just like, whoa, and the sword cuts through the rein, but not through your flesh. The second bandit, running at Hans, is wielding his short sword like a dagger, basically, just underhand, sort of raising it up and bringing it down, and misses as you, Hans, reach up and push his arm to the side. Well used to this sort of thing. Well, not quite this sort of thing, but village brawls and such are your specialty. And the third one is attacking Heinrich, and misses as well. Heinrich parries it away with his longsword. Okay, that was the bandit's turn. Johannes. No one's looking at you at the moment. Everyone's busy fighting.
What do I do? It's
up to you.
I think I'm pretty much rubbish at fighting. Well, I have a 31 to hit, so yeah,
that's
probably
average, basically. For every man you outnumber your opponent by, you get a +10 to hit. By the way, so if you're 3 against 1, that's a +20. If you're 4 against 1, that's a +30. Which that makes groups of opponents in Warhammer are very dangerous because even a single very strong fighter will have a lot of trouble fighting against 3 or 4 opponents, even if they're not very good.
So one tried to tackle Hans.
Yeah, one was trying to tackle Hans, and Hans is only about maybe 1.5 meters away from you, and they're sort of wrestling. The bandit's trying to stab Hans with his short sword.
Can I just try to go over and stab him in the back with my dagger?
You can, yeah. You sort of push your way out, you leap up and stab him, and that will be at a plus. Actually, I'll give you another +10 because he doesn't really notice you coming, so that's a +20 in total for the attack.
Nice. Oh my god!
But you still miss. You are really not used to fighting. You're just like swing.
Yeah, no.
You catch the bandit, but it just scrapes across his cloak instead of his flesh. And that was your turn, Johannes. Hans.
Since I'm sort of in hand-to-hand grappling mode,
The bandit is right in front of you.
could I try and swing him into the coach work?
You'd have to grapple him first and then do it. But grappling would be one attack, and then the other thing would be a strength check, an opposed strength check. You could do that.
Okay. I should try grappling first, just so he's not going to stab me as easily.
So that is +10 because you are 2 against 1. You're making use of the distraction that Johannes is providing. So just an unarmed basic attack, which means you're rolling your weapon skill.
Yeah.
With +10. Weapon skill is for melee fighting. The number next to it is ballistic skill, which is for ranged attacks.
But yeah. There we go.
Success, yeah. You grab both arms of the bandit and hold him like this as he's trying to bear down on you and stab you with a short sword. You can see this sort of pockmarked face of a young man, not much older than yourself, just grit teeth and just like, ah!
I'll just say, you were warned. You were warned.
Okay, you're holding him. You have another half action. That was only half an action.
There's not really much I could do from what you were saying.
Well, you can swing him in the coach, or you can try, if you're grappling someone, you can try to twist his arm, basically, which is a unarmed attack.
So like a disarm move?
Sorry?
So a disarm, so he drops the short sword.
Technically, you cannot disarm someone unless you have a specific feat that allows you to do that, but that's more for weapons. So in this case, I will allow it. It's just an opposed strength check, I would say, to do that, because it's in grappling, you could still do it without having like a proper technique to it.
Yeah, okay. Let's try that then. Opposed strength.
Opposed strength, yes. And I had a 86, so that's a fail by like a lot. But you have a 76, which is still good enough, I'm afraid, because your strength is higher than his. Actually, your strength is the same as his, but you roll better. So you're both pretty weak in the rain, and like the ground is slippery, and you're slipping all over the place. But finally, you manage to twist his arm, and and the short sword falls down and hits the ground.
Yep, the clatter.
Yep, and that is your turn. That was your turn, Hans. Heinrich now, like striking from the coach, just against one of the bandits who's trying to parry his sword, his shield. I mean, Heinrich unleashes 2 attacks, which both hits. So. There is a thing called actually, never mind. We'll do that later. He strikes him twice in the arm and in the chest, in the face. The bandit is trying to parry the first one. Let's see if they have dodged blow. No, they do not. Oh yeah, they do actually. So he will try to parry the first one with his shield, which he fails. So the sword cuts into the bandit's arm, and however he ducks under the second strike. So he only takes 1 attack. That attack, however, will deal him 12 points of damage, and since the bandit's only soaking 4, he takes 8. So it's a nice deep cut that Heinrich's longsword leaves behind in the bandit's arm. Peter, your turn.
So all the bandits have gone in. No one is firing from afar, right?
2 bandits are still standing there, and they have been exchanging fire with Gustav, the coach driver. They're still standing there.
I want to shoot at one of them. I want to aim, right?
Yeah, you can.
that gives +10 or something like that.
+10, yes, indeed.
And then fire.
Okay, go for it.
So
You're rolling your ballistic skill, and you're adding +10.
let's take the BS, right?
BS is ballistic skill, yes, the second of your stats.
Yes, +10. And go on. Oh, no.
Okay.
74 after 50.
The arrow flies past and hits a tree right next to the bandit. He's like, "Ugh!" Looks up at the arrow just stuck in the tree next to him.
Surprise, it was gone. I don't get anything from hiding, right?
No.
Okay.
And yeah, that was your turn because you aimed and you shot. We have Gustav, who has dropped his blunderbuss, is short sword, and is rushing one of the bandits as he does a charge attack. Actually, no, he can't, because charge attack is a full action. So he will draw his short sword and run up and basically leap at one of the bandits, one of the archer bandits. He cannot attack him because he's run out of action points for this turn. Kurt, your turn.
I will draw finally my cudgel.
Yeah. As the bandit's blade cuts past you.
Attack the bandit in front of me.
Smash down on him. Go for it.
That is weapon skill -10.
No, just straight up weapon skill.
Weapon skill, not the cudgel itself.
The cudgel shouldn't be -10, should it? Let me check your character sheet.
It is 35 and weapon skill is 45.
No, your weapon skill is 35. No, that's willpower, what you're looking at.
Sorry.
You're actually a pretty brave individual. 45 is, for a starting character, is a lot.
No.
No, the bandit pretty easily dodges your blow and just smacks your cudgel away with his shield.
I'm not used to combat.
Well, I mean, you're used to like maybe a little bit of brawling, but not like actual like life and death confrontation and such. The bandit's turn now. Well, one of the bandits is fighting Gustav. Will drop his longbow. Sorry, his bow, not longbow. He'll draw a short sword and slice at Gustav. I'm missing him. Gustav parries with his own short sword. Ching! The other bandit, seeing the arrow, look over his shoulder, will see Peter standing there, will drop his own bow, draw out his short sword, and come running at you. Swing it, and misses.
He draws and moves.
Does not cost any. Oh, you're right. He cannot attack. You're right. My bad. Right. Drawing weapon, running up, and that's it. So he swings, but he misses, basically. Just for narrative purposes. But yeah, you're right. He cannot attack you yet.
I'm learning.
You are. Well done. So that was 2 bandits. Then we have 1 bandit. The one that's struggling with Kurt is trying to break your grapple. Just another opposed strength check. Oh, sorry, not with Kurt, with Hans. The bandit fails, so you don't have to roll. You're still holding him if you grapple. That's all he can do. Then we have 1 bandit attacking Kurt, and this bandit will take a split second to aim, because you can do that immediately as well, and then stab you, or try to stab you in the stomach. And will hit, and it will hit you in the stomach, because in Warhammer, when you hit someone, you reverse. They have hit zones, which basically means you reverse the roll that you have. So I have a 26. That's a hit because the bandit's weapon skill is 29. With an aim, that would be 39. So he hits, and I reverse the 26 into a 62, and that shows me that the zone where I hit you is your body. So I'll say that the bandit is stabbing for your stomach. So what you can do now is 2 things. And only you can do 2 things, because you're the only one who has the dodge blow skill, which is a very important skill to have when in a fight. And it is an advanced skill. Advanced skills means you can only use them if you are trained. If you're not trained in them, you cannot use them at all. So that's all the list, the bottom part of the skill list.
Yes.
They're all advanced skills. Dodge blow is an advanced skill. So you can either choose to now dodge, which is usually the better option unless your weapon skill is much higher than your agility, because dodging is a free action. It doesn't cost you anything. You can only do it once per turn, and it's basically just an agility check. If you succeed, you remove no damage at all. If you fail, you take full damage. The other thing you can do is parry, which means you roll a weapon skill check, as if you were attacking, basically. And if you succeed, again, no damage. If you fail, full damage. However, if you parry, you lose 1/2 action point in your next turn, unless if you have a shield. The shield removes that. The shield gives you a free parry. You can only parry once per turn, and you can only dodge once per turn. You cannot do parry and dodge against the same attack.
Yes, obviously.
So you're dodging?
Yes.
So give me a dodge check then.
No modifier.
No modifier. Some weapons have the quick rule or fast or something like that, which means they would give you penalties to dodging. Some weapons have the heavy rule, which means that they give you bonus benefits to dodging, but the short sword is neither of those. Whoa, he gets you just barely, but he does get you. You manage to nearly twist out of the way, but the short sword slides across the side of your ribs, and the bandit deals 7 points of damage to you. So you reduce that by your toughness and your armor.
Yeah, that is 4. So I have 3 toughness and 1 armor.
Yes. So that's 5. So
yes.
So the bandit dealt 7 points of damage. You reduce it by 5. You take 2 points. So it's just a very superficial cut, really. Hardly drawing any blood.
3 points. Huh?
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, 3 points. My bad. I am tired.
Me too.
Okay. That was that. And one bandit still attacking Heinrich will strike true into Heinrich and will hit. Heinrich does not manage to dodge out of the way of the blow. And it is Ulrich's Fury as Heinrich takes a deep stab in the arm. And the bandit actually managed to really unleash Ulrich's Fury and will deal 21 damage to Heinrich as the short sword goes straight through the chainmail, stabbing deep into Heinrich's biceps. Luckily, Heinrich gets a lot of hit points, and he also soaks 7 because of his chainmail. However, that's still 11 points. And Heinrich screams out in pain, "Ah!" as the bandit rips out his short sword again. Okay, that was the bandit's turn. Johannes.
Oh, dear Lord. So the bandit...
Your opponent is grappled,
Mm-hmm.
which gives you plus 20 to attack if you attack him.
Yeah.
And you're 2 against 1, which gives you another plus 10. So you get if you want to stab him with your dagger, that would be plus 30 to attack.
I'm gonna try to stab him with my dagger.
Go for it. Oh, and that actually even tells you the outcome where you hit him. That's cool.
That's nice.
Great macro. I love the character sheets of Roll20.
Yeah, definitely.
So you sneak up from behind and you stab him in the left arm, so from the behind, and he cannot use his dodge blow at a reaction because he's grappled. So that's a hit.
Nice. So I roll damage then, I guess.
Yes, and that is, I believe, 1d10. That's it, probably. I think it's just 1d10 because a dagger deals, I think, minus. So that's 4 points, which he completely soaks. So his armor prevents you from actually cutting him into his arm.
I might have to do something else soon then.
You might. You're not a fighter. Not a
not a fighter, no.
But that's the beauty of Warhammer. You don't really have to play a fighter, and that makes everything much more interesting.
Well,
okay. That was only one half of your action, so you can do something else if you want to.
Oh, God.
Like aim for the next turn or something like that. I don't know.
I think I'm... Yeah, this seems serious, so I'm gonna just scream out like, "Run!" And I will save your life. And just like to add to that, I'm gonna cast sounds, like just a big bang.
Okay.
I'm a college wizard, like that kind of thing.
Okay,
Just
right.
try to. I'm guessing that drawing up the tiny bell would be another about half action.
No, that's fine. They'll be a part of the
Okay.
spell.
Okay, then I'm gonna try casting it.
Okay. So that's basically +1.
Yes.
As at the moment.
Come on.
Really?
Seriously?
Oh, it's 0d10, by the way.
Why
Something's
is it?
not working with that.
Oh, so
Did you?
Okay.
Oh,
I see what I did. I see what I
Yes.
did.
The first thing where it prompts you to do something, the first time you have to put in a 1 because that
Yes.
tells him how many d10
Oh.
you roll.
Okay.
So it
Okay.
wasn't actually the 1 that you rolled last time in that inn, but well,
Too late now. That's good to know. I
yes.
So
So
that's really bad at.
Oh my God.
no. Oh.
clearly, the winds of magic are fickle
my
today.
God.
As
Magic does
nothing
not like me.
happens, and you also give me a willpower check, please.
I'm loving it.
You'll just be like a broken wreck when you arrive at Altdorf, if you arrive at all.
I'm just like super insane that hey,
Success!
Yeah,
Not
really,
a
that's-
sanity point. Congratulations.
not insane yet. But I just scream and nothing happens. But I just
Yeah.
swing around the little bell.
Yeah, the bandits are like looking at you, just like, yeah, some maniac, clearly.
Oh God.
He's gone mad with fear. Hans.
Okay, and I shall have a look at Johannes as well, and just go and help Kurt. I've got this guy.
God damn it.
And then I shall headbutt this bloke that I'm holding.
Okay. You can aim if you wish to.
Yeah.
Because you have a full action, and attack is only half an action. So you can aim and attack.
Yeah,
that will
aim and
be
attack.
Weapon skill +10. Yeah, you headbutt him full in the face. Roll me a d10. What's your strength modifier? So what is your first digit of your strength?
It's a 3.
Okay, so your an unarmed attack deals 1d10 -1 for you. I should have probably put that in a macro as well, just an unarmed attack. I didn't really expect you to do unarmed attacks, to be honest.
Also, can I just say? No, just do your attack first.
D10 -1.
Yeah, 1d10 -1. 1! That's great. You gently caress the side of his cheek with your
Yeah.
form.
Like a little cat.
Yeah, just rubbing against him, kind of a bit weirded out. First, there's a maniac screaming something about magic, and then looking like he has a headache, and then this other guy who's rubbing himself against him. It's this bandit is
and I'm just flying random places.
well, that's whatever, as I said. But they're crappy as well. It's not like they have higher stats, believe me.
Yeah. By the way, I looked it up, and the other casting I did was also I actually rolled a die there. I just didn't add the +1 modifier, so I wrote 2 1s on both of my castings.
That's excellent.
Wow.
That's excellent. Okay, Heinrich now enraged goes all out attack, which means that he cannot parry or dodge for the rest of his turn, but he gets +20 on weapon skill, and he will just swing down with both attacks, shouting in pain against this bandit. Oof, still managed to miss one, but the other one does hit, and the bandit is not quick enough to dodge to the side, and with that the bandit takes 10 damage, so it's 4. Which means he is down to -1, and that gives us the chance to experience the beautiful critical hit system of Warhammer, which I personally like. It's one of my personal favorites. Let's see. Where are we? Critical hits. He hit him in the arm, and he has a -1. Let's see. And that is a 5 on the arm. which means the arm is incapacitated until medical attention is received. Anything held in the hand is dropped. So the attack, Heinrich's attack, cuts through the tendons on the bandit's arm, cutting a deep gush into his side, and the bandit's short sword just clutches to the ground. He's staring at his arm, and all the blood is running down and mixing up with the rain on the ground. That was Heinrich's turn. Peter, you have a bandit with a short sword right in front of you. He has not drawn his shield yet.
If I move away from him, do he attack me, or
Yes,
is there
he does.
some? Okay.
You can do dodge. You can do the disengage. Disengage is basically you prevent the attack of opportunity and move away. However, that is a full action, so that would be your whole turn. Don't forget, guys, that you have fortune points, so you can reroll stuff. I'm just saying, you don't have to do it immediately or anything, but
Can I fire in close range, or is it only range?
you
Do I
can.
get a
But you get
disadvantage or
minus
something?
20 on the attack.
Crap. So yeah, I'll move away from him and then fire.
Okay, you leap backwards. He swings at you as you move. Misses.
Roll bad. Yes. And then I'll fire at him.
You stumble a few steps back, reaching back, and you can. Yeah, that's it. You can fire because drawing an arrow for you is a free action.
Yes. And no modifier.
No modifier.
Come on, 7 out of 40.
Hits, and you roll a 7, so that's a 70, which means you hit him straight in the deep area of the stomach, like where the leg and the hip connect, basically. Roll damage. That is 1d10 plus 3. However, the longbow has the piercing quality, which means you ignore 1 point of his armor, which means he has basically no armor against you, because they only have 1 point of armor.
So roll.
1d10 plus 3.
Okay. Sorry. 1, 10 plus 3.
2 points. Nice. The bandit only took 3 of those, so he takes 7 points of damage. Yeah, the arrow. He looks down where the arrow stuck and snarls at you. There's quite a bit of blood. This was a very dangerous blow. Okay, that was Peter's turn. We have Gustav, who's wrestling and stabbing with one of the bandits, only about maybe 5 or 6 meters to Peter's left. And however, Gustav whiffs his attack. The bandit ducks under it. Kurt.
I aim and throw another punch. Try to find the opening between his shield and his sword.
Go for it.
That is plus 10.
Yes, weapon skill plus 10. You miss by like a mile. You slip on the ground, nearly fall, and your cudgel just...
Let's try to re-roll that.
Yeah, you will. Excellent. That's 1 fortune point gone, but you re-roll. Yeah. You stumble, but luck smiles on you. As you stumble, you still leash out, and he's like thinking that you will miss, obviously, because you're stumbling, but somehow you manage to crack him in the shin as you're nearly falling over. But he tries to bring his shield down quickly enough, but he's not good enough for that. You sneak under his shield and crack against his shin, the cudgel connecting with the bone. Roll damage. Ooh, is that Ulrich's Fury? What? That doesn't work. What is this? 35 plus 0 plus 5. It's rest 10. 4? Huh?
How did you roll?
I did the damage macro next to the attack macro.
Okay.
I can roll normal.
Not sure what that means. I'm trying to figure it out.
D10
plus floor.
D10 plus.
I think it's already rolling you so I think it's already rolling. If you roll a 10, it's already rolling on. Like it's already checking.
Okay.
That's great.
And then and then rolling on. I see. Okay, I think that's what it's doing, because 35 is your weapon skill, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that must be what it's doing then. So yeah, 15 points of damage against that bandit. He soaks 4, so he takes 11, which is exactly enough to bring him to 0, which means you can roll a critical hit. He's on 0, and it's his leg. Roll me 1d100. Rolling low is good, by the way.
43.
Okay. Just lagging for a bit there. Just give me a second. Come on, Firefox. Get out of my face. Thank you. 43, did you say? Okay. You break his leg. As he just and you see the bone is now sticking out. His movement is reduced to 1, and he gets minus 30 on agility. As he's just now stumbling around on one leg, trying not to fall over. One movement basically means that you can move 2 meters with a movement action, which is not much, and 4 meters and 8 meters with a charge action, with a run action. So that's not much. He's basically hopping on one leg now.
Good.
As the tides are turning against the bandits. 2 of them are already heavily injured, and 2 of them, only 1 is uninjured so far. And speaking of that uninjured one, that's the one fighting Hans and Johannes. And it is his turn now. He will try once more to get out of the grip. And he fails again, miserably. He's getting weaker, struggling, but looking around, his friends are being decimated, and he's losing morale, and his struggles are getting weaker. You can easily hold him, Hans.
Right.
We have one more bandit with an arrow stuck in him, leaping, shuffling towards Peter with his short sword. You son of a... Swinging the short sword. Oh, hits him. With 23, so 32, that's an arm. He strikes you into your left arm. You can now parry. Or you could, if you had any weapon drawn.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid you will have to take. You cannot dodge. You do not have the dodge ability. Dodge is a advanced skill. You cannot use it if you don't have it. So you'll just have to take this, I'm afraid.
How much?
That will be 7 points.
And I can reduce it by my armor and my toughness.
Yes.
So that's 3 points.
Indeed. Oof. You take a cut over the arm, and you're now starting to hurt quite badly.
Yeah.
Okay. That was 2 bandits. We have the one bandit with the broken leg is going full defensive, not attacking this turn, just trying to protect himself. Same with the one who has his arm cut open. He's just raising his shield and protecting himself and starting to slowly back away from Heinrich. And then we have one more bandit who's stabbing Gustav. Fails. Gustav and him are exchanging a few blows, but they're both ineffective. Johannes, your turn.
I know Hans said I should probably go and help someone else, but I think we should finish this guy off first and finally, because I'm kind of furious at him because he's just not taking any damage. So I'm gonna take aim.
Yep.
And then hit him.
That is a plus 40 in total.
Plus 40 or 14?
40.
Oh, 40. Nice.
40, because you have he's grappled. That's 20. You have 2 against 1. That's plus 10, and you also aiming.
Oh, all right. Yeah, good. I just
you can pile up the modifiers quite high in combat if you do it well. Then it's a hit. Again, arm.
Left arm, of course. Like I can only hit left arm. Oh, Oleg's Fury. So that other thing wasn't Oleg's Fury, apparently.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Because
it just seems to be looks a bit different, but the macro is the same. If you look at the macro with the 12.
Oh yeah, definitely, yes.
So that is 14 points. Oof. So that's 10 points of damage to that bandit. Yeah, he does not like that at all. The dagger goes deep into his muscle, and he just screams out, but is still alive and kicking for now. They now all three of them look pretty badly injured. All five, I mean. Sorry. That was Johannes' turn. Hans.
Okay. Same again. I'll try the headbutt again. The head rub.
The head rub.
I'll purr at him.
The cat's move.
A nice head massage.
Plus 10 for you. Nope. You connect with his shoulder, but that doesn't hurt. And the
he's writhing about a bit too much for me then.
Did you aim? I mean,
yeah,
it really matter. Oh, you did aim. Oh yeah, of course. Because otherwise, you wouldn't get 9.
Yeah, still missed.
Okay. Heinrich's turn. Yeah, he's just gonna unleash all out to cancel out the full defense that the bandit is using and trying to finish off that bandit that is fighting him. The bandit actually managed to parry the first attack, but the second attack stabs into his chest, and that was 8 points, which means. Okay, let's see. Serious internal bleeding, and the character is helpless. Blood loss is such that the victim has a 20% chance of dying every turn. So, blade goes in, blade goes out, and the bandit slumps to the ground unconscious and bleeding out.
Nice.
Okay, one down. That was Heinrich's turn. Peter.
Yeah, it would take an action for me to pull out my weapon and then one more to attack him.
Half an action. Pull the weapon,
yeah, one half an action. Okay, I'll.
One you're facing looks already quite injured as well. One blow could very well finish him off.
I just really. Do I dare moving away again and firing?
Okay. Playing it risky.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. No risk, no gain.
73. So no. Again,
okay.
You leap backwards. The bandit, stand, fight, damn you.
I'll use a fate point to take aim before I fire.
Nice. Luck point to buy another half action. Aim straight at him and release the arrow.
And a sword. Where is it? There we go. Attack. Plus 10. Oh!
Buy everything.
I can use one more for a reroll, or?
Yeah, certainly, yes.
Okay.
You can only use one reroll per roll, but you haven't rolled with a reroll yet. You just bought it.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Because it's 50-50. It's like kind of better.
No.
Never mind.
The bandit.
Short, but yeah, never mind.
That rips past him. And he just gives you this nasty grin.
Stupid game.
When do you regain those, by the way?
When you sleep.
Oh.
Full night sleep regains your yeah.
Okay.
Now Gustav stabs his bandit, and finishes his bandit off as well. Stabs him under the in the ankle, under the armpit. Rips out the short sword, and that bandit falls as well. Kurt.
Kurt is getting a little cocky. He says to the bandit in front of him, "Do not say I haven't warned you." And he is the bandit is a little back down.
Yeah, the bandit has gone into full defense, which means if you attack him, you will get -20 on the attack.
Mm-hmm.
You can counteract that by going on full attack, so-called all-out attack, which means if he strikes back at you next turn, you will not be able to parry or dodge. However, you would get +20 on your attack, so they cancel each other out, basically.
Now I only aim and hit.
Go for it. So that's -10 in total.
Still -10.
Yes, -10 because you get +10 for aiming, but you get -20 for his full defense.
Oh, that's how it's work.
Yeah. There's different levels of basically a defense or offense. Now he parries it with his shield, counters the striking to shield. He still lets out a sigh of pain as his broken leg has to take a little bit of weight basically as he shuffles backward away from you. That was Kurt's turn. The 3 bandits. Well, the one with the broken leg is just trying to hop away basically now as he sees his friends dying around him, which means he will provoke an attack of opportunity from Kurt.
Modifier?
Just plus nothing. Just straight up.
Straight up.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah. As he runs, you swing, smack him in the right shoulder from behind. Roll damage. Actually, he will try to. No, he can't use. Oh yeah, he can use dodge, but he has like a ±. I think was it 30? Yeah, no chance. He tries to dodge, but there's no chance with the broken leg. Okay, now I have to check. I'm pretty sure this is not something is not right with the macro for you. I'm not sure. You rolled a 6. I don't know why it says it's a 14. It must be some mistake somewhere in the macro. So you rolled a 6.
Okay.
So that's 10, which is still enough to finish him off.
Okay.
Yeah, you smack him in the side. You break his arm. He falls over and hits face first onto the road. And you hear a crack. And he stops moving. And your cudgel is now bloody. And rain is streaming down on you. That was the first bandit's turn. We have 2 more bandits. One of them, the one fighting Hans and Johannes. Let's see if he's brave. No, he's not brave. He just says, "No, I surrender. Please don't kill me. I surrender." The other one, however, still in the forest, is angry at Peter, still stuck with an arrow, and will run up to Peter once more. And he will actually now do all-out attack.
Damn it.
Going down with his defense totally and just trying to stab you in the face. Still misses.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not as good in melee as they are in ranged, I'm afraid, these bandits. You whirl to the side, and the blade of the short sword passes over your shoulder. That was the bandit's turn. So we have Johannes.
Can I get to that bandit that just charged in?
You don't actually see that bandit. That's beyond the cliff on the other side in the forest.
I was like,
You might hear a little bit of combat noises coming from there, but you don't quite know what's going on there.
Well, that's kind of annoying. But do I see any rope nearby? Or maybe that like loosened from the cart?
Yes, there is. There is quite a few ropes that they use to tie up the baggage on top of the cart.
Yeah. Can I just grab one of those and try to tie up the bandit that said he would surrender?
Certainly, yes.
Like,
yeah, he does not resist as basically Hans is holding him and you start tying him up. Okay, that was Johannes' turn. Hans.
Okay, I shall hold him then while Johannes ties him.
Okay. Heinrich leaps off, comes up, and stabs him in the chest with his longsword. And because this bandit is bound, he's a prone target, which means you hit automatically and deal double damage. Which means Hans deals 16 points of damage to this bandit, who only had 2 health left. So the longsword just goes straight in his chest, comes out the back, severs his spine, and the bandit just and stops as Heinrich just kicks him off his blade.
Sir, he was surrendered.
Oh, scum! They're not worth leaving alive. And he stares down at his arm. It's like bleeding quite heavily.
I'm probably just like my eyes kind of pop out of my head and be like, "Oh, what the fuck!" And I probably haven't seen anyone get killed before in my life.
Right in front of you, probably not. Yeah, that is very possible. depending on what you've been doing before you started studies with your teacher.
Maybe seen someone hanged, but
that was an execution.
Pretty much, that was an execution, full on. Peter, your turn. One last bandit standing in front of you, looking.
I have to pull out my sword and attack with it.
Okay.
This is my sword. There we go. Come on, no modifier.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
36 out of 36, and a hit in the body. He cannot dodge or defend himself at all because he has used full attack, all out attack. So that is an automatic hit. Roll damage.
Come on. 14. That's still plus 30. Yeah. I'll roll it.
No, that macro is broken, but it's you rolled an 8,
Okay.
so that's plus 3, right?
Yeah, plus 3.
So that's 11, and he soaks 4, so he takes 7 points, which brings him down to -5.
Yes.
Roll me a critical hit.
That's just 100, right?
A 1d100, yes. The lower you roll, the better.
Come on, 1.
Just tell me what you're rolling, as I'm looking at the PDF now.
88.
88.
Yeah.
That is a 6 on the body. He is, well, stunned for 1d10 turns. So he's and then you can basically.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. So he just falls over, clutching his wound, and you reach up your sword and bring it down one more time.
Nice.
And with that, the bandit is slain, and you have your first taste of combat in Warhammer.
Whee!
Hooray!
Oh wait, that's
We
the
didn't
wrong-
die. No one died.
Yeah.
Prizes.
Well,
think
you had
that
some
most of us
helping you
are
out.
cut.
wasn't it?
Yeah, thank God for the backup.
All right.
Yeah.
So you all assemble around the coach, and Heinrich is pretty pissed, just like kicking in one bandit on the ground. Fucking bandits! These scum so close to the capital. He turns over and he says, "Master, when we come to Altdorf, you should petition someone to send out the army here and clean out all this scum." And you can now see von Kessel peeking out, holding his rapier in one hand, and saying, "They're all dead. Oh, they are. Good. Didn't need to make my blade dirty," and puts it away. He says, "I will. Don't you worry, good Heinrich. There will be petitions for sure, as soon as we get to the capital. Speaking of, how the hell are we supposed to get to Altdorf now?" He's looking at the coach and the 2 dying horses, basically. Gustav steps up to the horses, takes a look at them, shakes his head sadly, and stabs both of them in the throat.
Well, I guess that settles it then. We walk.
He you see a couple teardrops running out of his eyes, wipes his face and says, where's Gustav? Where's Gunnar? What happened to him? I think he was dragged off. We need to go find him. He might be still alive. Philip von Kessel looks around and says, "I'm not moving away from this coach. Someone's gonna come up and find us in time, another coach or some other travelers, and they will take us along to whatever next beacon of civilization is here in these
Or more bandits will find us.
woods." "Sir, I'm not sure if that's wise. We should probably get a move on." "No, I refuse. We'll stay here. It is dry. Lift up the coach, put it in the middle of the road. I will stay within. Heinrich, you are injured. You will not be running around the forest. We'll stay here until someone comes and rescues us. And, gives us enough help." Heinrich looks around at the rest of you and says, "All right, but I understand, sir. Of course. You lot, help me pick up the carriage." And he walks around and with a a little bit of a twisted grimace of pain as his arm is still bleeding quite heavily. Grabs the carrot, starts to slowly lift it.
I'm
I
bad
have.
at strength, but I'm still.
Whoever
maybe-
wants to help is
You know.
rolling a strength check. Because there's so many of you. But on the other hand, the carrot is quite heavy. That will be a +10.
I'm bad at those, but you never know. Wow.
Success. Failure, but not too badly. Hans is not doing anything. He's just like pretending.
Yeah.
Still,
Failure.
you barely. It takes you like good 10 minutes or so, but mostly Heinrich, with a little bit of help from weirdly enough Johannes, managed to lift the coach up and put it up on its wheels. Basically, the coach itself is damaged, but not broken as such. However, you have no horses. So
I'm gonna say, well, I'm guessing that was adrenaline. Just like feeling kind of amazed that I actually helped, because it was more like trying to help as a token.
Gustav says, I think there's a village. Couple hours through the forest to the west. Grossbaden. We let's go find Gustav and make our way there. Hopefully we won't have to spend the night in the forest or worse, get lost and stumble out who knows where.
Well, maybe I know Gustav is a dear friend, but maybe we should go to the town. Oh, I'm
Gunnar is
Gunnar. Yes, I know Gunnar's a dear friend, but it might be wise to get some help from that town before we go and try to kill more bandits.
what?
They're
I'm not talking about killing more bandits. I'm talking about finding Gunnar. He was pulled down the road by the horses. He can't be that far. A couple hundred yards, maybe.
Oh,
You,
but also,
you have to help me. Alone, I'm not sure if he's injured. I can't carry him alone.
I'll go with you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misunderstood that. I thought he was like dragged off by something else. But yeah, then of course, yes.
I'll look at the tracks and see what I can find, which way the horse went and all that.
Okay, that would be a. I think it's just called tracking.
Follow trail.
A follow trail, yeah, that's the one. And yeah, you will get a +20 because it's 2 horses. You're not just following like one guy.
33 out of 52.
Okay, so leaving Philip von Kessel and Heinrich behind, who are now hunkering down in the coach, grabbing all your things, you are following down the road through the rain, and just following the drag marks basically on the road, in the mud of the road. Anyone else? So you're all going, right? Is that what I understood?
A question before that. What about the weapons of the
Bandits?
bandits?
Are they worth anything?
They have shields. which
Can
might
I
be
use?
used-
Could I use them?
Certainly. Shield is not a specialized weapon. Anyone can use a shield.
It's a short.
However, well, anyone except wizards, unless the wizards are happy with not casting spells.
No, it's the short.
Well,
Then I will pick up the short sword and the shield.
Okay. They also
To
have
be
a
honest-
couple bows if you want to take them.
to be honest, the spellcasting haven't turned out so well. So yeah.
But could I? So I could use the short sword, or couldn't I use that? Is that also?
So yes, you can.
That-
Totally.
That's not against my.
No, the only thing that you cannot use as a wizard. Well, technically you can use anything. It's just if you use a lot of metal and shield counts as that, even though it's a wooden shield, it's still preventing you from moving freely. Basically, for every piece of equipment that is an armor piece, you get -1 on your magic rolls for every level of armor. So if you have leather armor, you get -1. If you have studded leather, -2. If you have chainmail, -3. Splint mail or whatever is -4, and full plate is -5. Technically, you can still be a wizard in full plate. You'll just might get -5 to all your spell lock rolls. And then
So I could finally roll a -5. No, but yeah. What do I have to put in for the short sword?
The short sword uses just your normal weapon skill. It has no attributes, and it deals your strength modifier damage. So I think your strength modifier is 3 or 2.
Strength modifier. Let's see. Where is
So
it?
that's your first digit of your strength.
Oh, yeah, it's a 2.
Yes. So your strength, your damage with your short sword would be 1d10 plus 2.
Okay.
It's better than the dagger, at least.
Yeah, and it's actually better than the staff, apparently. But
yes, because the staff is a piece of wood.
Oh,
a blade that stabs into you deals more damage than a staff, a piece of wood.
Makes sense, yes.
Yeah. However, the staff is defensive, which means you get plus 10 to parry with it.
Well, I'm not gonna take the short sword then and just find. I can probably find my staff, right?
Yeah. It's like lying on the road somewhere.
Okay. Good, and then I'm just gonna pick up my staff and take it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like address the noble and say, I know it's not my place to say, but my honest opinion is that I would advise you to probably come with us to the town. I know it's a few hours off, but
trekking through the woods? Are you mad?
Well,
ruining my boots, all my clothing, arriving in a village, having all the peasants gawk at me as I am wet but maybe injured and muddy and everything. Are you mad?
I was just okay. It's it's generally just
Heinrich, who's standing behind him, just gives you a slow.
Well, then I wish you good luck on your mission to find a savior. We will move on to the town for now.
Someone will come along presently. Isn't that right, Heinrich? We'll see, your lordship. Heinrich just
we
gives
will
a quick
we
nod.
will send someone back from the town.
Yeah.
That would be much appreciated, yes.
Yeah. Good. Then I think we should get going.
Yes.
Let's not keep Gunnar waiting.
Okay. Anyone else wants to take anything? Someone said you're picking up a shield.
I do.
Yeah. I'll.
A shield
take
basically allows you to, it doesn't give you armor as such. It's not like in D&D, but it gives you a free parry. So if you parry with a shield, you still can only parry once per turn. But if you do parry and you have a shield, it's a free parry. It doesn't take you half an action in your next turn. And also, a shield is defensive, which gives you plus 10 to parry.
Nice.
So using your shield, you're parrying with weapon skill plus 10, and it's a free action to parry. Shields are very handy.
Cool.
Okay, so Hans and Kurt are picking up shields. Is that correct?
Right.
Excellent. And then you're following Peter, who has the nose on the ground, so to speak, and Gustav.
Ready to move out.
Charging along. Okay. You follow this trail of the horses and poor Gunnar until you get to about, maybe like 100 yards or so down the road, and then the horses have run into the forest. And there, not far from the road, you find poor Gunnar, who's just basically wrapped around the tree, broken, bloody, and clearly very dead. As the horses have dragged him through the forest. And you find a horse, one of the horses, not far away from him, legs broken, just trembling weakly and slowly dying.
I'll put it out of its misery.
You just walk up and slit its throat.
Yeah.
Eyes break, and it slumps down finally. Gustav's just standing there over Gunnar and says, it wasn't supposed to end like that. We were supposed to earn the money, and we're supposed to open an inn or something. Wasn't that what we said? Oh, my brother, he puts a hand into his money pouch, takes out a silver coin, a shilling, opens up Gunnar's mouth and puts the shilling in his mouth, closes it and says, "May More take you in his embrace and carry you over into his realm. May you find peace in the other world, my friend, my brother." He looks over to you. I think we should get going. You Peter, is that the name, right?
Yeah.
You're
That's
familiar
right.
with forests.
This forest? Not so much, but generally, yeah,
Can you lead us west, at least?
I should be able to do that.
Right. I guess we'll just follow you then. You don't look too good.
Nah, taking a few hits.
You can make it though, can you?
Yeah, how far?
Oh, I think it's hard to say. 3-4 hours, maybe.
Then we should be fine.
Shouldn't we stay on the road?
The road, I don't know if the road goes there. We,
Okay.
It would be faster if we just went straight west, I think.
there must be a turn left somewhere, but it could be miles and miles down.
I just asked.
I don't know. I think Gunnar took a wrong turn somewhere. We weren't supposed to get here at all.
Do you have? Oh god damn it! So, how long will it take from that town to Altdorf?
2.5 days, maybe. If you find another coach, or if you find some more horses.
Both are very expensive.
Yeah, I know, but we'll find something. We'll have to find something. We can't stay here. We'll have at least to find shelter. Staying out on the road. I mean, you know things
Yes,
might
let's
be around here, right?
yes, let's just go on. We don't need to talk about it.
Right. He looks over to Peter. So, can you lead the way?
What do I roll to?
That would be outdoor survival.
Okay. Any bonuses?
No.
Come on.
Actually, you're only trying to go west, so you have a success. I
Never
would
mind.
give you plus 10 on that at least. But you have a success anyway. Yeah, you sort of look around and you figure out which way is west, and you trudged into the forest. And you're all now following in Peter's footsteps. A quiet group pushing their way through. And this is a dangerous area. You realize that very soon. Trees are old. Some of them are sick, some of them are healthy, but they're all old. This is a place so close to Altdorf that not many human feet have trod. This is a place of orcs, of beasts and worse things.
I'll try to motion people to keep quiet and stay low and keep their eyes out for anything.
Yeah, I would try that. Probably.
Okay. You're trudging through the forest. An hour passes. Continue to going. You're wet. You're hungry. You're pretty miserable. Some of you, actually, Peter, I believe, is the only one who's injured, right? The rest of you have not been injured.
I
a
took 1
bruise.
damage. Yeah.
Oh, you had taken a little bit. Yeah, that's right. As the coach tripped. Yeah, you have a few bruises, but nothing serious. Peter, you're sort of stiff, and your wound where the bandit slit your, I think it was an arm or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was the left arm.
Yeah, where the bandit slit your arm open is throbbing. You have sort of bandaged it with bits and pieces from your clothing, but it's not very great. And the rain is just pouring in there. A little bit of blood is seeping through at the start, but eventually it dies down. Gustav is not looking much better, by the way. He's also has a nice, well, not a cut as such. He actually took an arrow that was stuck in his leg. So he's sort of hobbling along a little bit. He has removed the arrow, of course, but still. And
I'll help him, support him.
yeah, okay. Yeah, he'll be very thankful for that. He's lost his blunderbuss, crushed by the coach or something. You're not quite sure, but he's clutching a short sword and humpling along. And night is approaching, which does not give you any cause to relax.
Can I, like, while we're on the way, use my magical sense just to see if I can notice anything magic about this forest?
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
Give me a sense magic check, I believe.
And I
Right?
get a plus 10% to that, and
Yes.
I think I can just add that on the
I
sheet.
think
Yes.
it's already added.
Oh yeah, it says trained, and then I can select plus 10%.
No, that's different.
Oh,
There's a-
I see it. I see it. It's miscellaneous. Yes.
Yes, there's you can have every skill you can have multiple times in Warhammer. And every time you gain it, you get plus 10
Oh, all right. Yeah.
on the skill. It's called skill mastery.
Yeah. I thought because I get that etheric attunement.
Yeah, etheric attunement. That is a feat that gives you plus 10 miscellaneous bonus to that,
Oh,
which I already
okay.
added, I think, to your character sheet.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yes. Good. Then let's see.
Okay, you open your eyes for the witch sight.
Yes. No modifier.
No modifier.
Okay. Oh my god.
You look around. The forest is dark, and it's getting darker with every minute. It's a spooky place, a wet place, a muddy place, old trees. You see the winds of magic curling around you. The wind of Gur, the wind of beasts. Predominant at the moment. The wind that fills all the white places in the world. But nothing catches your mystical eyes, nothing out of the ordinary.
So if it's getting darker, I think I'm gonna say. So just so you know, I am an official wizard, and I'm gonna give us some light, just so.
You're a wizard.
Well,
I'm an apprentice, to be precise.
You're
Thought there was something strange about you.
I don't know if I want to attract the attention from having light, though.
Yeah, I thought about that, but on the other hand, not seeing anything is probably also not that great, and I don't know, but several of these beasts probably can see better in the dark than we can.
Wizard has a point. Also, our torches are drenched. I don't know if we can get them going at all. Can you? You're from one of the academies, right? You're not like a hedge.
Oh, I'm from, yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually on my way to the that's why I'm on my way to Altdorf.
Right. Well, I guess that's fine then.
Couldn't you just magic us there then?
That's not exactly how it works. It's very complex, but yeah, I'm gonna like just channel, take out like a little bit of lamp oil.
Yeah.
And just make my I guess my staff glow.
Yeah, sure.
And at least try to.
You're casting light.
Yes, I'm casting a glowing light.
The most basic spells there is.
Yes, I don't want to use March light. That seems like a bit overkill.
Okay.
Okay. So glowing light plus yes, 1 magic die, not 0. Wait, I want to channel.
Yep, that's true. You want to channel first to get another +1 if you can.
Yes, channeling.
It's a skill.
Yes, I just needed to find it.
Yes, excellent. So you get +1 from there. You get +1 from the little bit of lantern oil that you get out. Sprinkle on your fingers and then your staff. And that is so 1 die with +1 and another +1.
Yeah, can I actually fail that? Because
you can always roll 1.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No,
oh my God. Of course.
Yeah, that's easily done. And your staff just glowing this warm lantern-like light, this yellowish light.
I'm gonna say it's not much, but it should at least help us navigate a bit, while not alerting everything to our location.
Okay, you
So that thing won't attract like demons or something because it's magic.
No, that's not how it works.
Are you sure?
How it works?
I'm very sure that's how it works. It's just a little. It's a very small spell. It's
right.
I know. You have good reasons to be careful with this. Magic is not something to take lightly, but
Light.
I know what I'm doing. Lightly, yes. Not likely. But yeah, not something to lightly.
Oops. Let's get going then.
Yes. By the way, did we like take our packs and stuff with us?
I'm guessing you did, yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay. You trudge through a forest for another hour or so. Darkness has come, and except for the bubble of light around you, there is nothing else to see. Everything else is pitch black. As the treetops, even though there's not many leaves there is some, and this is an old forest, many trees, is blocking out any moonlight that might be. So basically, without the circle of yellow light coming from the staff of your wizard, there is nothing, only darkness. And the occasional crackling of wood, and a gust of wind and rain, and the sound of your footsteps trudging through the mud. Then, after another hour or so, you have been walking for nearly 3 hours now. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and you can, even with the light, you're struggling to see. You all of a sudden, Peter, because you're standing in front, stumble out onto what looks to be a clearing, and you see in front of you what looks to be a large stream swollen up with water, with the constant rainfall.
Is it? It's too big to cross just from jumping,
you
right?
Cross it, like wade across, but it would be quite dangerous. The current at the moment seems very strong, and it would be up to your hip, the water level. It's muddy and it's carrying along like branches and such.
Looking in either direction, would there be a smaller?
Give me a perception check.
Perception plus.
Can I look too?
Yeah, you can all look around. Sure, you all step up as you see why is Peter stopping.
63 out of 32.
No, you don't see anything. It's just darkness and water everywhere and mud.
Wait, didn't have any modifier, right?
No, just straight up.
Okay, good. Oh, nice.
I've been here before. It's like not this place, but in this situations, I'm starting to take off my boots.
Looking around, both Johannes and Kurt spot through the rain a shimmer of light off to your right somewhere. A shimmer of light in the darkness.
Does it look like from like a town or something, or can I not?
You're not sure. The rain makes it impossible to make out any details. It's not much light. It doesn't seem like a town, but it must be close because you can't see much further than a couple dozen meters, pretty much.
I'm like not loud, but I'm gonna say there's light over there. I don't know what it is, but
You see it too?
yes,
Is it magic?
I don't know.
Well,
Can I sense magic?
Yeah, you can roll me a check. Gustav peeks up and says, well, maybe we're at the edge of the forest. It could be like an outlying farm or something.
Could be.
What the fuck?
I hope so.
You switch over to your witch side again, looking around, but you do not feel any magic. The wind of Gur is still strong around you.
I say it does not feel magical, but I cannot, can never be sure. Doesn't mean it's not dangerous, but
Well, if there's light, that means people, yeah? Shelter?
Shelter.
could mean it that.
Then we should go.
I agree.
I
Should
go off
go.
in that direction.
Okay, you follow the stream, all trudging along, and now Kurt is leading. Peter hanging back a little because he's trudging back on. And he has
I'm a bit nervous.
And Kurt, you push through the rain and see in front of you, on the edge of the stream, the first thing you notice, there's a small bridge, very makeshift, sort of just like a few planks, basically, laid out across the stream. The bridge, in fact, is half underwater, as some of the larger waves of the stream are actually hitting the planks now, just curling over them. And next to that, there is a hut, a sturdy wooden hut, like a hunter or a trapper would be building, maybe. And that's where the light is coming from. It has a single small window, that hut, and the light is coming out of that.
Can I end my spell?
Yes, you can, certainly, whenever you want.
So yeah, I'm gonna tell the others. I'm gonna shut off the light for now and like just drop the light on my staff if there's like a hut.
Certainly. Okay. What do you want to do?
What sort of hut does it look like?
A wooden hut.
So,
Small wooden hut. Sturdy though. Very sturdy looking.
I'm interested what profession it is a woodcutter's hut or something like
yes.
that.
Woodcutters or hunters or trappers or something like that. That's the most likely thing. Or maybe a coal mine, a coaler's hut.
Okay. Yes. If there's light, then there is somewhere in there. Someone in there.
Well, that someone's gonna help us, right?
They might know where the village is.
I'd rather stay here tonight than go through walking around the darkness. In my opinion, we've been lucky that we haven't run into any trouble so far. The rain's probably protecting us, if anything. I want to end up like Gunnar.
I go up to the door and knock.
Okay. Silence from within. You hear a few scuffling sounds and a voice going, "Who's there? This is a God-fearing house. Vital, I command you to leave."
Weary wanderers, we seek shelter. Help us.
Wanderers in the middle of the forest, in the middle of the night, in the middle of
Yes,
the rain.
our couch had an accident and we were run into bandits.
Go away. You won't find anything for you here.
Shelter, please. Open the door.
Silence for a moment. Give me a charm check.
I'm so good at it.
-10.
Hold the door. Wait. No.
We can pay.
Oh no.
Do you shout that out? We can pay?
Oh no.
Oh, that will remove the -10 at least.
Okay.
So you mean I can pay?
Yep. You got it.
Failure, but not by much.
Not by much.
Okay. You hear like 30-second silence, and then the door opens a little bit, and you can see a bearded face, a large man with a black beard, and a few pock marks on his forehead, unkempt, blackish brown hair, and what looks to be a fur cloak of like bear fur or something. And he's clutching a rather nasty-looking, long, like a hunting knife in his hand as he peeks out the door. That's
We
like
seek no trouble. We
What's this about
only.
payment?
Pardon?
What's this about payment? Someone said something up. You could pay.
Yeah, we need somewhere to stay for the night.
How much you willing to pay?
We can pay a small amount now and tell you where you may be able to find a lot more. There are bandits out there dead, lying on the road.
Not only that, there's a noble. He's a noble kid. He isn't the most pleasurable person to be next to, but he's probably able to pay you a lot of money if you go help him.
You can see eyes look around, trying to sort of figure out who's there, because you're all sort of standing in darkness, most of you, except for Kurt, who's standing in the light that's shining out through the crack of the door that he has opened. And he says, he doesn't seem happy to see you at all, but he eventually says, "All right, you come in, but if you're armed, I'm gonna get you to grab all your weapons in that corner over there. And he steps backwards, still clutching the hunting knife, and steps back out. And you can see inside, the hut's not very big. It will just barely hold all of you, really, if you stretch out on the floor. You can see there is a fur, like a makeshift mattress, basically, in one corner. There's a pile of firewood, and there is a small fire in a small fireplace, lighting up the interior. You can also see there is a large trap door in one corner, and there are several barrels, small barrels that look like casks of ale, just standing next to under the window, like 5 of them. Just put your weapons in that corner over there.
I'm gonna take out my knife and just lay it in the corner.
Do as I say. He says.
Pile everything up.
All right. He just takes his cloak and throws it over the weapons as you all put your weapons there. And
is it fine if I just still have my staff? Would he say anything? I'm using it a bit as a walking staff. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
He closes the door behind you and fixes it shut with a very heavy wooden bar holding the door. The door itself is also quite heavy looking.
What are you doing out here? What is this place?
What? I'm a hunter. I drop by here occasionally when I'm hunting. I don't want to run all the way back to the village. And also, what's it to you? That's my business, isn't it? He just points the blade of his dagger towards you.
I'm just on guard. It's been a strange evening.
I'm gonna take around my backpack slowly.
Yep.
Open it and say thank you, and while doing that, grab a bottle of wine out of it. And be like, thank you for your hospitality. You want to share a bit of wine with us? It's the least thing we can do.
He gives you a suspicious look.
I can drink of it first.
Money first. You said something about pay, and he points the tip of his hunting knife now at Hans. Was it you said that, boy?
No. What's with the... Why are you pointing that thing at us?
God damn it.
I count 5 of you and 1 of me. Just make sure you don't get any stupid ideas.
And that knife wouldn't help you much if there was any trouble.
I'm just gonna take out a gold crown and hand it to him.
2 of you look like boys, so I'm only worried about him really. And he points at Kurt.
I have no weapons on me.
That's right. And you go sit down there now.
Yes.
He looks at the gold crown. His eyes go wide for a moment because a gold crown is a lot of money to most people.
I know. That's why I'm.
And he will take it. Something about noble. You're noble?
No, I'm not. I'm not noble. We traveled with a noble in our coach, but as difficult as they can be, he decided he did not want to leave the carriage.
All right.
Now he's waiting for help, and I imagine since you probably know these parts, you might be able to help him.
No, we'll talk about that in the morning. I'm not going out there at night. I'm not crazy.
Of course, I can. We can point you in the right direction. We will.
Right. So you want to stay the night then? Warm yourself up.
Yes, that would be nice. A short question though. We heard there's a town nearby.
Aye, Grossbaden. It's about an hour and a half from here.
Oh, good. That's great to know. Then we're probably gonna leave for there, but we can point you in the right direction.
Right. All right. So he's put the knife away finally. It's just looking at you. He says, "You can sleep here. I might have some stew to share with you. I made it myself. Not bad. Chunks of rabbit meat in there. That's the least I can do, I guess." And he just gives you a wide, not very sincere grin.
Yeah, I'm gonna say thank you. Let's share a bit of wine. I send it down. Just drink a swig and just then hand it to him.
Yeah. So you take a swig from the bottle, and he takes it, sniffs at it, takes it. It's like proper wine, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Hands it back to you. Let me get you that stew.
I'm
I'll
putting.
be back in a few minutes. Just make yourselves comfortable. And fingers not touching my shit.
Of course.
He walks over to the trapdoor, pulls it open a little bit, sort of slides his way through and then pulls it closed. You can see a little bit of light coming from below and the ladder leading down, and he closes it and just gives you a quick, like, suspicious look and then closes the trapdoor.
I'm gonna
Okay.
put away. So, yeah. Do something.
I am a hunter, so I kind of know a hunter's hut.
Yeah.
Is he for real? Is he?
You're not sure. I mean, you don't see any
Because-
trophies. You don't see any, like, animal
Didn't take the skin
carcasses.
plate or anything.
The meat is drying. You don't see a bow
So-
lying around anywhere.
I'm going to look in one of the barrels.
Yeah. Yes, I want to.
Oh God.
As you're looking into the barrels are filled with ale.
Okay.
Gonna smell it.
Oh,
It seems like ale. Cheap ones, but ale for sure.
is there
And,
something?
I'm looking at the other guys like, I don't know what this is because he says he's a hunter and I don't see anything that I would use to skin the beast or get its meat or have it
Except
hanging
this knife.
somewhere.
Are illegal breweries a thing?
I mean, there's no prohibition as such, so not really.
Okay. But I'm gonna say, yeah, I don't trust him. A little bit, like a bit lowered voice. I don't trust him. If we're gonna sleep here, at least one of us should always be awake.
Gustav
Yes.
says, well, I mean, better him than whatever awaits us out there, right?
Of course. Still,
Only
I
one eye.
still I don't think we should trust him for now.
No.
He seemed.
Gustav has started sort of taking off his shirt, his pants, in fact, because and taking a closer look at the arrow wound and just starting to cut bits and pieces out of his cloak and starting to like bind the wound, clean it up a little. He takes a bottle of schnapps from somewhere, a small one, just like and pours a little on the wound. Yeah, birds. And then takes a few deep gulps and starts sort of binding his wound where the arrow was in his leg.
I could use some of that.
I'm gonna say, let's wait till he's back. He said not to touch the things.
Oh shit! I didn't see that. Sorry, Ian. When do you need to go?
Oh,
Can't
10-15 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's all right. We'll finish it without you. But thanks for letting me know in advance. Yeah, no, it's getting a bit longer than expected, as most of my one shots do. But
Yeah.
no worries.
Yeah.
And campaigns.
Well, in that case, Hans will detog and find himself a nice place to lay down, and that's where I'll leave you then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well,
Well,
thanks for
thanks
playing.
very much.
Had
Well,
fun.
game, fellas.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Take
Thanks.
care.
I'll see you
I'll
all
see you.
again.
See you, Ian.
Right.
Okay. So Hans is just slumbering away, and the guy opens up the trapdoor again, and comes out, and you can see he's carrying a tray with small, like wooden bowls with some sort of stew. 5 of them. And he like puts the tray onto the floor, pushes himself out, closes the trapdoor behind him, and comes carrying over. There you go.
Many thanks.
It's the least I can do, I guess. You paid for it well. Name's Dieter, by the way.
Kurt.
thanks, Dieter. So
Nice.
you're out here hunting?
Aye, a little hunting, a little trapping.
What kind of beasts are you finding out here?
You know, rabbits, some deer, a few birds.
Can I take a look at the meat that is in this stew?
I mean, it's sort of cooked and mostly fallen to pieces, but you can give me a perception check as you inspect it.
Mm-hmm. I've grown too wary of weird people in the woods.
As you should.
Interesting one. You have no idea. Looks like meat.
Hmm. Since we didn't see like any any meat
No,
here,
and he went down to the basement to make the dam.
I'm probably gonna eat some of the soup, but like eat around the meat.
Okay, I see. The soup tastes spicy, and it's not very hot, but it's not too bad. Could be.
I still
could be
have my
warmer.
own feet. I'll grab out some of my food from my bag that
Okay.
I probably have. I have a few rations.
Yep. So you're just ignoring his
Yep.
offer. Okay.
I'm eating.
Hans would be eating as well, I'm pretty sure.
Mm.
He's not a suspicious type of person. Gustav, however, is a little wary as well, and just looks around and says, "Thank you. My stomach's not feeling very well. I had some mushrooms a couple hours ago as we were trudging through the forest, and I can't really." The guy looks a little disappointed and says, "Well, it's your loss. I'll just leave it here. You can have it later if you want to." And he just moves over to his where this fur mattress basically is, his little sleeping corner. Hits down on there, and just leans back and says, "All right, well, make yourselves comfortable. The rain doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. I'll want you out of here first thing in the morning, though.
Yep.
Mhm.
We will.
Get some rest." And he sort of leans against the wall and closes his eyes.
I'm
When he does, I
immediately
offer some. Sorry, you go.
So I was just gonna say I'm immediately putting away the stew. Like I only ate like a little bit and to
Okay.
avoid the meat.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm I'm gonna whisper to okay, I guess Hans isn't here, so I'm just gonna whisper like to the people, to the ones that are still awake of us, and be like, yeah, we should keep going. I don't trust this.
I take first watch.
The guy who wasn't eating, I'll offer him some of my rations.
Gustav, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. He takes a look at your host and just says, "Oh, it's fine. These mushrooms, they really messed up my stomach."
Okay. Sure. Who will stay awake first?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
so,
try to get a little sleep.
yeah.
You all settle down. Kurt,
Yes.
give me a constitution check.
Um,
Oh no.
that is tough.
Toughness.
Oh no.
Mixing up my games.
Yes, I do it.
And let me just check something real quick before you do that. Just wait, give me a second. Yes, you get +10 to that check.
Ah, I get it.
Oh wait, we didn't see him eat the soup, right? Shit.
He wasn't eating, no.
Oh god damn it.
It's up to you.
I hope I get some bonus from not eating a lot.
Success. Okay. So, Kurt, you feel your stomach a little unsettled. You get maybe the soup wasn't that good, that stew that he offered, and you feel a wave of tiredness coming over you, and your eyes start closing. But you're like, oh, shake yourself and start like, and you're barely slumping backwards against the wall, but you are staying awake even though you're really tired. Your eyes are half closed. And while you are staying awake and your eyes are half closed, you can see the fire has now burned down. It's about an hour or so has passed since the others have settled to sleep. There's only very dim light in the chamber, and you can see your host standing up, looking around, and sneaking down, sneaking over to the trapdoor, looking down, looking around at you. Doesn't seem to notice. In fact, no, he does not seem to notice that you're
I
awake.
will pretend to sleep.
Mm-hmm. And he goes down the stairs. The lighter closes the trapdoor behind him.
Okay. I wait a couple hours.
A couple hours. Okay, while you're waiting, still sort of struggling with the sleep, a few minutes pass and he comes back. As he comes back, he's carrying what looks to be a jumbled up piece of, you're not sure, clothing maybe or something, like under his arm. He stands up, looks around, walks over to the door, slowly draws back the bar, opens the door, disappears outside into the rain, leaving the door a little open.
I wake. Who was it?
Who are you waking?
Johannes.
Yes.
Okay,
You shake-
yeah.
you grab your hands on the shoulder, shake him. You've been a bit uneasy to sleep anyway.
Yeah.
And you sit up, and you see Kurt shaking you by the shoulder,
So I guess I see that also our host is gone.
and the door slightly open. You can
Door's
hear the
slightly
rain heavily.
What
outside.
happened?
And the stew wasn't really that good.
So yeah, I'm saying what happened.
He took. I saw. He went down his trapdoor and come up later with some sort of cloak and left.
Oh, this might be like a good time to actually check out what's down there. I think it's safe if we do. Can you keep watch here? Well, like see if he's coming back and warn me. I'm gonna want to take a look downside.
I'm not really feeling that good. Maybe we should wake Hans.
Let's wake the other two. Yes.
Yes.
So you reach out to Hans, you shake him again. He's asleep. He doesn't seem to be waking.
Oh yeah. Okay. And I try to wake Peter then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peter wakes up very swiftly, and the same with Gustav if you want to wake him as well.
Yeah. Yes. I will wake the other two.
Very swiftly. What's going on?
Our host has left. He took something with him.
What?
I think
He went out into the forest in the rain.
In the
yes,
middle of night.
in the middle of the night. I think we should check out his cellar. I don't trust this at all.
All right. No, that does sound
Someone
weird.
should
Oh.
stay up here though and keep watch for him coming back.
Should we try to jump him if he comes back?
Well, we should see what's down there first. Like one
I
one
want
person should-
to barricade the door.
What about Hans?
I don't know. He doesn't seem to be waking up. I
There
think
might something was in the stew. I'm feeling not that well.
Yeah, Hans had a lot of that stew.
bastard. Not Hans, obviously, but yeah. I know we can trust him. I'm gonna just go over to the trapdoor and be like, I'm gonna go down, keep watch, and open it and look down first.
Well, you see a ladder leading into what looks to be the start of a small tunnel, and there's light coming from further down the tunnel. Seems lantern light, not torch light. It's not flickering.
Okay.
Can I barricade the door so he can't come in again?
Yeah, you can close the door and pull the bar.
The
if
lock.
you
Yeah, the
want to.
bar. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Well, he tried to make it to.
yeah.
I don't know what he put in the soup, but
Yeah,
well,
no, that's fine.
so-
I was thinking I'm not the best at stealth, but still, I'm gonna go down and try to move silently.
Go for it. Roll me a move silently check.
Silent move. Okay.
Yes, silent move. You get +10 because the sound of the rain on the roof and everyone around you is covering some of your movements,
Okay.
even though you are within the building. But you are not very quiet, so you go down the stairs trying to be quiet. You're not quiet, but luckily there seems to be no one there to notice. As you look down a small corridor, and the corridor is only a couple of yards long, and it opens up into a small room, like a basement room. And there is a lantern there, hanging on a hook from the wall, and there is also a small, well, like basically a cage made of wood. And within that cage, curled up and unconscious, asleep or dead, is a girl of about maybe 12 or 13, mostly naked, just dressed in a little bit of underwear.
Oh God. Do I see anything else super suspicious in this room?
There is a large pot and a couple of plates and such, and a chair, and yeah, that's it.
So I don't see anything that would look like poison or something like that.
You do see there's a couple in one corner. There is a couple of herbs hanging from the wall.
A couple of what? I'm sorry.
Herbs.
Can I look at them and could I discern what they are?
I don't think you have the herbalism skill. Let me check.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I have.
Herbalism is an advanced skill.
I can't actually see it in advanced.
Yeah, it wouldn't be on there because it's not a knowledge skill. Knowledge skills.
Oh.
There's so many knowledge skills that they wouldn't put it on all of them on the character sheet.
Then I don't have that.
You'd have to add it manually, I believe.
Okay.
So you cannot really say, I'm afraid. You can roll me a outdoor survival check if you want to. That might give you some hint at least, but it's obviously not as good.
Of course. Any modifier?
Sorry?
Any
No.
modifier?
Just straight up.
Oh God.
You have no idea. They're herbs from the forest.
So if I look closer at the girl, does she seem to be breathing?
She does seem to be breathing, yes. She has no real wounds except for a very nasty bruise on the side of her head.
And I don't see any hunting gear down here, right?
No.
Okay. Fuck that guy then. I'm not gonna do anything right now. I'm gonna go up again, like go to the, at least I'll go to the ladder.
As you're...
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to the ladder and just like saying something about
Go
out.
ahead.
Okay, thinking there's a girl down here. She seems to be unconscious. No hunting stuff, at least here. Like no bow, no trophies, nothing.
And I clocked the door, so he shouldn't be able to come in again.
We should jump in. I don't trust him. I can try to make him fall asleep, but I cannot say if it will work or not.
Son of a bitch, there's a girl down there. Let's. You don't need to make him fall asleep. We can make him fall asleep.
You could just leave him out there.
Yeah.
Well, if we make him fall asleep, if I make him fall asleep, we can bring him to the authorities, and they're gonna have do things to them that
we can beat him up and tie him up. That's
Wait
it.
up. What if he is coming back with a few other guys with reinforcements to take us out?
Well, where would you get reinforcements in the forest? There's no people around here.
Where do bandits live?
Well, we can't just... What do you suggest we do? Just run out in the forest with a go?
But did he just pocket my money, or did he put it somewhere?
Yeah, he pocketed it.
Damn it. Okay.
I grab my weapons.
And as you do so, you hear a thump at the door, and then like a... What the hell? Open up! Let me in!
Who are you?
What? It's me, Dieter! It's my fucking hut! Open up!
I know, but you're not a hunter. Who are you?
Wait, I can't hear you. What are you saying?
Doing this, I'm climbing up the ladder. By the way.
Open the door! You're in my hut!
I listen closely if there are more people outside.
Give me a perception check. -10 for the rain is covering up. Much.
Yes. Mm.
You have no idea. The only thing you can hear is he's pounding on the door and the rain. Open up! You can't just leave me out here. It's my hut.
So,
Open the damn door.
Alex, how would an ambush work? Like if we all was ready with weapons when he entered?
You can all basically hold your action and then attack.
I'm gonna start channeling when I get up there.
Go for it. Roll me a channeling check.
Yes, of course.
And by the way, channeling is not for a specific spell. It's not. You don't have to say, okay, I'm channeling for this spell or whatever.
Okay.
You just channel, and then you can do whatever spell you want, and that spell will get a +1.
Oh my god! God damn it! And I take out a small feather.
Okay.
I'll grab my weapons and my bow ready.
Okay, Gustav says, I'll open the door. We'll jump him when he gets in. He's
Sounds like a plan.
Or drawing his short sword with his offhand, grabs the bar and pulls it back and opens the door with us widely. And it's about time. And you see Dieter is pushing his way in, looking around, and he sees you standing with your weapons out, obviously, instantly. So what do you want to do?
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Okay, so you jump up, and as part of the sleep spell, you have to touch him. So first, you need to roll the spell itself, and then as part of the spell, you also make one touch attack, which is basically just straight up attack.
Would I get my arrow off first since
You
my
can also do that. Yes, you are
attack faster?
Yes, you have higher initiative, so you can roll the attack first. Yeah. Okay. Well, the sleep spell is cast successfully.
Okay, but so you start for me.
Roll the attack with your bow.
I would aim though.
Yeah. Obviously, you aimed at the door, so you get the +10.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Barely.
strike him in the body. Roll damage. You cannot. There's nothing you can do against ranged weapons. That's the nasty thing about ranged weapons. You can't dodge them or parry them.
10 plus 3, right?
He comes in, says, "What the hell?" And you already release the arrow. 6. He soaks. See how much does he soak?
That's -1 soak, right? Or is
4
that armor or something?
Yes, 4 armor. So yes, he's wearing 1 armor, so that is ignored, and he soaks 3, so that's 3 damage. Okay.
That's just. So this is just like.
It's just a grazing shot, basically. It doesn't stick in him. And then technically it would be Kurt next.
Yes, is he in the door?
Yeah, he's stepped inside the house now. He's just stepped in through the door. Yes, the door is behind.
Can I close the door?
You would have to push him out of the way, but you can try, definitely. It would be a contested strength check. However, Gustav is already standing there, so he can help you. So you would give he would give you +20 on that roll.
Is +20.
Yes, strength check +20. Oh yes.
Oh, nice.
Give it a mighty shove, Gustav as well. The door hits the guy in the side. He stumbles, and the door closes behind him. Okay, that was.
Can I do the bar?
You can. You have half an action left.
Yes,
so you
I
push
do
him
that.
outside. You go leap forward and fix the bar up, push it through. With that, we have now finally Johannes, who has unleashed his is now leaping forward to grab the guy grab his arm or something. So that's
do I get a bonus now? Or
technically, you would get a. I'm guessing I'd say a +10. No one's actually threatening him nearly as such, but there's so many people around him that he can't focus on you.
Come on. I know that.
103. No, that can't be right.
Oh wait, oh no, it's a minus 10. It still doesn't miss.
That's okay. Re-roll the whole thing.
Okay, I think I can just press.
Just roll a d100.
Yeah, just let's roll a d100. Wait, I know that that's not enough. Sadly, I have a 30
minus 10, right?
minus 10, but I have a 31 to hit with.
No, it's not quite enough. Sadly, yeah. You unleash your spell, but you miss him. He slips through your fingers, and the spell is basically wasted. That was Johannes's. Actually, is sleep is a full action or a half action?
I think that's full action. Give me a second. That's half action.
Yeah. So you can technically still do something with the other half of your action.
I'm just gonna.
Actually, you know what? You can retrospectively say that you aimed if you wanted to.
I would like to. Yeah.
That would make the most sense because I'm just giving you a bit of leeway because you don't remember the rules very well.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that would hit. I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
With aim. Okay, so that he needs willpower check, and now I closed, of course, the book on his stats. 32. That could be a success. Let's see. No, 30. So no, it is not a success. He falls down to the ground, just face plants, and is asleep.
Well, we should put him into his cage. That's
What?
at least.
How long does that last?
Oh, that's a good question. That's 1d10 rounds, so it doesn't last for a long time. We should bind it up, but I'm gonna roll a d10.
Roll me a 1d10, yeah. 8. Okay, that's like a minute and a half, basically.
Oh, good.
Around 10 seconds in Warhammer.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say like we have about a minute. Should bind him up.
Yeah, just grab him.
And you said there was a cage down in the cellar?
There's a cage, a wooden cage with a girl in it.
Could we put him in there?
Tie his arms behind his back or something.
Yeah, let's just bind his arms.
Yeah, and Gustav will just sit on him, basically.
And don't forget your coin back.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take his money away.
Yep, certainly.
Is there more money with him? Just
he has a coin pouch, but it only holds about like 15 silver or something, 15 shillings.
Okay, so 15 shillings and my gold coin.
And your gold coin, yes. Your
yes.
gold crown.
So,
do you take that back?
Yes, I take that back.
Okay, so you wait, basically, shuffling through his clothes. You take away his hunting knife, of course. And you find a dagger in one of his boots as well.
Mm-hmm.
You also take away. It's not very well hidden, but like just in a quick glance, you would not see it. As you shuffle through his belongings, you find it. And you also find... Actually, give me a perception check.
Of course. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, yeah, you find a dagger and you find a coin pouch, and you also find, as you're shuffling through, a second coin pouch, a slightly hidden one that's in his pocket, and that one actually holds not
500.
Not coins, but it holds what looks to be little pieces of silver, like pure silver.
Oh.
About maybe half a dozen pieces or so.
What?
What is?
Okay, this is that was probably out of character, but is there something? Would I know something about like silver doing being bad against certain types of creatures?
Give me a intelligence. Actually, you have knowledge arcane, I believe.
Yes, I have knowledge magic.
Yeah, so that's the same thing. Yeah, so roll me that.
No modifier, I guess.
Yes, no modifier.
No.
I mean, you have heard that magic is used, like silver is used in magic and connected to some magical things, but you can't really recall anything specific.
Do you have any
Well-
fate points?
Oh
You
yeah,
can do it if you want to.
I'm gonna use one. I mean, we're actually kind of, not.
Seems
We're gonna
pretty
sleep soon.
important.
We're gonna sleep soon, so yeah, I'm gonna use my fate point. Please, please, please.
Have you already used one?
This is the first. Oh my god!
Oh no!
On the tip of your tongue, just by one, you fell. It's on the tip of your tongue. You have heard that silver's used like some like creatures of evil might be susceptible to silver, but that's more like random things that you remember, but no details. You don't remember any details.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this is weird. There's silver on him, and
I have silver of me.
Well,
do
let's
you have pieces?
let's divvy it up. That's probably worth
Oh,
quite a bit of money.
yeah.
The silver.
Well, yes, but I wonder why.
And he, as you saying that, he starts waking up. He's
I'll aim my bow at him.
against the ground like this. And he's just like, what are you doing?
You poisoned us.
Why is there an unconscious girl in your cellar?
She's my daughter. She's a little crazy in her head. She hurts herself sometimes. That's why I have to lock her away.
This doesn't make it better. You can't just lock your daughter into a cage.
Every now and then, I don't do it all the time. Get off me!
Wait, would I?
Don't do it all the.
Then why did you tell us you're a hunter? You're clearly not.
Get off me!
And why did you poison us?
I didn't poison you. What the bullshit is that?
He
Then why
is
isn't-
not waking up.
You're pointing at Hans.
Yes.
Or not Hans, so what was it?
Yeah,
Who was
Hans.
okay, yeah. Hans.
Well, that's not my fault. He's probably just exhausted. I don't know. Maybe he ate some of these weird mushrooms in the forest.
No, he
That was a lie. I didn't really have any mushrooms.
Is there anything like discern lies? I can't see it right now.
It's a good question, actually. I think it's a charm check, basically. You just make a fellowship check. Let me think for a moment. No, I think it's... I can't remember, in fact. Let me take a quick look.
It just seems very,
Evaluate?
Evaluate is for evaluating items, the worth of items. I think it's just a perception check in Warhammer, really.
Okay, then I mean, I'm definitely fine with that, but let's see.
Yeah, no, I can't remember there being any specific skill.
Mm.
You're not sure if he tells the truth or not.
Am I? You know what? I'm gonna use my. Am I using my? Yeah, I'm using my.
Well, I mean, I'll let one other of you roll as
Okay.
well. So, like, say, Kurt, for instance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then that's.
Okay, then.
I think I'm too furious to see if he's lying or not.
Yeah, you don't really care too much. Looking at him, the
Barely.
way he's looking around, the way he was briefly hesitating before speaking, you're pretty sure he's lying. That's not true what he's saying.
I
That was
kick
something
him.
he made up on the spot, pretty much.
I kick him. You are lying.
Ugh, you son of! I'm not lying.
I feel that poison in my stomach too.
I'm not
Rambling about.
blaming for your fucking stomachs. Don't blame me for that shit. I took you in. Get off me. You stay here for now. And Gustav just presses his head back onto the ground. You son of...
I'll take some of the uneaten what was the food?
Yeah.
Stew, yeah, and try to feed it to him.
Okay. His eyes go a little wide, and he says, "What the?
If it's not poisoned, then why won't you should eat it?"
Looks around at all of you and says, All right. Well, I'll eat it. Sure. And yeah, you force feed him. He doesn't look very happy, but he does chew it and swallow it.
Hmm.
Now what?
We
Yeah.
wait.
What? We wait. How long?
How long does it take for it to take effect?
There's no poison in it. There's nothing to take effect on. We can wait until Sigmar returns for all I care.
But, well, then we can just talk for now. How is your daughter going crazy, and why?
Well,
Why would
she's
you need
a
to?
little crazy in the head.
Then why can't you deal with that in your own town? Why do you have to live out here? And you're
Well,
not a hunter.
The people in town wouldn't understand. They would probably think she's a witch or something.
That wouldn't sound like me to me like anything. Someone suffering from chaos.
I
Chaos
mean,
corruption would sound like.
everything's possible with chaos. That's why it's called chaos.
That is true. Yes. Can I roll anything on that? Since I
You
know.
can give me another arcane check if you want.
Yeah, I would like to do that then.
Hmm?
Oh my god!
I mean, as I said, everything's possible with chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking chaos. Yes, let's. Good. I don't know shit about it, but.
You finally let go of me? I had the fucking stew, as you said. I told you why the girl's down there. You're
But
probably just some fucking outlaws. I'm coming here to rob me, aren't you?
no. Then why did you sneak off in the middle of the night? You haven't explained that yet.
I just took a look around to see if there was any danger.
I just start laughing in game, like, oh come on, you're gonna leave the safety of your hut to go out to make sure it's safe for minutes, for like several minutes.
Yeah, he was gone for like 15 minutes or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
You wouldn't even open the door for us. But then you leave for 15 minutes and like for several minutes and leave the door open? That's you're gonna have to come up with a better lie for that.
I was just trying to look out for you.
Then what did you take outside with you? You know that
I mean, by my knife, of course.
in a you took your knife in a bundle of cloth.
He looks surprised. His eyes go wide. What do you mean, a bundle of cloth? Why didn't
You know what I mean.
Ask him about the silver.
Yeah, what's up with the silver?
What? That's mine. What? Where'd you get that? That's mine.
Well, currently, you're the one that has a young girl in his cellar, locked up. So right now, nothing is yours. Just answer our questions.
Give me an intimidation check.
Oh God. Let's see.
You get a +10.
Nice. Well, that's still not great, but
I know. Well, you're not a very intimidating person.
yeah. Oh my God.
That's a success. Wow. Excellent.
Nice.
Why the target number is way too high, but still, it still would still be a success. So,
I'm not sure.
I mean,
Well,
it's a
that's
13.
Success, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's 17 is a success. I have a 13 plus the 10, so that's
Yeah.
fine. Just, I don't know why the target number would be 36. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't matter. He's all right. Listen, you have to let me go. We're in a lot of danger.
Then just tell us what's going on.
They're coming. They're coming, and if we don't pay them, they're gonna take us.
Who is coming?
They're coming. The beasts. They're coming out of the forest.
And you're offering your, I'm guessing not daughter, to them?
I'm offering them the beer. The barrels.
That still does not explain anything.
I'm telling you, we're in a lot of danger. They can be here any moment.
Well,
What is he talking about?
can't we just put the barrels of beer out and just wait here?
Yeah, that's not going to be enough, I'm afraid. They're looking for something more.
For what?
For what?
Exactly.
For some meat with the booze. They won't be happy with just the beer.
So,
We are the meat.
so that's why you have that girl down there.
Listen, it's either her or us.
Well, I mean, it could be you.
What? No, you can't feed me to these monsters.
Well, I mean, you were going to feed her to the monsters, and
What?
I'm still not sure that she's crazy.
She's just a girl. She doesn't matter.
Well, you're just a man. You don't matter.
Starts trying to struggle, but Gustav is sitting on him and his hands are tied. And yeah, he's he can't get free. The hands now is slowly waking up, but he looks very groggy. He's like struggling to wake up and just like pushes himself off the wall, but he's back there. Let me go! Let me go! They'll get us all!
Do we have? We don't have any rope or something, right?
No, you do not have any rope.
There's no rope here, right?
Not that you have seen, no.
Not long enough.
So I'm gonna look at her and be like, so not at her. Look at the others and be like, I'm guessing we are all on the same page for this.
Gustav just gives a nod.
I guess we put him in one of his barrels and
The barrels are only about this big. His head is in there,
okay,
but not
okay.
good.
Can we? Some phone is. Okay, now it's gone. Maybe that's my phone.
No idea. Doesn't matter.
Well, anyway, okay, good. Okay, so maybe we should just knock him out. I guess that's them.
They're here. They're here. You have to get the girl. They'll eat us all. They'll eat us alive. You have to get the girl. Get the girl. Gustav is also getting a bit pale now.
Can we just feed him to whatever is out there?
I'm gonna say, Gustav, take him, and I don't know, one of the others take the beer. I'm gonna prepare a spell if something goes wrong. Then
Yeah, grabs the man, pulls him like Dieter, pulls him up and puts his short sword to his throat. Dieter freezes and says, "You idiots! They're gonna devour us all. They're gonna rip us to shreds. You have to get the girl."
I'm gonna start channeling.
Okay, roll me a channeling check.
Yes.
You hear a voice outside going,
So yeah, that's just
as a success.
that's success. So we're three people. So one plus Gustav. So Gustav can take him.
Yeah,
One can take the beer, and someone can open the door. And I just stand here ready with a spell, if needed.
I open my door.
So is anyone anyone doing anything?
He's just,
I take a cake.
just hyperventilating at the moment. His eyes just darting around the room.
Open the door and push him out.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You can't
I'll
do that.
grab him. I'll grab him by the scruff, by the neck, and push him up against the door.
No, you can't do that! You can't do that! You can't do that! He's just shouting.
Well, didn't you just say that he's
Hear a snarl on the other
going to
side.
eat something?
Something like loud sniffing.
Let's I think we need to hurry up. Let's do
Yes.
this.
Open the bar.
Okay. He's
Close
trying
the
to,
door. I'll push him out.
but both Gustav and Peter are holding him as he's trying to struggle. No! You open the door and you see outside. You see two figures standing, and there's at least two, maybe three more figures behind them in the rain. The two figures are covered. One of them is kneeling on the ground, sort of looking towards you, and the other one is standing. They're covered in fur, and they have big muscles underneath, rippling muscles. They're only wearing loincloths, and their legs and feet are pushing deep into the mud, but you can still see clawing hoofs like those of a goat hitting the ground, pushing into the mud. Their hands are extremely human-like, but have black claws on them. One of them is clutching a nasty-looking cudgel, a big chunk of wood with iron spikes protruding from him. The other one, a large two-handed axe. And their heads are this disgusting mixture of human and animal. Longish, like the ones of a goat, but they end in a mouth with long fangs, like those of a wolf. They have large black eyes, completely black, blinking in the light of the fireplace. And they have two curled horns pointing forward, thick, muscular necks. The other three behind them seem slightly smaller. And you just catch a flash of slim silhouettes clutching spears. As the one of them that was on the ground, like kneeling, looks up.
Why? What? It wasn't discernible to us, right?
No, this is some language that you do not speak.
Would I recognize what they are? What kind of being? What
These are beasts.
Okay, good.
These are beastmen, the children of chaos. Some say some of the first worshippers of chaos, thousands and thousands of years ago, have been taken by their masters, molded like clay, and mixed up with bulls and goats and wolves and other creatures, taking the worst part of human and beast and creating new life from it. That's what chaos does.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna have to make a mental mark of that because my character would definitely talk about that once he gets to. But yeah,
the second one now rises up. They're both standing now in front of you, and Gustav has stopped moving, just staring at them, and Dieter is frozen in terror as well, just like no.
I'm gonna say kick him out, and
I start rolling the kegs out.
The keg rolls through the door in between the legs of Dieter and hits one of the creatures. It looks down.
Let him go.
I'll throw him out.
Or the kegs.
Yeah. Then can I before I cast anything? Will I still keep my channeling if I do anything else?
No, it lasts for a bit.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go over to Gustav and just like kick Dieter out.
Okay, Dieter stumbles forward. One of the creatures takes a step back. The other one grabs him by the shoulder, holds him there, and says, "Dieter."
I don't understand a thing, but I'm just gonna nod and then probably slowly close the door.
No! I promised you. I was going to give you the gold. It's down there. They don't serve the masters. They don't serve the masters like I do. And the door closes.
The masters. That
And you hear a little, and then
I can't say I feel bad for him.
Yes.
you can hear outside now.
Maybe I'm gonna say maybe we should go down to the cellar. It would be more easily defendable if they want to get in.
What if they're coming for us as well?
Yeah, that's why we need to go to the cellar. It's gonna be easier to fight them off when we're down there.
What?
At least the big one doesn't will not fit.
No, they would fit. They're muscular, but not much larger than a human.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but we could fight them off one after time, and they would have to climb down the ladder.
What if they just close the trapdoor on us and pile some rocks on it? We'll start down there.
We would stop in here too if we just stayed, or if they pile something on front of the door.
Well, we could just stay here and take our stand here.
Give me a perception check, everyone.
Plus anything?
No.
Nice, I didn't.
Failed miserably.
Okay.
Nah, success.
Both Kurt and Johannes, you look over to the window and you see a face pressed against the glass.
Oh no!
And you can see it's the window is not very big, but still, you can see a face that's kind of humanish, but covered in brown fur. There's two like hooked horns growing out of the top, outwards, and it has these slits where the nose should be, and these nasty grin with these long fangs. It looks smaller than the two creatures you saw outside, and it just stares at you, and you see its fog, its breath just fogging the glass. And then it sees you looking at it. It just gives you a nasty, and then disappears into the darkness.
Oh my god! Oh!
And then a spear
shit.
breaks through the glass. The tip of a spear breaking into the building. And we are in initiative.
Oh god damn it!
Down the cellar.
Peter, we are starting with you. Gustav is dead, so I can. Dieter is dead, so I can remove him from initiative.
It's not my turn yet, I know. But
No.
could I, with sound, could I create like the sound of marching boots outside?
You could.
Okay, I might try something then.
Good ideas. Well,
I like
Who
this
is?
dumb stuff.
I am.
It is Peter's turn.
yep. And did they kick the door in, right?
No, one of them broke the window with his spear,
Oh yeah, okay.
but the door is still intact for now.
They wouldn't fit in through the window.
No, not the two larger ones. They were wide-shouldered. They would not fit, and that like those large curled horns would make it impossible for them to fit like to a small window.
What do they want?
Could I just, if I move closer to the hatch, would I be able to hold an action or have an action for firing when they got in? If they got in?
Holding an action actually takes away half an action.
Okay, so
So
I'll
you
just wait for something to come in
Okay, so you just
and
draw
fire when. Yeah,
anywhere you are. You draw an arrow, aim at the door.
yeah.
Okay. That was Peter's turn. Gustav's turn now. He will look around and he will leap again and press himself against the wall next to the window, just like holding his short sword. Well, this is it then. I'm not gonna get eaten by these monsters. He looks terrified and still injured, as some of you are as well, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still injured too.
Kurt, your turn next.
I go to the trapdoor and hold it open for the others to.
You can lift it open all the way. You don't have to hold it. You just go falls to the other side.
Yes.
Okay. That was Kurt's turn. Now the two beastmen, the two larger ones, which are called goers, by the way. They will try to force the door. You hear impacts, and you see the door splinter as an axe nearly bites through. You see the tip of the axe coming through the door and being pulled off. They do not manage to break the door down. It's quite a sturdy door. Not yet, however. They have not managed to pull. Johannes, your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to cast a spell again because I want to try to create like outside of that the sound of boots marching towards towards the hut.
Yes.
So it would sound like I don't know, like a regiment of guards or something.
You wouldn't be able to create that many. It's petty magic. It's not that strong. You might be able to create maybe the sounds of like 2 or 3 people at best.
Huh. I might just try to
Sure.
to make a big wall. I know that they are beastmen, but still, to like make the try to create the wall for like a big giant monster or something.
Sure, yeah.
That might even be scary for them.
Certainly.
Okay, then let's see. I'm gonna assume I have my tiny bell. I can have that.
Yeah, unless you dropped it somewhere, but I don't think you did. So.
Okay, and I have still have my channel. So.
No, I don't think it lasts that long. I think it only lasts like 15 seconds, 10, 15 seconds or so.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Like a minute or so.
Okay, I wasn't sure. That's okay then. I don't have my channel, but that's fine.
I mean, you can still channel and cast it. It's only half an action.
Oh, channel.
Anyway.
I thought it was a skill, so I thought.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Channel is actually. I'm not 100% sure. Let me check. I think channel might be an exception, actually. There's something in the back of my head saying something about that. Yes, usually a skill use is a full action, but I think channeling might be a. Let's see. No, channeling is half an action. Yes, that is an exception to the rule that the skill use. Sorry.
It doesn't matter here, but I'm just like, and I'm creating like a giant wall on the outside.
All right, you just hear a like an ogre or something shout outside in the darkness, which the rest of you also hear, and you don't know that it was your wizard doing it. So
can I use like, okay.
I mean, you can talk. You can say a quick sentence or something. That's
I'm just like a little bit muttered, but that was me. I'm trying to scare them. And then that's basically my turn then.
Okay. Hans is struggling to get up, but he slumps back down. Sort of draws his sword with a shaking hand. Still half asleep as the poison is really affecting him strongly because he had a lot and I rolled a 93 on his constitution.
No.
On his toughness check. So yeah. No Heinrich. He's not here. So we have the smaller one, the smaller beastmen, the Ungors. One of them thrusts his fist through the window, breaks it, and then will look in, and you see he flings a spear, a javelin basically, in through the window, and he will aim at Johannes actually, because you're standing pretty much in the center of the room. Mm-hmm. Flings a javelin at you. The javelin hits. The javelin
Would I be able to see him?
In the arm. Sorry?
Would I be able to see him?
Yes, you would. You can react at the same moment, even though you've been aiming at the door, but it's not much. You just like shoot one arrow back at him. Sure. Okay, Johannes, you take a strength 8 hit.
Oh shit! All right.
I hit him too.
Okay, and at the same moment, the arrow flies through and strikes the Ungor in the shoulder. Ah! Roll damage. You can, of course, reduce it, by the way, Johannes. This is not, you don't take 8 damage straight up.
I still take 5.
6.
Yeah.
6. Okay, the Ungor soaks 3, so he takes 3 damage.
Damn it.
He just goes, yeah. The arrow strikes past his shoulder, ripping through his flesh a little bit, and then he ducks out of sight, basically. And you can hear like them chattering, like outside in the darkness. They don't seem to be sure what to do.
Yeah, run away.
Yeah, Peter, your turn.
I would take another stab at shooting that guy outside.
Okay, you don't really see him, but you have a vague idea where he is, so you get -30 on the shot.
Ooh. Okay, I'll just hold my action then.
Okay, just
yeah,
waiting. Whoever enters the room first. Okay, Gustav is also holding his action, waiting at the window. Kurt, your turn.
Is nobody getting down?
Looks like no.
Apparently not, no. Okay.
Then I ready my shield and my short sword, and yeah, can I still do defensive?
No. Getting rid of 2 weapons is 2 half actions, so
Okay.
that's your full turn, basically.
Okay. Next one.
Beastman. The door takes another massive hit and starts to splinter, but they're not quite through yet. However, you see one part of the door breaks open a little, and you see a nasty, horned face peering through, grabbing the door with both hands, clawed hands, and like pulling backwards, trying to rip it out, basically. Peter, you see that as well, so you can take a shot if you want to.
Yep. Let's do that. Ooh, 2.
Hits. Wow, nice. And yeah, you hit him in the right shoulder through the crack of the door, and roll damage.
Oops, that doesn't work right. Remember that, or is it?
No, that actually works.
Oh, okay.
2.
It's just my sword then. 5.
Yep. However, this gore tanks 5, so doesn't take any damage.
Oh, good crap.
The arrow just strikes in his shoulder and breaks. And he just looks down and and starts pulling again.
Not good. Not good.
Okay, that was their turn. Johannes.
Okay, I'm gonna use my first half action to move into the corner right next to the trapdoor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my second half action to try to cast a spell again, because
Which one?
I'm gonna try to cast a magic dart.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, who are you attacking with the magic dart?
So there's the one that's like trying to like rip it out, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to attack that one.
Okay. The same one that Peter just shot at.
Yeah.
Just like hanging on the door and trying to rip it. You can see its head, the top of its shoulders, to rip the crack of the door.
I'm guessing I also have the ingredient for this one.
Yes, you would have. You probably have like a handful of darts on you, because this ingredient is actually used up because you throw it, basically.
Oh, I wasn't sure because it just says to throw a dart of silver energy. That's why.
Yeah. No, the ingredient in this case, I mean, there's no rules for it, but I just rule it like that.
Yeah, that's fine. So
it makes sense.
I'm gonna like take the dart and take a second and then throw it and see.
Okay.
It sadly fails, but at least yeah.
Yeah. Well, you fling the dart, but it just falls to the ground. You can't pick it back up, basically.
Yeah. Well, fuck.
That's
my
turn. Okay. Hans. See, he's still struggling to. Yeah, he finally managed to get up and it holds and gets his shield ready, but he's still like, what's going on? Shaking his head. Okay, the Ungors. One of them leaps in and tries to sort of push himself. You see that his head appearing, and his skinny shoulders covered in scars and some fur growing on him, as he tries to push himself through the window. And Gustav instantly takes a slash at it, as he was waiting for someone to try that. Yeah, hits. And Gustav deals 7, 8 to the Ungor. That's 5 points. He slashes the Ungor across the side of the face. Yeah! And yeah, that was their turn. Peter.
Okay, I'll move closer to the hatch and then take a shot at the big guy trying to come through the door.
Okay.
There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Damn it!
Didn't have the time to. He turns his head, and your arrow hits one of the horns, and ching! This reflected off, disappears into the darkness.
No help.
Okay.
Damn it.
Gustav is slashing again at the Ungor. It's pushing itself, but this time it misses. The Ungor twists all out of the way of the blade. Kurt.
One is trying to get through the door.
No, well, they are trying to break down the door. You could run up and stab through the opening that's already there, because they have already broken the door halfway. Or you can attack the Ungor that's trying to get through the window.
Can I charge him?
You could charge either of them, yes, because you're on the opposite side of the room. You need a little bit of space to charge, but you do have enough.
Then I will charge them in the window, because I believe through the door I get this minus.
No, you would not actually, but you get plus 20 for charging.
Yes.
So you run up, you bring your short sword down, and actually plus 30 in fact, because there's Gustav standing there as well.
Okay. I will cancel this is the same damage.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, it is the same damage. Yeah, you hit him on the head. Excellent.
Nice.
Roll damage.
Uh,
Just roll the damage manually, because I'm pretty sure
yes.
the
yes.
1d10 plus 3, I believe.
Damage is 3.
Yes, 1d10 plus 3.
4.
Oh, is it 4? Okay, 1d10 plus 4 then. $11. Nice. That is... So that is 7 points, and that is a critical hit.
Ooh.
Roll at 1d100 on the head. That's not going to look good for this Ungor, I'm afraid. It's -2.
-2.
Just roll a 1d100. What do you roll?
61. I saw with the -2.
No,
61.
not -2. That's his health. He's at -2. You don't get it.
I wrote 63 on a D100.
Okay, 63. Let's see. With the -2, that 63 is a 4 on the head, which means, okay, you chop off one of his horns, but that's all it does really. He shakes it. He's heavily injured. You chop off one of his horns into the side of his face, slash his face open, but he continues to fight on. Still alive. Now the beastmen, the two big ones, are trying to break down the door finally. And yes, they manage to. One of them rips it open, the other one chops in with the axe, and door breaks. And the one who's holding it rips out a chunk and just throws it over his shoulder, and then takes up his nasty cudgel. And they're standing now there, their muscles tense, getting ready to jump into the room. Johannes.
Oh. Could I technically cast the spell 2 times a turn if I just use?
You only cast one spell a turn.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna try a different spell then. So, what weapon is the one holding that just came in?
There's two of them. There's two of them standing at the door. One of them has a large two-handed axe, and the other one has a nasty-looking cudgel with like iron spikes sticking out of it.
Okay, I'm gonna cast a drop on the
Which one?
with the axe.
Oh, yeah, that's the bigger weapon.
Yeah, I'm guessing don't have the ingredient because that's some butter, and I don't think I have some butter in my cloak.
Yeah,
To be completely
probably
honest.
wouldn't have the ingredient at this moment. No.
Yeah, no. And no channeling. Oh wait, then I'm gonna. Can I just save that I take my channel that I try channeling before I spell?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that a drop is a half action.
Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that is, yeah.
Okay.
That's half action, yeah.
Excellent.
Channel. There it is.
Reach out through winds of magic, forcing your will upon them, but they are too strong. Chaos is close, and the winds of magic are shuddering around it.
Yeah, okay then.
Presence of these creatures.
So
It's still obviously cast.
yeah, it fails.
But it fails. At least you don't get an incentive point.
Yeah.
You're
For once.
like whispering the word, the arcane words of the spell, but you mispronounce something and the spell just falls to bits. You're too nervous looking at these massive creatures.
I mean, I'm probably gonna die, but at least I'm gonna die sane, you know.
Oh, that was Johannes' turn. Hans. Oh, Hans is not here.
Yeah. It's like,
Hans will stumble over to the Ungor at the window as well and take a swipe. As groggy as he is, he hits nonetheless.
nice.
Cool.
And with a natural, so a 10 net damage as well. So he stumbles over, nearly falls, pushes himself off the side of the wall with his shield, and stabs the Ungor straight through the face. And the Ungor just slumps. As he was already heavily injured, so yeah. That one is dead. His foul life has fled from him. And it's now the Ungor's turn. The Ungor is pulled back as something grabs him from behind, pulls him back out, and you can see one more Ungor standing there, dropping that one, and then stabbing in through the window, stabbing in at Kurt. The spear comes jabbing through. However, you raise your shield and it just goes across the shield without touching you. Another Ungor appears behind his larger companions.
What? How many?
And
We are so dead.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment you can see 2 Ungors and 2 of the larger ones, the Gors. 2 of the larger beastmen. That was their turn. Peter.
Aim and fire.
Who are you shooting at?
What?
Who are you shooting at?
There's an injured big one, isn't there?
No, they have not been injured so far.
Oh, fuck. One of the smaller ones that I can see then.
Okay, the one that's sort of striking with his spear through the window is already slightly injured. You see there's a bit of blood on his shoulder.
Let's try to get him down.
Go for it.
Attack plus 10 for aim.
Yes. Yeah, you roll back. Arrow flies past Kurt's and Hans's faces, nearly hitting either of them, and then just hits the wall. It's stuck in the wooden wall. And Hans.
So did I hit?
What the fuck?
Sorry. My aim's a bit off.
Yeah, you're all kind of nervous and like your fingers are shaking a little.
Yeah.
Gustav will stab through the window at the Ungor standing outside. Will strike him in the face. But it's only a very superficial wound. As it's a short sword cuts open a small tiny cut on as the Ungor leans backwards and just the tip of the very short sword reaches him. Kurt.
I aim and stab the same one as Gustav.
Okay, you're now both at the window, just stabbing through at the Ungor.
Yes. This is
Plus
plus
10.
20.
Well, plus 20, yes, because you have aim.
20.
Yeah,
Yes.
you catch him in the chest. Roll damage.
Oh, big. No, Emmy. You can do it.
You lean forward, your hand goes to the window, and you roll Ulrich's Fury. So
that's an extra
roll another
D10.
attack.
Yeah. Plus the 4.
No, just another attack.
So.
You have to.
Again, plus 20.
Yes, it's the same attack, the very same attack. So you still get plus 20. Just to see if you actually crit, confirm the crit.
Nice.
You confirm the crit, so roll another D10. Just straight up D10 this time. That's a 6, so that's 20 total. The Ungor soaks 4, so he takes 16 points of damage, which drops him down to minus 10.
We might survive.
Roll a critical hit. 1d100. And tell me what you roll.
52.
52, that is a 10 in the highest possible critical effect. And it says, killed in whatever spectacular and gore-drenched fashion the player or GM creates or describes.
I jammed the short sword into his head and split it open.
Well, it was a body blow, but sure, you jam it into his ribcage and then rip it upwards and cut through his face.
Well, I can see only his head.
No, you can see, well, you were leaning out the window and jabbing at him, so you can see.
Yes.
Anyway, and he falls, just cut open, a massive blow, blood everywhere. Gustav like, oh shit! And that's 2 Ungors down. You might actually survive this. We'll see.
Wow.
But they're still Gors. Oh, you killed 2 of them, and they haven't killed any of you yet. That was
No help for me.
Kurt's turn, which means that now we have the 2 Gors.
Oh no.
They both run in. One of them, the one has been shot at by Peter constantly. So one with a cudgel, it was ripped the door open, just gives a runs towards you and with a charge attack and brings the cudgel down. Misses, however, as Peter ducks and the cudgel just hits the wall behind him and scrapes across the wall. And this massive, you now smell the stench of this creature, wet fur and something worse underneath it, and see these black eyes, totally black, staring at you. The other one jumps in, looks around, and swings his great axe at Johannes, because you're the closest one. Actually, no, you step backwards as well.
I stepped back.
Right. You step backward as well. Then he will leap to the side. Let's see. Who is he attacking? He is attacking Gustav. Poor Gustav. Gustav looks over and sees the massive great axe descending down. Yep, that is a hit. Gustav, better hope he can parry. Nope, he cannot parry. Now, a great axe has the impact quality, which means I roll 2d10 and take the higher. And that is a 10. Gustav soaks 4, which means he's down to 0 with that blow, as the axe cuts into his shoulder. Critical hit against Gustav. He's only on 0, so that's hopefully not too bad for him.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, he just drops his short sword from the pain. Ah! And other than that, I mean, he's heavily injured, but he can still fight. It's not a deadly wound. It's just a very painful one. And the creature shouts its rage and triumph out with the great axe held high. That was the Gors. Johannes.
Oh god. Okay.
One of them's basically next to you, the one that was attacking Peter. The other one's a little across the room, about 10 feet maybe away from you.
A little help.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to magic dart or sleep.
I don't know. That's up to you.
I think I'm gonna channel. Let's try channeling first.
Go
Just
for it.
where is it? There it is. Oh, that's a success. Nice.
Yes, finally, you managed to get the wind under control.
Damn chaos creatures. I think I'm gonna magic dart.
Which
Yeah.
one?
The one closer to me.
The one with the cudgel, the right thing.
Yeah, the one with cudgel. Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Magic 1.
+2 total.
Yeah, +2
And
total.
1 magic and +2 total. So it's a decent success.
Yes.
Finally, okay.
Finally.
Silverish
Nice.
dart of energy flies from your fingers through the room, hits the creature in the back. Sort of. Oh, Ulrich 3. Now you do not roll an attack roll because magic dart hits automatically. Instead, you roll a willpower check to succeed.
Oh, all right.
You can confirm the crit with magic attacks.
Any modifier to that? Just the
No, just a straight up willpower check.
Yes.
Yes, 1d10, another d10.
Oh my god.
Oh, 10. 10. 10.
That's
No.
Okay, so that's still 15 in total. Creature soaks 5, so he takes 10 damage. The dart goes into its back and goes in deep. And it just... And there's a massive wound on its back. Blood is seeping through its mottled fur. It looks over the shoulder now at you.
Well, I'm probably dead now, but that was fun.
Yeah. Hans will strike, aiming and striking, still groggy, at the creature attacking, the two-handed, the other gore with the great axe, the one that just nearly finished Gustav, but he misses. As his blow is too weak, and the gore just knocks it away with his great axe. The Ungors, well, actually, the Ungor, because there's only one remaining, leaps in from behind the Gors, as they have, he has wisely let them go in first, then looks around, sees the magic dart shooting from your hand, and will come leaping towards you, Johannes. Just stab. This is spear. Misses. You bring up. Do you have your staff in your hands?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, you bring it up and parry the spear out of the way. That is his turn. Peter, you have a gore in your face.
I have to drop my bow and pull out my sword and attack with that instead.
Okay. The gore is quite heavily injured after this massive blow, so you might finish it off with a little of luck.
Oh, please.
It's just a straight up. It's not no +10, nothing. Just straight up.
Yeah. 16. Yes.
Oh, in the head. Roll damage. Oh, actually, no. He will try to parry your blow with his cudgel. He
It's
brings up the cudgel to see if he can parry. Yes, he parries. This short sword licks out, but he just sees it just in time and...
damn.
However, he wasted half an action, so that's worth something. Gustav, heavily injured, strikes, and then... Actually, no, he will disengage from the creature, stumbling backwards, holding his wound, and he has no weapon at the moment, so he will draw a dagger. And no, he can't disengage the full action, so he'll just disengage from the creature, holding his cut open shoulder, looking around in panic. Sees the trap door and is sort of moving over towards it. That was Gustav's turn. Kurt.
Can I charge anyone?
No, you cannot. The interior of the room is too small to give you enough space to charge. Charge needs a certain amount of movement to build up momentum, so to speak.
Do I have to move to hit anyone?
No, you have a large gore with a two-handed axe right in front of you.
Then
one
I
that
will-
chopped down
Then I
Gustav.
will aim and attack him.
Okay.
And I get +20 because the... Yeah.
Hans, even though he's very groggy, will still give you the +10, yes, because the creature has to focus his attention on 2 people instead of 1. Goes for the head. The creature raises his axe, tries to parry the attack. No, too slow. You crack it straight in on the head. Roll damage. 1d10 plus 4. Oof. 13. Not bad at all. The creature soaks 5. 8 go through. Blood now runs down from this massive open bruise that you have as you've broken its skin, and it just runs into its face over this nasty long snout. And it will instantly slash back at you because it is now its turn. I cannot aim because it used half an action to parry.
With shield.
No, you managed to duck under the blow. The axe just past the air above you.
Better.
The other one is now looking around. He doesn't quite know who to attack, but then turns towards the wizard, ignoring Peter for now. Turns around, gives a smack with his cudgel.
Is he running out of my range?
No, he can get there without having to move away. However, he misses
Oh my god.
as he steps backwards and the cudgel whips past his face. You can see it for a moment. It's just slow motion. You can see like bits of brain and dried blood that's on the thing, and it just moves past you.
Okay.
That was the Gore's turn. Not that successful this time, Johannes.
Oh, so I'm guessing I can either attack or use a spell, right?
Technically, no.
Well, then I'm gonna magic dart him first. At least try to.
Who are you magic darting? You have an Ungor and the Gore, a larger one and a smaller basement.
The one that just tried to hit me, basically.
Okay, sure.
I have not channeled, so let's just see how this. Fuck.
There's a 1. Roll me a willpower check.
Of course.
You're just too nervous, and the winds just go through you, leaving behind a nasty spike of pain in your head as you take a second insanity point. There's this blasting headache.
So what did you say about not going insane?
That was your first action. Your first half action. You have another half action.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to hit him with my staff.
Go for it.
Oh wait, do I have a modifier?
Nope. No
Isn't
modifier.
he? Oh, I thought he was engaged with people.
He is, but there's an Ungor as well. It's 2 against 2.
Ah, okay.
So that
So I don't. Yeah, that's so I don't hit.
Yeah, he just sees it coming and just like parries it with his arm.
I'm not fleeing from this fight.
Hans is stabbing at the beastman with the great axe, but he's too groggy. He just whiffs the attack, despite everything. The Ungor keeps stabbing at Janus. Misses again. Spear goes past your head.
Oh.
You're like,
I'm just like,
yeah, exactly. It's like Muhammad Ali style, just dodging all blows.
oh my god.
Um,
I am one with the wind. Wait.
yeah, these beasts are not doing that well. Peter.
Okay, I can aim with my short sword and make an attack and kill this damn thing. Unless he parries. Can he parry? Maybe he can parry.
You can if you want to, yeah.
He can't. Damn it. Not 100. Sorry. No.
Miss. What? You have you aim. That's right.
Yeah.
Gustav is just crouching in a corner now, trying not to draw attention and clutching his shoulder. Kurt.
I will aim and hit him again
Go for it.
with the X. Again plus 20.
Yes. Oh, 55 out of 55. But this time the Gore parries your attack away with the shaft of his great axe.
I use my last
Peak point.
feat point and try again.
You cannot. You only have one attack. There is an attack.
To
value.
reroll.
Oh, to reroll. Oh, okay. No, you cannot reroll. He parried.
You hit. You
Yeah,
just
you hit. You
So
yeah, you have only one attack in your profile. Technically, characters in Warhammer can get up to 3 attacks, but because none of you is really a fighter career as such, you don't get the second attack until quite a while in, basically.
okay. I thought the 55 didn't hit.
No, the 55 does hit.
That's it.
You have to roll equal or lower.
Okay.
Okay, that was Kurt. So the Beastman will ignore the groggy Hans and turns his full attention onto you, Kurt. He cannot aim once more, but he hits this time. Strikes you straight in the chest with his massive great axe.
It tried to parry with shield.
Plus 10. Actually, plus 20 because his great axe is slow. So you have your basic.
How do I do that?
So you roll your basic weapon skill plus 20. Because plus 10 for your shield and plus 10 for the fact that he's wielding a great axe.
Damn.
That's a D40.
Sorry.
Just roll a D100. That's fine. Just roll 1D100 straight up. Without any modifiers. Just roll 1D100. The modifier is to your stat, not to the roll. That's a D20.
Sorry.
You're getting into the wrong direction.
Yeah, is that another one?
Tired too.
That's okay. We are nearly finished, one way or the other. 90, that hits, yes. Actually, that parries, I should say. So you bring up your shield, and the sword the axe bites into your shield. It splinters at the back a little bit, but it doesn't bite all the way through, and it just rips out the great axe. Okay, and with that we have the second beastman, who's still trying to finally get a hold of Johannes and bash his skull in with his Morningstar cudgel, whatever it's called. That's a hit. 70 is a hit in the stomach, so he ducks down and just smacks it in your ribs.
I would like to parry.
You can, and you have a defensive weapon with your staff, which means you roll your weapon skill plus 10 for the parry.
Yeah, I think I can just do this if this works.
It does. You parry.
Oh my god.
Your staff is taken away. The cudgel smacks against the staff, and you're still somehow alive.
How?
The Gor's just getting super frustrated, like snarling at the Ungor. Johannes, your turn. You have survived another turn. You have half an action because you parried.
Yeah, and since I'm not gonna run from this fight, let's try to cast a spell again.
Which one?
That would magic dart. That would never go wrong, right? No.
No.
Nah.
Hasn't been for.
Yeah, you made it once.
Better than nothing.
Another one.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
another willpower save. Well, maybe you go insane before you die.
I mean, that wouldn't be the worst. Oh, I actually
But
don't.
no, this time, I mean, the pain is already in your head, but you do not go more insane from the powers of the warp. Okay, that was your turn. Hans is trying to stab the Gore. Nope. The Ungor trying to stab Johannes. Yes, stabs you in the leg, and you cannot parry because you already. No, actually, it is a new turn because you had your turn, so you can parry again if you wanted to. However, this time you get a -10 because a spear has the rule called fast.
Oh, wait, me now?
Yes, the Ungor just stabbed you in the leg.
Oh god.
You
Well,
can parry, but then next turn when the Gore attacks you, you won't be able to. Well, in case the Gore
You can die now, or you can die later.
I'm gonna try not to die now. Oh, I'm gonna die now.
You have fortune points left?
I have one left, so I'm gonna use that.
Maybe, yeah.
Good plan.
Oh!
Nope.
Nope, I'm afraid not.
That was
And
bad fortune.
That is 8 points.
I'm now at 0.
Ooh, that means there is a critical hit waiting. Let's see what the Ungor does. The Ungor rolls a 98, which is very good for you. Because that
What's your
means
present?
it's only a 1. You stumble and can only take a half action on your next turn. As you just shout out as the Ungor stabs you in the leg, but that is the worst thing that happens.
So does that mean I don't get an action because I missed my parry?
Yeah, you're right. You do not get an action. So you have to skip the
It's-
turn.
Yeah. Okay, but just want to make sure, just...
No, thanks for reminding me. You scream out as the Ungor sort of looks you in the face, grins and twists the spear and rips it back out.
Basically, if anything hits me, I'm probably dead.
Yes.
Peter, your turn.
Let's.
The only one that's unhurt here is the Ungor.
We're still fighting 2 versus 2 here, right?
You are.
Yeah. So I'm gonna aim first and then swing with my sword.
Go for it.
Nope.
Close, but no cigar. You stab for his face, but he turns and parries with one of his horns.
Dice hate me. I think I used all my luck in the beginning of the campaign.
Do you have any more fortune points?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
So
then you literally use all your luck in
Yeah.
because that is Gustav, now looking around, seeing that things are starting to look quite dire, will draw a dagger and start sneaking up on the heavily the great hand Gore, but he can't quite attack it because he has to draw and move. Kurt,
Again, the same aim and hit.
go for it. Yes. Wow.
I might have the wrong profession.
Kurt is being quite the fighter.
Does he parry?
But yes, he does.
Okay.
And he swings back at you instantly. But he misses.
Thank God that he hit you. I'm sorry, but oh my God.
The one with the cudgel, seeing that Johannes is heavily enough injured and basically dying, just snarls at the Ungur, "You know that!" and then turns towards Peter. Swinging down the cudgel, trying
Shouldn't
to
have
think.
that said
Yes,
anything.
Peter, you take a strike straight in the shoulder. Go for it.
I'll try. Yeah. Let's see. Nope.
No, you did not parry.
Nope.
That is 8 points.
That means 4 damage. And I'm still up. I'm okay. No,
Oh,
wait. Yeah, I'm 1 away.
Okay. The cudgel bites into your flesh, ripping through your muscle, but it's not deadly yet. It just really hurts.
Where are the hit points?
Sorry?
Where are the hit
Yeah.
points? The
Core stats in the secondary row, there's a W.
Wounds.
You haven't
There's
taken
wounds,
damage yet?
Sorry?
No,
Just you haven't
I
taken
took
damage yet.
3 damage
Oh,
before.
okay.
Yeah, from the coach, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
right.
from a bandit.
Oh,
Okay.
from bandits, I see. Okay. That was the Gore's turn. Johannes, you have no turn. Hans.
I have no turn, yes.
Finally hits, and the creature cannot parry anymore because it already used it. Oh, actually, no, it's already its next turn, so it can't parry, and rolls 100. So no.
Doesn't parry.
Can I just say that I use my turn to say fuck, and then
Please do that. And so, Kurt, you see the beast parrying your attack, snarling at you, then swinging. You duck under its blade. The axe whoosh through the air. Hans sort of stumbles backwards, leaps forward, and stabs it in the throat. And the blade goes in and out on the other side. Hans whips out a blade, The gore looks and falls, still clutching its throat and still like wiggling on the ground, but it's flying in a massive pool of blood. Yeah, the Ungor trying to finish off Johannes.
Oh,
Yeah,
but it's my next turn, so I can parry.
you can parry, and you will have to because he hits.
I love this so much.
Very plus 10 or something like that.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh my god!
Beat the spear to the side. Somehow, still alive. Okay,
I'm sorry,
Peter.
I'm just very emotional right now.
That's fine.
With a long fight.
Oh my god.
What do you want to do? Peter, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, me. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Same as the last 16 times.
You have you cannot aim.
What?
Have you?
Oh yeah, I
no,
have parried.
you can't
Yeah.
parry. You cannot aim. You just have to stab. No. No, he's pushing against the wall now, rising his cudgel to just blow
I'm
your
just
face.
slamming down at him, trying to get some thing through, but doesn't work.
Gustav, now seeing that his opponent is dead, that he was trying to attack, will turn and will run up to the Ungor and stab with a dagger. And hits, actually, in the side. The Ungor, surprised, but still fast enough to bring his spear down, cracks with the shaft of the spear, cracks Gustav on his arm, and Gustav just, nearly drops the dagger. The Ungor is unhurt. Kurt.
Aim and attack.
Who? The Gore,
Yeah.
the
That
Gore we were
one with
fighting.
the great axe.
He just died. My Hans cut his throat.
Oh, then I attack this one with the spear.
The Ungor, yeah, okay. You have to move and attack. You are 3 against 1, so you get plus 20.
Mm-hmm.
So how many are there now? Sorry, how
There
many
is,
are there left?
there is Gustav, there is you, and there is Kurt. They're all attacking the Ungor now.
Oh no, I meant how many enemies? I'm just
Two. The Gore that is trying to break Peter's skull, and the Ungor that is trying to kill you with a spear.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's the last 2 enemies remaining. But despite everything, the Ungor twists aside and evades the blow, now looking a little nervous as he sees people closing in on him.
Now this time I can spend my fate point.
You can, yes. If you still have them left, then yes,
The last one.
go for it.
No.
Still a miss. The
Still a
Ungor
miss.
is slippery.
Slippery.
You stumble over the dead Gore and swing and miss.
Yes.
The Gore is continuing to, and he will actually turning over and looking at Peter. He will all out, bring his blade down with his cudgel down with an all out attack. Hits you straight in the face.
I can't parry that, or
You can, yeah.
okay,
The
because
cudgel,
I have to parry.
if you don't parry that,
Yeah, then I'm
What?
down.
Mike dead.
Nope.
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 And that is only 5.
It's more than what I can soak, so I'm at 0.
Okay. That is a critical hit for the Gore. And it's a head hit, so that's nasty. Let's see, 44, that is a 3 on the head. It cuts open your skull. There's a large wound on the top of your head now, and blood seeps into your face. You take minus 10 weapon skill. That's the worst that happens. The cudgel just nicks you and whips open your forehead, basically. Yeah, so reduce your weapon skill by 10 temporarily. That was the Beastman's turn. Johannes,
Okay.
you have half an action still.
I have
despite
half an action, yes. I'm gonna try to cast sleep on the one with the spear.
the Ungor, yes?
On
Go
the
for it.
oh yes.
cast it.
So
Then-
first trying to cast it and then trying to. Yeah. Okay,
Cast
that worked.
Successful.
And that other one's just touch attack. Okay.
You get
that is-
plus 20 on it.
I'm just gonna roll a d100 and then.
Yes.
Oh, no, that doesn't. Sadly, that does not hit him.
Nope. You do not have any rerolls.
Nope. I don't
Okay.
have any left.
Yeah, sleep is a very powerful spell for low levels, but it needs a lot to get it done. You have to
Yeah.
activate it, then hit someone, and then he has to fail the willpower. So there's 3 rolls that can go wrong, basically.
Magic Dart is also really nice though. They both look like the.
It's a good combat. That's your bread and butter combat spell as a low level
Yeah.
wizard. It's as good as a bow. It deals the same damage and
Yeah.
only hits automatically. So, Hans will stumble up and stab the Ungor and hit, and only deals 1 damage though. The Ungor is now. Let's see what he's going to do. He will bravely, actually, because these creatures are usually not that brave, face 4 opponents and stab out against Hans because he has hit him. The spear flies through the air. Hans tries to parry. No. Hans takes an Ulrich's Fury straight in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Hans takes 20 points. As the Ungor just leaps up and brings down the spear. Hans tries to raise his shield, but the spear is too fast, going through straight into his chest. Let me see how much health Hans has remaining, but I believe this could be a very bad critical.
Mhm.
He has... he doesn't seem to have taken any damage so far.
Wow.
So he soaks, let me see, he soaks 5. So he takes 15, which brings him down to -1. So he could actually survive this. Okay, let's see. That is a 42. He's in a -1. That is a 3 on the body. Hans' ribs are damaged by the spear that sticks through them. He takes a -10 penalty to weapon skill. As he shouts out in pain, stumbles backwards, but still fighting, still standing, still fighting. Even though this was a nasty blow. And Peter, your turn. Somehow you're still alive.
And
Welcome to the team.
I got like a heavy head wound, so I'm like really drowsy.
The Gore that's fighting you has used all his attack, all his force into the attack. His defense is completely open. If you hit him, he cannot parry.
Yeah, but I have -10, and it was
You
not
have-
like I could hit before, so
You can. Yeah, you
let's
can.
go. Like, come
only
on,
have
come
one.
on, come on. Yeah, I only have 1. Actually hit. 18
duck
out of
down.
26. Yeah.
Stab him in the leg. Roll
Yes.
damage. He cannot parry.
Come on.
He's opened his defense
Come on.
completely to finish you off.
Come on, come on.
Come on. 5.
5. He soaks all. He's not talking about your attack. You just. That was Peter's turn. Gustav is stabbing the Ungor with his dagger. He gets a +30 now, so he does succeed, but he doesn't deal any damage.
Shit.
Yeah, daggers are crappy weapons. Their
Yeah.
strength, your strength bonus -3, so it's basically a D10.
Ah.
Kurt,
Uh,
you see Hans next to you stumbling backwards, and the Ungor ripping out his spear.
yes, I attack the Ungor, aim and attack.
That is +40.
That should hit.
You never know.
No.
That is a miss. The Ungor this is a lightning fast master fighter Ungor. parries your blow, even though he's harassed by 4 sides. The Gore goes to finish Peter off finally. Again, just an all-out attack. And misses.
Oh my god.
The weapon hits the wall behind you. It's stuck there for a second, but he rips it out. Johannes.
Oh dear god. So I actually haven't parried yet. So I have a full action. That is amazing. So I'm gonna try to sleep again first.
Okay, cast sleep.
Keep sleep, yes. That doesn't work. And then I'm gonna try to hit. Which one of them is more? Seems more damage to me.
The Gore. Actually, they both sort of around the same. They're both injured, but not heavily injured.
Okay, but the Gore was the one that was attacking me earlier.
No, that was the Ungor. The Ungor is the smaller one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm confusing the names there, kind of.
That's okay. The smaller beastman has been attacking you before. Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna attack.
Looking at the larger beastman, he cannot parry. He has his back to you, and he was
That's
focusing.
the one attacking me.
Then I'm attacking that one.
Okay. You get +10.
+10. I don't.
Yes.
So he isn't engaged with anyone else, and
He's engaged with Peter.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I
That's
don't get it
+10.
being behind him. Okay, so +10. Oh, nice! I hit.
You go down low and smack him in the leg. Roll damage.
Does
It's
pummeling?
More than 5.
Does pummeling do anything?
Pummeling is just ignore that. Pummeling is if you want to knock someone out. Pummeling gives you a bonus.
Yeah, I don't want to knock them out. I want to
I'm guessing.
come to the die.
More than 5? No. No
Nothing.
damage. Nothing.
Nothing.
Fucking nothing.
This Gore is this is a tough creature.
Yeah.
Okay. Hans. Stumbling backwards, he will lash out at the Ungor nonetheless and misses, as his ribs are too heavily damaged. The Ungor, looking around, will now stab at Kurt, but misses. Peter.
Can I move around him without taking an attack of opportunity and attack that other one?
You
The
can.
one that is surrounded?
Yes.
I think I have a better chance of hitting that one.
Cast the Gore and step in and stab at the Ungor, who's now surrounded by 5 people, I believe.
Yeah.
But you only get +30. That's the highest. That's the maximum bonus that you can get.
And I get -10 still, right?
Yes, you
Or
do.
is it, okay, so it's +20.
It's until medical attention is received, so it won't stop anytime soon.
And I hit.
You step in and you stab
Or
him in the head.
let's do this. 7 damage.
7. He soaks 4, which means 3 damage.
Yeah.
You step in, you cut him across the side of the cheek. He's still standing.
At least I did something.
Gusto also stabs him, who hits, and this time he actually deals damage.
Nice.
And the Ungor is just barely standing. Now looking at all sides as everyone's bearing down on him, trying to finish him off. Kurt.
Aim and attack the Ungor.
+40. That is nearly the highest possible bonus you can get. +50 is the highest possible bonus you can get.
That's if you go all out, right?
Actually, yeah, you're right. It's possible even more. No, I was thinking about aiming. Some people get +20 for aiming if you have a special.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. It's +50 is the highest possible. I don't think there's more than that.
Do I get +50?
You get +40.
I aim and 4 people
Yes.
assist.
+30 is the maximum that you can get
okay.
for more people in the end. That's the top. It's capped at that.
Okay.
And you miss.
How did
Everything.
I say that is in this corner.
This Ungor is just really fast.
He's basically Neo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this moment, he's Beastman Neo.
Yeah.
That was Kurt's turn. So the Gore, feeling left alone, looks around, sees Johannes, and just swings. Swings.
Hey, not me. That's a good thing.
Misses by like a millimeter.
Oh my god.
Johannes, your turn.
Thankfully, everyone is awful at everything in this game.
Yeah, exactly.
So somehow I'm not dead yet.
Somehow.
Okay. I'm gonna actually do the same thing. I'm gonna try to sleep the one that just attacked me.
The Gore.
Yeah, the goal, yes.
Okay.
That fucks up. And then I'm gonna try to hit the Unger with my weapon.
Okay. Plus 30.
Plus 30. That's nice.
And you miss.
That's my turn.
Hans, trying to finish the Ungar off. Yes, hits. And doesn't deal any damage.
This can.
The Ungar is going full defense now.
I'm happy we started this early.
Here.
Okay. The Ungars have gone defensive.
Yes, so if you attack,
So
you get
that's-
minus 20.
So that would negate most of it.
It's gonna
Well,
be, I think
plus
you-
10 and minus 10, and then plus 10 if I aim. That's plus.
in total, I think
20.
I think
that's
it
plus
was
10.
plus 10 in total.
Yeah,
you have
yeah,
minus 10,
plus
of
10.
wound, minus 20 because of his defense, plus 30 because of there's so many people, and plus 10 if you aim. So plus 10 total.
Yeah. And I miss.
Okay. Gustav hits. And finally finishes off the Ungor.
Yes.
Dagger sneaks past the defenses of the Ungor, stabs him in the eye. The Ungor falls. And now there's only the Gore standing.
Oh my god.
Kurt,
At the Gore, aim and attack,
you have to move to get to him.
then only attack.
Yep, you move in,
Yes.
stab your short sword.
I think charge is not possible.
No, he's too close for charging.
Yes.
We're all standing in the way.
Do I get?
You get plus 10 in total. No. Well, the Gore, seeing this new threat now, relents finally from attacking Johannes and swings at you, Kurt. Hits. In your-
Parry with shield.
Is that a success? I believe not. Is it? What's your weapon skill?
Weapon skill is 40.
Oh, then it is a success. Because plus 10 for the shield.
Yes.
Urgh, shouts in frustration. She cannot finish any of you. Johannes.
Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna try the magic dart again.
Okay, it worked once.
Yeah, you know, might
You want
work.
to channel before it?
What?
You want to channel before you do it?
No, actually no.
Okay.
Yes.
Hit.
Yeah, and
Definitely a
succeeded.
success. Finally, with a burst of power. I mean, as much as you can.
Yeah.
You release a magic dart straight into Gore's face. Now you just need to deal damage to him. This is getting slowly ridiculous. You guys are
God.
traffic rolling
Oh
damage.
my
Like,
god.
really.
That is ridiculous.
The arrow hits the Gore in the chest. He just looks down and just goes. Hans.
And wait,
Cannot-
I have not parried, so I still have an action.
Yes, sorry.
I'm gonna try to hit him with my staff.
Go for it.
That's a 10. What modifier is that now?
Attacking.
Yeah.
That would be a plus 10, yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, Hans cannot get to the gore because there's too many people in the way. Peter, the gore's back is pressed against the wall, so basically 3 people can attack him.
Yeah, going for it.
Want to aim?
Yeah,
That
aim and then
plus
20.
Yes.
30. That's
So
minus 10,
plus
then 20. Yeah. On. No.
You guys are...
This is so ridiculous and awesome.
Yes.
It's my head injury. I can't hit anything.
blood in the face. Yeah, Gustav cannot go through. Kurt,
Aim and attack.
plus 30.
Yeah.
You hit, and the gore does not manage to parry. Well, 10 plus 4.
Damage.
I'm gonna roll a 1, which is 0 damage.
Yeah, that's literally the only way not to do damage into him.
See?
No.
Yes.
That
You guys, I don't know what's going on. You're probably so tired from running through a forest and everything. It's
We
just-
are not fighters.
well, but you can roll like a 7 or 8.
yeah, we can roll
Damage
anything that does
Really
more
good
than
at-
5 damage. But
Yeah.
also, I think the real fault is obviously with the noble because he was like, nah, I'm not gonna go with you. I'm a little cunt. I'm sorry. That's
The Beastman, striking back at Kurt, takes his attack. Yep, hits you.
Pair with shield. Sorry.
He takes your attack, tries to grab your shield. That's not a success this time, I'm afraid.
No.
And smashes his cudgel into your arm, dealing 12 points.
Ooh.
See, that's how you roll damage.
-1.
Okay.
Oh no.
The nails of the cudgel bite into your arm, ripping it open.
Mama, sorry. What? No, I'm still alive.
Oh, okay.
You forgot to soak or.
Do you are you at 0?
No,
Okay. Then you're still standing.
12 -4 is 8.
Yes.
Yep.
Then I have 3 left.
Okay. Yeah. So you're still standing. You're fine. More or less.
More or less.
Johannes.
Guard. Wait, or do I get the bonus on attacking when I use sleep?
Yes, you do. It's an attack roll.
I'm gonna try sleep again.
Okay.
Do I want to channel? Nah.
It's up to you, but decide quickly.
Nice.
Success. Plus 20 to the attack.
And I'm gonna try to hit him with my staff.
Pretty ridiculous. I've literally not had such a ridiculous fight in quite a long time.
Well, that hits, thankfully.
Roll damage.
More than one. More than one.
Oh, the
Come
staff's
on.
actually not that good at damage. He needs to roll like a 5 to damage.
Oh.
Or I think.
Yeah, I need to roll it 5 to damage him.
More than 5. More than 5.
I'm just, I forgot.
Hey!
Ooh, 11.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's an 8. So
How?
he took 5. Leaves.
Thanks.
He's exactly on 0. Roll that. Roll a critical hit. You hit him on the arm, I believe.
Left arm, yes.
Yes,
What?
1d100.
On the hand, okay, yeah.
This is exhausting.
Yeah.
Or what did you roll?
And 79.
79. That's not going to drop him. However, well, you numb his left arm, which he doesn't give a shit about because he's not wielding a weapon with that one. Peter.
Well, that's my turn.
I'm gonna disengage and move back.
Okay.
So someone better can go in.
Gustav only has a... Actually, Gustav will pick up a spear and he stabs from the second row because he can do that.
Nice.
He drops the spear. Nope. Does not hit. Kurt.
Aim and attack for the 20th time.
Well, it's not my fault that you guys don't roll crap for damage.
Plus,
Roll 20. Damn you.
there are 3 of us attacking.
No, they're not. Peter has disengaged and retreated backward.
Sorry.
So 2 plus 20.
Yes.
Ooh,
Ew, barely.
He can still parry, I believe.
didn't you try to parry for me?
No, yeah, you're right. No, he did. He cannot parry. He cannot parry. Actually, no, he can parry because he wasn't hit by anything before, but he fails to parry anyway.
What? I hit where?
No, you didn't hit.
I did hit. I did 11 damage.
Oh, you did. You're
Yeah,
right.
but he didn't
You're right.
carry that.
No, he didn't parry that. Anyway, doesn't matter. 7. That is enough to break through, which means he gets 2 damage. He's a -2, and that was a leg hit. So roll d100.
86.
You guys.
Come on.
Well,
Put him out of his misery.
he is knocked to the ground,
Yes.
dazed.
Nice.
Sadly, this is
Or
next. So he can get right back up. However, he gets -30 to all his stats for 1 turn. To all his rolls for 1 turn as he just pushes himself back up. Blinks is misses. Of course. Johannes.
I'll just try to hit him with my dart again.
The staff? Oh, dart. Okay.
Dart, and then the staff. Now the staff.
Really?
I don't know. Plus 20 or 30?
Plus 20. No, plus 10.
Plus 10 only? Okay.
Oh, actually, no. There is Gustav is attacking as well. So plus 20. Yes. This is. I have not. Well, you hit. Okay. Roll damage.
I'm just gonna do a d10. This is still,
Yeah.
1d2 1. My.
I have never seen this before. You literally cannot roll anything above a 3 when you roll damage.
How?
Blame old 20.
I need more than 2, and I rolled 2 and 1 so many times. It's crazy.
This is seriously getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
Okay.
If we now start using our own dice and it starts to work, and that is gonna be super suspicious, by the way.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
We have. That was Johannes. Hans cannot attack. Actually, he can attack, but he's also heavily injured. But fuck it. He's going in.
Thank you,
He
Hans.
misses.
Yeah, I moved out.
Yes. Peter, your turn.
I'll look around and find my bow.
Okay. You grab your bow, you notch an arrow,
Yeah, and fire.
and fire. Yes, you can.
Yes. And that's plus
So no,
-10.
it is actually a -20 because he is in melee range with other people, so they're covering him basically. However,
So
you only get a -10 to weapon skill for some reason, not for ballistic skill, which is a bit weird, but that's how it is. So you get a -20 in total.
Don't hit us.
And I didn't hit anything, so it's fine.
Didn't hit anything. Gustav stabbing with his spear. Nope. Kurt.
Aim and attack 21. Plus 20.
Plus 20, yes. Plus 30, in fact,
Oh, nice.
if you aim.
Yes, I am.
This struggle, so desperate. You hit.
Come on. More than one. more than more than 5 in there. Oh, come on.
1d10. Just roll up 1d10. There we go. There's a 13.
Oh my god.
The gore drops down to -10. Roll a d100. If he survives that, I'm gonna go puke.
75.
And then
Puke.
a 9. That was, what was that? Where did you hit him?
Body.
But
His body.
That's a 9 on the body. So, what happens is several internal organs are ruptured by the violence of the blow, causing death in a matter of seconds.
Okay.
And the short
Okay.
sword goes in,
Deadly.
the short sword goes up, and the short sword goes out. And finally, the gore, his innards spilling out, drops his weapon and falls to the ground and breathes his last. Right. And, well, that was the most ridiculous fight to this week I have ever had.
No one died.
No one. How did no one die?
You somehow managed to survive, everyone. So congratulations on that. And if you guys are still watching this on YouTube, then you are as crazy as this fight is.
Like, how?
how?
That shouldn't be possible.
I don't know. Your guys' inability to roll higher than a 2 on damage is probably quite noteworthy. But anyway, you have survived, you have succeeded, you have slain a chaos cultist and his beastman buddies, you have saved a farmer's daughter who was supposed to be, well, handed over. You have also saved several casks of beer which were not handed over to the beastman.
That's important.
And you have survived. So congratulations, you have survived your little journey into the world of Warhammer. Maybe next time someone's gonna play a fighter.
I've been drawing throughout this, so I'll upload whatever I've made to the the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Would you send that to me, Aaron? I'm not in that Facebook group yet. If you want to, I think I'm not in that Facebook group yet. No, I'm.
Oh, you should be.
I should. Yeah, I should definitely.
Anyway, well, if anyone's watching this still, as I said, you're crazy, and this is the end of 7 games, 7 days, 7 games. This was a
Great
hard
ending.
one, a very hard ending. But everyone survived, so I only had 1 TPK in 7 games.
That was me.
Yes, Martin was part.
Cthulhu.
But that was Call of Cthulhu, so it doesn't really count, I guess.
Yes.
I mean,
Exactly.
I survived my session of Call of Cthulhu. Actually, my short adventure of Call of
Well,
Cthulhu.
you weren't playing with me.
That's true. Yeah, that is important. Yes.
Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Well, if you're still with us, I doubt anyone's going to see this, but if you're still with us, message me and I'll send you like $10 or something like that, because sticking that long to the end, only the first one who messaged me. Players, families of players, friends of players, and anyone anyway connected to players need not apply.
Okay.
Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I hope I'll see you again in a few days after I wake up. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.